Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatima Zeba. I hope I'm audible for the online audience. I am coming from London right now. I am a visiting student researcher at the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College London. I'm originally from India. I'm doing my full-time PhD at the National Institute of Technology, Calicut, India. So today I'm here to present a part of my PhD work, which is titled Gender Inclusive Public Transportation, addressing mobility needs of low-income women workers in the city of Kochi in India. It's not moving. Uh, I don't think it's moving.
Thanks for clicking the presentation. So probably there's another screen
Yes. I don't know how it works on this.
to move the mouse. Maybe this can connect its keyboards with the
It is. But because it worked. It worked with a piece of page. Oh, with this. Okay, we're right here. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I actually go. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Sorry for the. Yeah, so mobility, as you know, we are all very well aware of what mobility is. So it is an essential aspect of urban life, and it affects the access to employment, healthcare, education, overall quality of life, every kind of opportunity that an individual can have in cities. So women usually travel differently from men because of several reasons. In general, because of concerns of safety, because of care responsibilities arising from their gender roles. Discharge. And yes, I think thank you. The sociocultural norms, I'm so sorry. Yep. Sociocultural norms.
to make a narration. So
No. Am I going? Oh, I just showed you all of my slides. Yeah. How do we? Okay. Sorry, the system. Yeah. So what was happening in general and mobility in the global south? So in India, the female labor force participation rate is only 18.6% in urban areas, but it's 27.7% in rural areas when compared to the overall 25.1% when compared to men. So why it could happen? Because of course, the numbers are basically because in rural areas, women are more engaged in agricultural activities that actually affects. But in fact, urban areas are supposed to be having giving more opportunities for women to actively involve in labor participation. But then many times it's not happening. So women in cities experience constraints in their mobility, which results in their unequal access to socioeconomic opportunities. Globally, in general, low-income informal working women are the most disadvantaged, and women's barriers to mobility have a significant impact on their work participation rate. So some facts with respect to how women move. Only 30% women have access to the use of a private car during daytime. 75% of all bus journeys are undertaken by women. More than twice as many women as men are responsible for escorting their children to school. Okay, so mobility in cities is often designed according to the patterns of able-bodied heterosexual men and ignores the complex needs of women commuters. So my research questions, these are not the only research questions that I had, but part of my research questions were, what are the social, cultural, and spatial factors that affect low-income working women's mobility in cities, and how and why do they affect their mobility? So what I did was, oh my goodness, I just I don't know where to. Yeah, I'm just sorry, guys.
We can write one line and
Yes.
section.
I think I have to carefully click it. Yeah. So this is the context which I'm talking about. So Kochi is situated, as you can see on the map, on the southern part of India, Indian state of Kerala. So yeah, this is where it is located here, Kochi, right here, and it's not the capital city, but then and Kerala actually stands number one in the overall Sustainable Development Index introduced by Government of India, which contributing to their, in terms of their activities or contribution to reducing hunger, providing good education, achieving gender equality, etc. And Kochi is located in Ernakulam district, which is actually considered as the commercial and industrial capital of Kerala. It has a population of 3.5 million people and an area of 440 square kilometer. And it's the most populated, largest metropolitan city in Kerala also. So how do workers move in Kochi? So as you have seen in the map, it's the central business district or the CBD is surrounded by different islands, and most of the residents commute from the islands to the city on a daily basis in search of work. They regularly commute to the city because availability of good regular work and better wages. And when it comes to women, 96% of women workers use bus as their mode of commute. Now, what I did was I did 25 in-depth interviews. So this is a qualitative phenomenological approach that I used in my research. I did 25 interviews with women workers at their workplaces. Each interview took like 45 minutes to 1 hour. And I did a purposive sampling, a snowballing recruitment. So I selected participants from different geographical areas, and they shared their personal experiences of daily commute from their home to work and back home in the evening. So what are the key findings? So there were several things that they talked about. So peak hour difficulties are one of the major things. They consider travel during those peak hours in the morning and evening as the most difficult part of their daily commute. Buses are always crowded, but then that has become a part of their routine because doing it every day, it has become a part of their routine. They got so used to it, and they don't consider it as a problem. And they choose to travel in the same bus even it is crowded because they don't have an option, first of all, and they have to reach on time. Even if it is crowded, they feel safer traveling in the same bus on a daily basis because they know the surroundings and the people are familiar for them. They never get seats. They always stand throughout the journey. And there are certain health effects also mentioned because continuous traveling in congested buses, body pain, fatigue, and which are very common. And also these buses ply at very high speed. So this is not the public buses only that we are talking about. There are private buses also running, which are mostly used by workers. The share of public and private buses are like 85 and 25%. Private buses are more than private buses. So they run in a competitive speed to reach on time. So the next one is with respect to their gender roles. The care responsibilities that they have at home makes them time poor, having no time to do anything, having no time to finish all their responsibilities on a day. Women are primarily responsible for care work, which includes, of course, cooking, cleaning, housing, washing clothes, and taking care of children or elders at home. And to reach their workplace right on time, they need to wake up before sunrise, mostly between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., and to finish all their house chores. The effect is that they make restricted choices in their mobility. Sometimes they pay more for an auto rickshaw, which is a paratransit, a three-wheeler paratransit, which is so common in India, to save time, but they spend more. There is also, in terms of infrastructure design and accessibility, poor bus designs and uncomfortable bus shelters are also a concern. Many women find it very difficult to board the bus as the steps are too high for them, especially wearing their traditional attire, which is sari. I don't know if it is that familiar for you. And for shorter women, it is very difficult for them to hold the handrails above them. Uh, Also, they choose not to sit on the seats provided in bus shelters, which they don't feel comfortable because of several reasons. Reasons such as concerns like safety, cleanliness, and also sometimes there is no much time for waiting. And then if there's presence of men that makes them feel uncomfortable, or the seats are not clean. So also fear of crime and harassment. Now comes the important part. Important concern is safety. Of course, safety is a major concern. We know that, especially in a country like India, women's safety is always questioned in public spaces. All the women have had experiences of harassment at least once in their lifetime. In several forms, not only physical or in verbal forms also. Um, Especially in their first and last mile. It was not during their travel in the bus, in the public transport, but while they were walking home, back home at night, even if it is not at night, or maybe in the afternoons when they are walking alone back home on the street, they have experienced harassment. So sometimes they had to pay extra money for another auto rickshaw to reach safely back home to to avoid such situations. Now, this was often felt by women when they walk alone, like I said. So sorry, it happening again. Right, screen. Oh yeah, okay. Now, gendered hierarchy in households. So there is definitely this patriarchy running in the households. So these women are almost their mobility choices, their work choices are always controlled by the men at household. And women always chose their work locations closer to home because of the compulsion from their spouses or other men at home, and they restrict their scope of opportunities, which restrict their scope of opportunities. Even though were doing an equally paying job as men, they carried the burden of their households chores. So these are a few pictures which actually represents how the inside of the bus is designed and how buses compete each other, to reach on time, so that they apply on very high speed, which actually is a safety concern again. But it's very difficult for them to board the buses. So this is the code cloud which was generated out of the overall thematic analysis that I did. This has more information that I just said. So as you can see, there's this feeling of safety which they talk a lot about. So most of these women were uh, in their middle ages, between their 40 to 55 years old. So it was not now they feel more courageous than their younger self. But then this feeling of safety is the most important thing that they look for while they are commuting on a daily basis. And there are several other factors, there are several factors, it is social, cultural, spatial, so we can look at it. I'm not going into detail because, yeah, of course, we don't have more time. So I would say women's everyday commute or everyday journey is a combination of, you know, I'm sorry, the struggle to balance their family responsibilities and the source of their income. And it's a negotiation of everyday space and time during their work commute. And of course, the double burden of gender roles and work. To conclude, this was an attempt to understand and explain the social and spatial factors that affect working women's mobility by taking the case study of Kochi city. And it's important to study these factors at an individualistic level and in context specific to initiate problem-led solution. Now, this contributes to the growing body of knowledge of the concept or the theory of right to the city. And we know that the primary mismatch between policies and implementation are many times, especially in developing world, is the lack of data or lack of evidence. So I hope the study will have implications for the existing policy and methodological contribution to the data framework for producing a comprehensive mobility plan at the local level. So if you've got any questions, you can ask, or of course we can. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for great timing. And now it's for questions. So 50 minutes of questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. My question is, you told us that 96% of women use the bus or travel to work. Uh, what is their share in total bus ridership?
That's what I said, right? It's a 96%.
I understood that 96% of women
Okay.
take the bus.
So okay, that was based on this. That number was based on a study conducted by the local government and GIS. But GIS it as part of their smart mobility plan. So they surveyed women in two cities in the capital city, Trivandrum, and in Kochi city. So this 96% is about those women who are surveyed on a of those who commute on a regular basis. So the total share rate, we don't have data as such right now. Of course, we lack a lot of, statistical data, secondary data based on the travel, the number of commuters and all. So we don't have specific data for what is the right share of women. But in my experience, I would say it would be definitely more than 80%.
Okay.
So we always see women are more occupying the spaces in buses. Yeah.
Because then it's obviously that the bus is not designed for the people who use the majority of people.
Yeah, exactly. So
you tell us that many women are too small even to get the.
Yes, exactly. So that's where the contradiction lies. So there are, of course, reserved seats for women. So it's mostly the front side of the buses are reserved for women, and men use only the back side. So it's like 1/3 only the men use, and women always prefer to, even if so, it's not like you can't sit at the men's side on the back side, but they don't prefer to do that even if the spaces are available, because they feel more safer in the front side. Even if there are seats, they would stand in front because they don't want to go into that situation where they don't have that feeling of safety.
Questions?
I would like to ask you, because the results are quite wide. They're quite very diverse fields, and we want to continue. We want to focus more because we're architect.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, planner architect. So if we want to focus more on physical attributes of the environment and that are preventing or producing the situations like the dangerous for women's. Because I wrote about the first and last mile, that this is the problem. So even if we solve the problem of behavior inside of the buses, then we still have other problems, which maybe correlate with general rate of crime. Yeah, which it's not only a gender problem, but general problem with crime. So if you plan to focus better more on certain aspects.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So that's a very genuine question. So yeah, I'm an architect and urban planner. I did my master's in urban planning. So of course, the results turned out that we have a much bigger and larger set of problems which can be categorized into different themes, I would say. Like you said, there are infrastructural issues. There are individualistic personal level issues, which there is no, directly, there is nothing can be done in terms of, how their personal circumstances are. That also turned out. There are definitely safety issues, which needs larger systemic change or social change, maybe. And there are planning issues as well in terms of the first and last. So this was not quite expected that it would turn out that so many issues would be there, but this is what I have got right now. So my second objective is to concentrate on time as a very important theme, which turned out that everything was for women, especially when they are doing both their gender roles and their work and struggling to manage their time. they always talked about time as a very important factor which affects their mobility. So my second objective is actually to consider time and go forward with the theory of time geography, how they move in space and time, in fact. That's my further part of this PhD. In general, the output is expected to be a framework that can actually explain how women travel. So we have a very big lack of data. So what I'm trying to do is to contribute to that gap of data which we have to inform maybe the inform policy and yeah, that's what I'm intending. So it's still progressing. Yeah, just still yet to figure out. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
No, that yes, we can just emphasize that those who are online, you're also welcome to ask questions. We have speakers here who will be audible. Just raise your hand on MS Teams, and I will note this, and I will just notify there is a question from MS Teams. So yeah, yes. So other questions from the audience here? Very kindly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for very important
Contribution.
introduction. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why I got the breath either. I would like to ask you because you started with very general information about women's barriers and mobility in India or Kerala, and then you focus on a very specific aspect and they ask which other typical or crucial or important barrier in women's barrier in mobility you identify also.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Because of the context of of your focus. I understand your focus, but I would like to ask in which context we are
placing the overall. So of course I've done the literature study as part, I mean, in the initial part. So I would say Kerala is a more progressive state, a little more progressive state when compared to many other states in India. And women feel more safe. I would say that, of course, we don't have data or evidence yet, but then it's not as unsafe as Delhi at night. So most of the studies that has happened in India in other contexts or in other cities like Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi, these are all the major cities. They most focus on safety itself. So in my study, it turned out that it's not the safety issues that they more talked about. Maybe it's because of the age group also that I chose. Safety was not the biggest concern, but it was there always. But I would say in other contexts or in other studies, safety or continuous fear of that crime or harassment was the major concern that women had while they are using public transport. Not only in first and last mile, but always throughout their transport. Rest everything was, of course, accessibility issues, like how we have. It's difficult for women who are carers, also who take care of their children and elderly. It's difficult for them to take them with them in the public transport. Accessibility issues are there. Yeah, I would say those are the major issues that turned out in other studies. This somehow has turned out a little bit different. So maybe there are no. Of course, there is also a lack of studies happening in India. In terms of, so this is all part of evidence making. So this is what I've got. Those are the other factors that other studies have. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
We have one question from Asipa on MS Teams. So if you could unmute yourself, Asipa, and ask a question.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I myself work with the safety questions in urban planning, and I found this very interesting, the presentation. And also you have already answered a little bit before in the question. Like I was thinking, like, do you feel like you are going to turn this towards more like safety issues, or you want to focus on accessibility in future? That's my question, because yeah, mobility is related to safety issues as well, as you said already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I suppose you're also presenting your work in the conference.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So, so you already know the context, how the studies are going. So, if my initial questions were to figure out, what are the factors that's affecting, and now I have obtained, all this what you have seen right now. So my focus would be not mostly on safety, but it would be how their gender roles and how their, as a woman, how their responsibilities at home, how their double burden of duties is affecting their time and their use of public transport, or use of transport, or their mobility in general. So that is my focus. Is going to be there, because of course it's a PhD thesis. I have to narrow down, So since this turned out as more important for this particular group of participants, that would be my focus. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it's time to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not going to touch this again. This sir. I'm
Yeah.
not going to touch
Yes, sure.
it before he explores.
Sure. Um, now I'll ask if Asfa is here from from Charles University.
Sorry, she's
Yes, you should be online. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. So we'll just switch here back to MS Teams, and you can start sharing your screen. And I think we need to stop sharing here. Yes, so the floor is yours, and you can spin off.
So, first of all, thank you so much.
Sorry, just maybe try to put it to the whole screen, enlarge it, Control L, maybe try to use Control L to. Yes, yes, now it's working. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. So, first of all, thank you so much to the Czech Technical University for providing this opportunity for us, PhD students, to present our work at PCT 2024 conference. I'm thanking in behalf of Charles University to provide us this opportunity, and also thank you to Fatma. The presentation was interesting, and it's more related to my work, and it's like the extension. So my research topic is gender safety and urban mobility in Prague's public transit spaces. So my research problem is, how can public transit spaces in Prague be designed and managed to enhance the safety perception of women, addressing the specific environment and social factor that contributes to feeling of insecurity in the post-socialist context. So my number one is to addressing safety in public transit spaces and examining the environmental and social factor. An objective of this research is to increase the academic concentration of gendered perceptions of users and the user safety in public transit spaces, focusing on women's experience in Prague. Number two is examining the physical environment elements shaping the woman's perception of safety in transportation, particularly to transit spaces setting, adding to improve gender scholarly discussion on gender mobility and safety in cities. Number three is to examine how urban planners and geographers in Prague currently addressing gender-specific needs in public transportation and identify potential improvement for enhancing women's safety in transit spaces. So, my research questions are: what factors influence number one is, how do women perceive different transit spaces of public transport in Prague in terms of safety? Number two, what characteristics make transit spaces as a safe, and what characteristics make the transit space unsafe for women? What is the current state of women's safety in Prague public transportation, and what potential improvement exist? So when we see theoretical background, we know that urbanization, over 50% of the global population resides in urban area. Figure expected to increase to be 28%, 68% by 2025. And if we have to control this urbanization, and also the urbanization provide a lot of opportunity to people, and people are going to move in a bigger city for opportunities for jobs and all that, for to facilitate them and also to get the environment in a safer zone, we have to provide them a sustainable mobility. When we say the sustainable mobility, it is the most primarily is the public transport, which support environmental goals by reducing individual vehicle use. Well, effective transit is key for social equity, ensuring all demographics, including women and economically disadvantaged groups, have equal access to urban resources and opportunity. So now move towards gender. Okay. Yeah. So now move towards gender, public transport, and safety. When we say that transport in public transport, so female are the primary users of public transport, and female transport pattern or mobility pattern is different from male. First of all, I will explain why female are the primary users. There are many factors which affect the female mobility pattern. Number one, because they depend more on the on public transport of men, primarily because of their low income, because of their multiple duties as a mother, as a working lady, and as a caretaker. So they have a multiple duties to fulfill, and that's why they depend more oftenly on the public transport, and their pattern is not linear like a male, as a male who used public transport. So female public transport pattern is not linear, and more oftenly the male on the car rate in Prague is more higher than female. Safety in transit spaces, women have concerns to provide the safety, because safety related to male is different and as compared to female. Like environmental factor like poor lighting, adequate surveillance, crowding, or are the factors which affect the safety of female. When we say when we come to post-socialist countries, there was a crime rate increase, and it was a research done by one of my colleagues in 2012, that public transport impact women's mobility, and this have impact the women's mobility, because after the post-socialism, the crime rate increased in these countries. Post-socialist transition crime, 1990s was a lower crime rate under communist regime, and then in 1990s it was increased, and after post 2020s, the crime of fear emphasized how urban environment influence people perception of safety. So after 1990s, a sharp increase in rate in post-socialist countries. There was a increase in research, or there is a talk in the house that have to do the research on geography of fear. So it is the mainstream of topic from 2022 2000 in the post-socialist country, the geography of fear. Crime geography in Prague. So there are a few research already have done on Prague crime geography, but it was not particularly for women safety and more towards public transport. So it was the general crime concentration that one of them was done again from my colleagues that the fear they have done that Ziskova place have crime rate increase, and they did the research that what are the contributes that the crime is high in that areas. It was the same environmental factors that it was dark, the streets were dark, and there are more isolated spaces where the crime rate is high, and city center of Prague is have high crime rate, and peripheries of outskirts of Prague have low crime rate. So my methods of research is combination of quantitative and qualitative research. First of all, I will do a online survey to identify the transit spaces of public transport where women feel safe and unsafe. So it will be a quantitative mixture of quantitative and qualitative research questionnaire, and it will be circulated online to get the online from the women of Prague. From that, I will take from this survey, it will be concluded that it will be identified the spaces where female feel unsafe, and in those spaces where they feel safe. And also there will be a little bit questions towards the reasoning that why they feel, at which time they feel. All these attributes will be mentioned in online questions. So the next step of my research methodology will be interviews. Primarily, these interviews will be from the geographers, urban planners, both male and female, aim at gathering professional insight into the design and management of transit spaces and their impact on women's safety. Professionals from both public and private sector, academia, and non-profits will be included in interview. Now, the third phase will be observational technique. As an international student, from a visitor to a resident, I will document my travel diary from a visitor, a female visitor, and as a resident, that how I experience the public transport transit spaces at different time of the day. I will document it through pictures, through sketches, and I will include my observation into research. Plus, I will do those spaces which were identified as unsafe and safe through online survey. These spaces will be visited by me, and they will be studied through site analysis. So research tools, my research tool will be SPSS, Atlas, and GIS. Expected outcomes will be the key findings, identification of those unsafe transit spaces, and then I will do the practical contribution to know the how to improve those spaces. There is a physical aspect in their space, like the lighting, or the spaces are closed, or it's too dark, or it's too crowded, or it's too isolated. So the physical environmental contribution will be given, and academic insight into gender, urban mobility, and safety in Prague, or this post-socialist city like Prague. Academic contribution will be held. And if anyone is interested to know the findings, our most recent research paper will be coming in winters, under the title of Environmental Improvement Addressing Female Safety and Equity in Public Transport Transit Spaces. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening me. And now I have to stop the slide sharing.
Yes,
so that
Dr. Screening, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You get for questions. So if anyone has a question, Veronica, the chair, has a question,
No specific question. Okay. Yes. Go.
Just confirm, please. Do you start asking questions? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I really appreciate the work that you're doing. So I suppose this is your PhD work that you're the project.
Yeah. I'm second year PhD student of Charles University, Faculty of Science, under Urban and Regional Lab.
Yes. I just saw that. So, since your work is still in progress, I would like to ask how you plan to do an analysis, or what are you planning to do with the open-ended questions that you're going to ask in the online questionnaires? You said you have a mixed method, which actually has online questionnaire as quantitative and your own observational study as qualitative part. But so I was wondering, are the questionnaire yet prepared? Is it going to be, I mean, how are you planning to, that is the questionnaire first and then followed by the qualitative part? So, yeah.
So first of all, thank you so much for asking me that in which year I am. I'm in second year, so it's very clear that I'm at the initial stage of my research. Right now, we are designing a questionnaire. So it's the mixture of quantitative and qualitative, like a Likert scale analysis and open-end and the close-end questions, in which there are more questions or the findings which I want to know, which are very direct, like at which time of the day you feel unsafe and why you feel unsafe. Like if why, I will ask the why to give them the opportunity to express their to tell me or express their reason why they feel unsafe in those spaces. That's why I mentioned that the questions will be open-ended and close-ended to know the reason and time. So more as spatial analysis as also it will be a typological and a spatial analysis. So that's why I said that it will be a close and open-end questionnaire. Hopefully you got the answer.
Yeah, thank you. So I suppose, there's a lot of work to go on, but I'm really looking forward to how it's, going to turn out as a really good work. I also want to just think that you have been here, you have been a resident of Prague. So can you just, educate me how is it your experience in terms of safety in public transport?
Hopefully you got.
No, I'm just wondering how it is different. Or how it
Yeah, it's interesting, like because of my background coming from Pakistan and then residents of Dubai, where I haven't used a public transport. It's a car-based city, and in Pakistan also the public transport is not that much efficient for female safety. And now in the Prague, 100% depending on the public transport. Because of my background, I'm afraid. Usually I avoid to go. It's not because of the design is not efficient, it's me. So it little bit I'm in the public transport of Prague is getting my my confidence that now I oftenly try to travel at night time, because I experience that it's safe in my area where I am living in Praha 6.
Thank you.
Good. Well, we have one question or from Asifa. So Asifa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ash, for your presentation. And I was interested in listening to you about the same thing like Zeba right now asked already. Like you mentioned, like you will be keeping a journal for yourself as I think you mentioned in your presentation, like you will be writing the details of your travel patterns and do that. Can you explain a little bit more? Because that is kind of very interesting.
Yeah, like I want to explain it like this. If a resident and an international student or international visitor or a expat have different feeling for a city, especially a female who is living alone. So I'm exploring the diversity of Prague public transport. They are diverse towards my culture, my appearance. Also, yeah, my experience till now is positive. That from visitor to resident, I will document that in which incident I feel unsafe when I was at that particular time in that transit space. And yeah, that's what I mentioned. Because of that, I mentioned that I will document, and I will, as a female living alone, first time female in public in Prague, I have to document my journey.
I understand and completely, but as you mentioned yourself, like the perception of safety is kindly dependent on so many several factors, like your background, how you feel yourself, and what is your like socioeconomic and your past experience. Everything matters. Do you feel like if you will document this like as a one person's diary, would it be like kind of a biased opinion in some way?
No,
but probably I would say that it would be nice to add few more people to keeping a diary. I don't know.
Wait. I guess it's little bit misunderstanding that there are 3 stages of my research. Number 1, I will conduct the research online survey from residents, their opinion, their way, where they feel, why they feel, how they feel. So this one was from the residents. And the second one is from the Prague's experts, the urban planner, the practitioners, the architects. I will gather interview information that what government are doing, how usually they cater if this type of incident happen. So these, and the third is my travel diary, and the travel diary is related to online survey, because in online survey I will take those transit spaces and I will by myself visit to get the practically to get the interviews from the users of transit spaces, female transit spaces. Practically it's not possible because everyone will be in hurry and no one will be have time to give me, and the answer and the result of the research will be not that much efficient if I get the interview from the people who are there at the moment. That's why I turned towards the online research questionnaire.
Yeah, but I understand now, because I felt like you were just doing this side one, but you said like on the basis of those 2, yeah, you are conducting the third one.
Thank you so much for mentioning that. If every other one have a confusion, that they are now clear that it's a 3-step.
So you were conducting your diary on the basis of people like who suggesting like this place or that place, then you will be visiting them and understanding.
Yeah, my diary is like this part of the research. The bigger part of the research is the residents.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your content. I'm looking forward to read the more when it's finished.
Yeah, the research paper will be coming in winter, hopefully.
Great. Thank you. We have time for one more question. So is there any more question or? Yes.
There's no question. Yeah. One thing that yes. You said that the Prague is post-communistic city, which is definitely true historically, and it will be always probably. And I wonder how this factor plays. What is the importance of this factor? In which way it's important for the phenomena which you study? Because I feel that there are other factors maybe that start to be more important than the fact that we had a communism which finished 25 years ago.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jakub, for answering this question. By admitting that I'm a new researcher of post-socialist country, and you people, those who are here, have no more information of Prague, and I'm at the first stage. Till now, I have read the post-socialist countries and Prague, that after post-socialism, people are moving more towards a city, the industrialization factor, and the job and the economy factor. All these factors is affecting the urbanization after the post-socialist, which is also going have went in the Prague city. So that's why I mentioned post-socialist country. And when the people are moving from hinterlands to city, main city, there were abrupt crime rate in 90s in the main cities, city centers, which also observed in the city center of Prague in 90s by one of my professor, research Martin, that the city center after post-socialist crime rate were increased. That's why I mentioned that it's the factor.
All right. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the time. Yeah. Compare applause. And now we move to the third contribution. So I will ask Shahana, if you're here, also online.
Hi, I'll start the presentation and then hand over to Sahana. We are co-presenting this paper. So good morning, everyone. It's afternoon in India, but I guess it's morning in Prague. So good morning. My name is Lakshmi. I'm a lecturer at the BITS Design School in Mumbai in India. And I'm incredibly proud to co-present this paper with my former student, Sahana, who completed her bachelor's in design just a year ago. And she's produced this excellent work that she'll be presenting today as a part of her undergraduate thesis. I'll set the context of the thesis brief and hand over to Sahana. So Sahana, if we can go to the first slide.
Presentation.
In spatial justice practice, decoding socio-spatial exclusions and understanding of spatial inequalities are foundational. Therefore, in all education processes that intend to incorporate social justice education or to benchmark it, methodologies to both decode these exclusions and understand how to map, comprehend, and attempt to measure them need to be introduced. So this paper presents Sahana's work, a framework and a series of guidelines designed to enhance the inclusivity of wayfinding systems in metro stations in Bangalore, India. So when the thesis brief was introduced, the challenge of the module was for students to identify key drivers of exclusion in urban mobility, especially public transport in the city, and respond to this through design and interdisciplinary thought processes. So why urban mobility? The reason urban mobility was introduced to address spatial justice is because studying urban mobility through the lens of inclusion reveals how accessible, equitable transportation can reduce disparities that occur due to physical, age-based, gendered, socioeconomic, and socio-political differences and disparities in accessing the city, and especially through public transport. So inclusive public transport design ensures that all community members, regardless of ability or income, have fair access to the city, its resources and opportunities. So due to limitations of time of the thesis, which was 3 months, students were given the option to choose one mode of public transport and examine any type of infrastructure that was associated with it. So Sahana chose to go with metro stations, Bengaluru metro stations. So Bengaluru is a large metro city in India. And we also had the opportunity of the BMRCL or Bengaluru Metro Rail Corporation partner with us for the study, and they allowed the students to come in and study the spaces. So just to set the context of Bangalore, if we can go to slide 2.
Presentation.
Yeah. So Sahana discovered in her study of Majestic Metro Station. So this was an interchange station, which is highlighted in the bold blue circle that you can see on screen. Was one of the busiest interchanges in the Bengaluru metro station. and that the station was excluding many people from using it regularly due to wearisome wayfinding. So she decided to delve deeper into this issue and understand the underlying causes. So the Bengaluru metro stations are a part of a vast, sprawling infrastructure currently of more than 80 kilometers and have a daily ridership of around 700,000 to 950,000 people. However, the BMRCL, or the Metro Rail Authority of Bangalore, was not happy with this number because the estimated population of Bengaluru today is between 11 million to 14 million people. So there were just like 1 million people approximately on a good day using the metro stations. So they were keen on understanding why the ridership is low and how they can get more people to use public transport and how can they make it inclusive for different people. So part of the problem was the limited reach. So on the slide, you can see the blue, there is a purple color line and a green color line. So these are the ones that are currently in operation, and it didn't sprawl the entire city. So the other lines that you see here, the yellow, the red, and there's one more pink one that is not featured here yet. And some parts of the purple line and the green line were also to be expanded. So they saw this as an opportunity for students to come in and kind of participate and help them understand how they can build better. And the plan is to go from 80 kilometers to a 220-kilometer stretch. So this was an important moment and opportunity for a study like Sahana's, because this meant that the chaos and exclusion she had witnessed at the most prominent metro interchange wouldn't get replicated in the new stations and interchanges. So now over to you, Sahana.
Presentation.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. Yeah, so thanks for setting the context. I'm going to start about the study. So like she had mentioned, I decided to focus on wayfinding as a system and investigate how that was excluding people and what the characteristics of that were. Wayfinding in literature, I mean, simply put, is finding your way from one point to another. But it's a far more complex process considering the union of environmental, spatial cognition, and decision making. And so this complexity has been documented in literature, and one of the ways to describe it is that it's a string of decisions made using cognitive and behavioral abilities. Understanding this, I wanted to see how this was implemented in space when it comes to our context. So in the station in Bangalore, the main interchange station that I focused on, these were the current implementations in space in terms of it was in the form of signages, in the form of spatial maps here and there for both the metro lines and some audio-visual cues at different points in time and throughout the station. While these are common implementations across wayfinding systems, I wanted to understand how these were how these implementations were tackling the complexity of wayfinding. Were they able to cater to nuanced wayfinding behaviors that people might have? And that became the focus of the study, and those sort of formed the base of the research questions. To do that, it was important to identify the gap, which was to try to understand how you can look at this from an experiential lens. By experiential lens, I mean understanding individual mobility patterns of commuters and what their individual mobility behaviors were and what were affecting these, and also understand any existing navigational mental models. This could be informed by cultural context or, socioeconomic backgrounds, things like that, that are part of different commuters' identities. So to frame the study, I set out to understand a bunch of goals before the research was sort of designed. And the goals first became to understand the existing system that was in place, understand the clarity of signages in this place, how they were being perceived by the existing commuter population that is using the station, who was present in the space, who was actively present, who was being excluded, and how they were orienting themselves in the space, and whether these signages and these implementations were being used the way they were intended to be used. And I wanted to study this across the wide demographic that was present in the space. So as a first layer of sort of understanding the space, I mapped these to bring out, to try to understand how we could use participatory research to do the same. The reason for using participatory research is first, I began to understand that wayfinding and navigation is not something that can be easily articulated by most. A lot of it is internal. A lot of it is subconscious, not something we can even say. So it was imperative to kind of stay as close as possible to users to try to understand nuances of this navigation. And it was also used to sort of not impose any personal biases that I might have and try to understand from users with users what they were experiencing. So the first stage of this was to get a sense of the existing perception in the space. This was an extensive data collection, which meant not go into too much depth at this point and just try to get a sense of the wide demographic and understand how different groups of people were interpreting the, the cues and the implementations in the space. The two main questions became how are they interpreting the existing cues and who gravitates to what kind of signage or what type of cue and what did different people want or need and how they were feeling because of this. I designed some on-site activities to interact very closely with users and involve them to a very deep extent to get a sense of this. And through this, I was able to kind of bring out how different groups of users were interpreting and experiencing the space. And I came to realize that senior citizens are a largely excluded group from the space. Senior citizens occupy a huge, they're a big part of the ridership in this station. And some of the reasons or catalysts for this exclusion is because of reduced comprehension or reduced cognitive abilities that comes with age, their inability to rely on technology for assistance and movement in the space, reduced mobility that is inherent that comes with age. Also, the fact that recovery takes longer for them. So as they are navigating, there is longer time of recovery that's needed. And all of these reasons and catalysts compounded together were making this group severely disadvantaged in the space. And they were unable to use the signage, use the cues, hear the cues, understand how to navigate in the space. And I decided to focus further on this and dive in deep to kind of bring out how the system can be designed in a way that they are also choosing. But through this process, I began to realize that I first started with senior citizens. So I began to realize that identities are complex. Taking from intersectionality, that's a theory that heavily grounds the study. I realized that identities are huge determinants of how we experience the space, but these identities are not singular. Every aspect of an identity informs how a user interacts and experiences the space. For example, a senior citizen who's a woman and is a first-time commuter has a very different navigation experience from a senior citizen male who is used to the space but does not know the language. And so it became very necessary to also incorporate this in the process of understanding the space and look at wayfinding and navigational exclusion from an identity perspective primarily. To understand this further, one of the works that my guide co-author here, Lakshmi, has also produced talks about social spatial exclusion in through four different concepts. One being the identity of the individual that affects it, accessibility and mobility as a measure or impact of exclusion, space as an instrument or catalyst, and interactions with other people in the space, or the lack of interactions, and how that informs how manners in which people are excluded. So this became sort of the four guiding concepts through the study. And to investigate this further for senior citizens as a user group, I used some techniques to get the most organic responses from participants on site and commuters on site, one of which was cognitive mapping, which is a technique that is used to get to kind of generate a very internal process of navigation. It's trying to understand what users perceive in the space and what guides their navigation rather than what we assume guides their navigation. This was done through observation and shadowing and accompanied walks, a varied range of methods to ensure that I got a good sense of how people are navigating. Followed by this, I also used some semi-structured interviews, either during the walks or after the walks, to dive deeper into aspects that sort of came out with each individual that I was speaking or observing.
Presentation.
And this is sort of a visual of how the mapping sort of looked in space. So this is a part of the spatial map of the station. And these are examples of how navigation maps change for two very different identities. One is an elderly woman traveling with a child who's not as rapid, who is slow mobility. And one is an elderly man who's a first-time user in the station and does not know the language. And not only were the patterns of navigation different, what came out through this method was also nuances that affected these patterns that would have probably gone unnoticed, like inability to see signs at some points, or women avoiding crowds and avoiding asking people directions, leading to like a longer navigational route, or avoiding staircases, avoiding escalators, relying on station guards more if they did not travel in the station before, since they didn't trust other people's directions. And these were experiential cues that were also affecting how people navigated, other than just the signage and other than the placement or spatial orientation. And through this method, I generated a lot of maps for different identities. And I wanted to see how these were correlating with one another. And upon doing that, I sort of layered all these nodes to try to get a sense of whether there were any common patterns that were emerging through this. And surprisingly, all these very distinct navigational sort of routes did converge at some points. And this highlighted three specific types of zones in the station that were heavily sort of excluding people. One being platforms, two being escalators, that's right before and after the escalators, and three being crossover zones, which were areas that were allowing people to move from one platform to another. And at these three different points, there was heightened exclusion and heightened navigational difficulty due to a multitude of factors. And a lot of it depended on system around them, but also their experience of the system. So I decided to culminate all of these insights into a guidebook that has now been produced. It is just a set of guidelines that have been devised by understanding navigation from an identity perspective primarily. These were, the guidebook consists of some design principles that have been revised or adapted for this context to inform how metro stations, interchange stations specifically in Bangalore, should be designed. It also focuses on reorganizing conflict zones, not only in terms of redesigning signage particularly, but also spatial or placement of signages or confirmation cues and things like that, and speaks about practices that have been that are prevalent in the current station that should be avoided, both in relation to signage, spatial orientation, the movement patterns, etc. So this comprises the guidebook that was created. And here I'm just going to also talk about another classmate of mine, and this work goes hand in hand with hers as well, which is an individual study on its own. And it primarily works on the principle of designing for the extremes, which means that if we design for the extremes, it is most likely to work on most users on the spectrum and would potentially include more people and hopefully increase the ridership of the station. One was this guide book that addresses system-level design recommendations to BMRCL, which is the metro authorities in Bangalore, for recommendations for the upcoming interchange stations. And her book also focused on building a digital navigation app to assist commuters, as she focused a study on women, and the needs were very different. And it focuses on addressing the problem today. So these two hand in hand need to go together to make sure that the stations are inclusive and the wayfinding system is usable and inclusive for all the commuters using the space. Yes, and this is the study until now, and this is where we are at. Thank you so much. I'm going to just stop sharing so I can see the
Thank you very much.
Presentation.
Also, very interesting topic. Personally, I've traveled in Bangalore by underground. I also transferred in Majestic, and that's a super jungle. So that's my experience. I can approve it. Anyway, so questions, please. I will start in the audience, and then we'll check MS Teams. So yes, Martin.
I have a question regarding the ridership. You mentioned it's lower than 1 million, even though the city is more than 10 millions. But since the reach of the two lines now existing is limited, is it actually a good number or not? Because like when I look at the map, I like don't know if like around the lines there's like, I don't know, 5 million people or just 1.5, and then in that case 1 million ridership is actually a good number.
Yeah, I think this can be, so this was analysis done by the Metro Rail Corporation themselves, where they looked at how people commute in the parts of the city that the metro lines also existed. So the 950,000 or closer to 1 million number is on certain days, but the average ridership is still around 700,000, which is still lower for the most. So the metro stations right now are the most populated parts of the city, which is still lower for those parts of the city. And there has been like a study done by the Bangalore Metro Rail Corporations where a lot of people still commute for their day-to-day activities by road as opposed to metros, which are faster. And Bangalore is notorious for its traffic and road traffic especially. But despite that, a lot of people, especially people from certain groups, prefer to travel by road as opposed to public transit. So, or as opposed to metros. So that was why they approached us and wanted to partner with us also.
Presentation.
Thank you. Right. So other questions here for Bangalore Metro's wayfinding? Yes, sir.
So,
Presentation.
so hi, Sahana. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I really appreciate the work that you have done. It was such a, a good work which was near of the hour, and I really appreciate how fast you did that in your bachelor's, with the short, you said 3 months, right? That and the output that you have, came with is really commendable, I would say. And so this is rather not, maybe not question, but just comments. Did you, so it's about the data collection that you have done. So you said you have also taken intersectionality as an important concept here. So, so you just presented 2 cases of one elderly man and middle-aged woman, I would say, with a child. Yeah. So in terms of intersectionality, what other factors that you've considered? Is it only in terms of identity that you mentioned, as you mentioned, or did you consider other factors? Okay, that's a question. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah. That's my question. First question. And second question is about the ethical consideration. I know, I totally understand it's an undergraduate project and it's done within short period, and you also have partnership with the Metro Rail. But in terms of your data collection methods that you have used, you said shadowing, and you also did some push. I'm not very clear about that part of your work. So did you accommodate the ethical considerations? Yeah.
Presentation.
That's all for now. Okay, but yeah, thank you.
Presentation.
Thank you so much for your question. Yes, so about the first one, about intersectionality, I primarily, went through the theory to understand what it comprised of, but for the context of this study, I primarily looked at it from an identity perspective because I wanted to focus on how that was affecting navigation per se here. Yes, I think to dive deeper, I'm sure there are other aspects that can also be considered and would add further nuances to the to people's experience of the space. But it sort of naturally kind of came up. And as I was investigating the space, realized that there were very stark differences that came out because of people's identities. And it mainly talks about how compounded identities would really impact how everyone experiences the space. And I decided to look at that from that point of view and see how that could probably come, how that was factoring into the navigation here and whether it was at all. So yes, I looked at it from that point of view, but that's a very great point. I'm sure that can also be something that can be considered further. And the second one about the ethical considerations, yes. So after the first round of sort of participatory research and beginning to understand that, I realized that a lot of this was not being, people weren't able to articulate it, which is why it sort of adapted into these methods where we had to understand navigational patterns. But yeah, a lot of it to make sure that I wasn't intruding in other people's space or sort of crossing any ethical lines. There were a lot of this were assisted walks where I was probably helping them carry something or just walk around the space. And I tried to make it as natural as possible to get a good sense of how they were navigating while also making sure to not cross any ethical lines. And they were informed about the study as well and what I was trying to achieve as well post that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's sort of how I did I kind of adapted the walks depending on the context, as that sort of posed to be one of the challenges in the metro station, considering it was a bustling site. Yeah, Lakshmi.
Yeah, I think perfect. Thank you. That was a great. I just want to clarify something about the first bit about intersectionality. I think she's answered the second question. I think just the first bit, because the two projects that were presented where Sahana chose senior citizens and the other student chose women in public transport stations. So after using intersectionality to understand experiences of different people. So like I think Sahana also mentioned she looked at cognitive experience and spatial experience, and space is a catalyst as well for exclusions. So I think she also mentioned in her talk where they had decided to look at extreme users who had intersectional identity. So Sahana chose to look at senior citizens and senior citizens with different types of intersectional identities, and Danica chose women and women with different types of intersectional identities because they were the most excluded. And they decided that it would make sense to focus on them. But the study overall was focused on the wayfinding system itself, looking at space, looking at other factors. But this was just a method. I think that we also had a conversation and discussed this was the best way to go, because rarely wayfinding is ever spoken from the lens of identity. It always considers, in most wayfinding literature, all users are almost considered homogeneous, even if they are catered towards particular groups of people. Again, that group of people, so be it gender or be it with respect to age, children or senior citizens, they're always considered, it's almost like they're considered to be a homogeneous group. But to also identify whether there are distinctions and experiences within groups of women, within groups of senior citizens, I think that was the approach. I think Sahana said it, but I'm just clarifying. Sorry.
No, yeah, thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, great. We have 5 more minutes. So I think, MS Teams, there are no questions at the moment. So are there any more questions at the audience, or will we go for a brief break? Yes, sure, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I'm asking one more question. So my name is Fatima. I'm sorry, I forgot to share my name. Since you don't see me on the screen.
You can stand there.
It's okay. So yeah. So this is again just a clarification or maybe a question. So did you find, is there a reason why you chose an interchange station as such at the Majestic? I know that Majestic it's like a multi-model hub, I would say. There are other modes. And is there a reason why you wanted to choose that one? Do you think that you would have got different results for some other station? And also, yeah, what are your findings about how the navigation systems work for new user and experienced user? So if you could explain a little bit, would be Yeah, thank you.
Presentation.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. That's actually one of the earlier things I was considering. So, the primary reason for choosing the interchange station was, first, it proved to be a very interesting case study. It was one of the only ones. It was the only one in the metro line. So, I figured that, and because of the nature of the interchange station, where you have to move within the station as well as sometimes outside, considering it's a multimodal space and there is a bus stop and other sort of modes of transport connected to it. I realized that there would be very different types of interactions that would be present in the space in terms of, and there's different types of navigation that needed to also occur there. So as at that point, it felt like a good space to start to just understand what was sort of happening in the space. But as the study sort of progressed, it also started catering to the and like Lakshmi had mentioned, we had partnered with the metro authorities. So and there were a lot more interchange stations coming up in the space, and it felt like any findings that came out here could very well inform other interchange stations that would come. And since this would be the only one that could generate such insights, that's the reason that I chose this. And it was an interesting point to study navigation, as there are different types of navigation, not just, and the navigation could have been more complex as well, considering you have to move between lines. And the interchange stations that are coming up might have interchange between 2 or 3 lines. So all these findings could really inform the design of those as well. And I'm missing the second question. I think you asked.
Difference between new users and experienced users.
Presentation.
Yes. Yeah. So it was interesting. I mean, I think the navigation per se in the wayfinding system that exists there was incredibly difficult for new users. So first-time users, the complexity of that is that not only can they not know the space, they don't know areas of the space, so they don't know directions of these lines, they don't understand sometimes like where these lines are going. They also, a lot of them had language issues. So the experience was extremely different back then. So there were a lot of findings about how they were sort of relying on station guards a lot more than they were on people, because first, they weren't able to communicate with people because of language barriers. Second, they didn't know if people would kind of give them the right direction. So there were, and there was not as many station guards present. So there was a lot of barriers when it came to that for first-time commuters. And once that had sort of been there in the system for a while, had found methods of adapting to it. I mean, they were still facing difficulties, but they had found different methods to adapt to it. Younger users were gravitating to writing down things on their notes app, or like having different technological sort of things they could rely on. And that's where my basis of citizens didn't have that as well. And people tried to travel in groups to make sure that they didn't experience this. So there were a lot of things of this nature that came out between first-time users and people who had been used in the space.
Thank you.
Yes, and last question from Jakub.
But yeah, thank you. It's really inspiring the research, and I have a lot of questions. But one, you kind of interrogate the people about what devices they are using, whether maps or signs and the audio information. I wonder how much does it work with the because some strategies can be like that. I'm going to a very difficult navigational situation, so maybe I'm searching for some exploded maps that will help me to understand 3D interaction relations between different platforms, and then I build up some kind of mental picture of that, and then I go into the terrain and try to navigate. Or maybe there are some other people who are just jumping into the water, and they try to swim. And then they start from some point, and then they try to search for their way. So how you working with that kind of strategies? Do you check it in but when you ask people first, do you check for other strategies?
Yeah, so that's very interesting. But I think this the work I mentioned of my friend, actually, she did something that's very related to this. But how I tackled that was to understand what they were relying on. I used activities. And now these activities, I use symbols, I use pictures, I use imagery, I use words, I use cues. So these also started giving me clues on what people were most comfortable with when it came to, what kind of cue they needed. Do they need an image of the space to orient themselves? Do they need directions to the space? Do they need something that's audio visual, just auditory? So this sort of came out through the activities. I didn't necessarily ask people exactly what they're using. So as I got this understanding, I began to understand patterns of how senior citizens sort of needed very they need personalized sort of interactions to know, like, oh, take a left from what you see ahead, versus younger people were very used to sort of quick directions, maybe just names of like points they had to reach. And as I did the interviews after the mapping, I was able to also understand what they were relying on. So some users, they kind of showed me what they were relying on. But it was interesting. I think a lot of people did gravitate towards having visuals of the space exactly, because just having names of lines and names of platforms wasn't effective, since the navigation system was not effective. So even if they had that, they didn't know how to reach it. But yeah, I used the activities to get a sense of that by using different types of stimulus, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you. Hannah, Lakshmi, thank you very much for your contribution. And now we will have a 15-minute breaks. Okay, once again, we're after the break, so welcome back, and Araf, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Araf Türkan. I'm a PhD student and also research assistant at Yıldız Technical University. This research is kind of base for my problem definition of my PhD. I'm pretty early phase of my PhD, so we are still trying to find the problem. And today I would,
Presentation.
Oh, it's happened before.
Okay.
But it was working when I tried, like when I tested, like a few minutes ago, it was working. So I don't know where is that?
Presentation.
Yes, you're the most experienced.
Same problems. I
Yes.
was taking the.
Oh,
But I don't know how to go back. But
I know it's working. Yeah, like now it's working. Like
it's not working.
that's magic. Okay, sorry.
Okay, before here's the outline of the presentation. First, I will give a brief overview about general literature. Then I try to also summarize what's happening in terms of walkability issues in Turkey. And after that, I will focus on the Turkey-based research. Aim of this paper is explore current state and trends in urban walkability in research Turkey. By examining these studies, we using Web of Science database to focus on identifying themes, key themes, keywords, gap in this research, and future research trends. Accordingly, we have two main research questions. First one is, what are the emerging trends in urban walkability studies in Turkey? What are the subtopics and commonly used parameters in the studies? And what are the areas are overstudied? And what is the neglected size of walking-related studies in Turkey? In our methodology, we aim to keep the keyword selection broad to capture all Turkey-based pedestrian studies. And after searching with several keywords like walkability, walking behavior, pedestrian movement, and pedestrian mobility, I found 72 articles. But after eliminating these articles according to their non-accessible full text or non-Turkey-based content or out of content, when we looking from the text of urban planning, we get the final number of 39 papers, and we try to examine them through the parameters that you can see right side of the screen. Mainly, we try to categorize them according to three main categories based on their accumulations. These three categories: walking assessment, walking behavior and its relation with X, and the pedestrian-centric studies. And we try to document these cases according to their methodologies, technological aspect, walkability-related variables. Then we try to come to a conclusion.
Presentation.
So briefly, we all know that since 1960s, the importance of pedestrian-oriented studies and public space is rising in terms of planning literature, and especially during 90s with the new urbanism movement, we have concepts like walkable neighborhood, and we try to create kind of self-sufficient neighborhood systems with these movements. And in this context, also in general, planning literature, pedestrian behavior and urban space-based studies are becoming more and more popular. And especially with the techniques such as GIS and space syntax, professionals are trying to figure out what's the relationship between spatial and social and pedestrian behavior. Sorry, I'm coming a little bit nervous. I'm not making that much presentation in general. So in terms of Turkey, actually, we have a kind of a lack of interest about walkability studies since 90s, because also we don't have that much car ownership and we don't have that much compact problems in the urban metropolitan area since that times. But after that times, especially in Istanbul and Ankara and Izmir, our metropolitan cities have lots of problems because of unplanned situations. So in that manner, during 90s, we see first attempts about researching walkability studies in master theses, and also we see some pedestrian and sidewalk regulations arranged by the national governance. And during 2000, we have attempts and suggestions from the development plans to make it urban place more accessible and pedestrian friendly, especially disadvantaged group and the elderly people, but most of them stay stuck as a kind of suggestions because they're implementing them based on municipal efforts, and there is no perfect or there's no even control system in that manner around 2000. But 2010s, we have some national campaigns boost to the walkable neighborhoods and healthy transportation and active transportation. During 2020s, we come to the sustainable mobility plans on the agenda, which are becoming more and more popular, and several cities are trying to create this plan now, but still we have just one plan already completed, which is Istanbul.
Presentation.
And so briefly, in general, we have several tools and methodologies in walkability studies, especially lately, we have several technological tools that we can that help us to handle with comprehensive data sets or big data, or try to understand pedestrian perceptions from, for example, Google Street Views. And so in general, we can say these tools also help professionals to analyze walking space and people's walking behavior. In terms of research production in Turkey, we observed that we have some peak points, 2018 and 2023 are there. And when we check the WOS database, most of the tables are, of course, in English, as I expected. But when we check these researches, methods like space syntax and GIS stand out prominently, and walkability is often explored in relation to topics such as accessibility and street network configuration. And when we see the geographical distribution of these cases, as parallel to the metropolitan areas, we see Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir come to fore. But it's not possible to say these are comprehensive city-scale walk score analyses. They are mostly fragmented, and they have different parameters to evaluate walkability. And we have some specific neighborhoods they are overstudied in Istanbul and Ankara.
Presentation.
In this Sankey diagram, you can see scale, subtopics, and context of the studies analyzed. As you can see, studies are predominantly conducted at street scale and neighborhood scale. We have only 2 studies carried out the city scale.
Presentation.
And we see also the relationship of these 3 cumulative categories with their sub-categories, which are these contexts are the main focus of these research papers. In terms of vulnerability assessment studies, vulnerability assessment uses multi-parameter approaches to evaluate score and vulnerability in specific areas. It often employs GIS and space syntax analysis to focus on built environment factors such as street network, accessibility, spatial features such as urban design elements. And also vulnerability assessments can include some perceptual approaches such as to help us understand perceived vulnerability and perceived distance and other built element factors that
Presentation.
like the in the Maria's presentation, she also mentioned that objective and subjective parameters of vulnerability can differ. For example, we are considering the shortest distance, and when we are comparing with this route experience, they can be totally different. So we have some vulnerability assessments just based on the perceptual parameters and understanding of people and how they walk and how they experience the city. So scoring around according to their perceptions rather than objective parameters of the screen.
Presentation.
And also we have some perceived vulnerability assessment. During this perceived vulnerability assessment, we tend to examine spatial elements more narrowly and often rely on surveys and interviews as their primary methods, and they focus on perceived mechanisms of the spatial elements, especially they are focused on the urban design elements of the from perspective of the users. And we have only 3 integrated studies. And when we check these studies, we see they are adopting multiple methods, including observation, spatial analysis, and they also have direct engagement with the users.
Presentation.
In terms of walking behavior and its relation with X category, as we all know that walking behavior in urban context is complex and influenced by various factors. These factors can be age, accessibility, and proximity amenities. So this category includes studies examining how different demographic groups engage with urban space, or how factors like access to the green space, neighborhood design, or life satisfaction, and how this kind of factors affecting our walking behavior. So this is a kind of more narrow category. Aim of this category is not creating a kind of a whole walking score or quantifying walking experience, but they're focused on specific area and its relation with walking.
Presentation.
And in this category, we see several age-based approaches, and these studies mostly focus on, we have 4 studies, 2 of them focus on how the children's behavior change depends on their environment and what the active travel of the children to the primary school. And the other 2 papers focus on the access to activity spaces like art centers and accumulation of these kind of facilities, how can create a kind of social co-presence in the urban space.
Presentation.
In the proximity-based approaches, access to green space issues come to the fore, and
Presentation.
sorry, it's my mistake. In proximity-based approaches, you can see accessibility to park and green spaces come to fore, and also accessibility to activities such as art centers come to the fore. To correct my mistake, age-based approaches first consider child-based approaches, and second is elderly life satisfaction. And also, we have some health-based approaches. They are also conducted parallel to this national campaign. At least they are mentioning from it, and they are considering walking more kind of a physical activity rather than a transport behavior. And we have some other approaches focused on, such as thermal comfort, and simulate how can pedestrians walk in some specific urban spaces. In terms of pedestrian-oriented studies, these studies are studies accumulate around pedestrian observation and try to reveal their individual experience and how they behave in, for example, crossroads or overpasses. So we have two main categories. First category is the pedestrian safety issues, which also include the traffic safety issues. And these studies are considering like observing pedestrian and counting them. And most of these studies, we see video-based analysis and try to understand, especially Turkish pedestrians we have so many illegal crossing in urban space, and they try to understand the general behavior in some certain circumstances, such as if we put here some overpass and pedestrian bridge, it will work out or not, and etc. And the other category is pedestrian movement and activities. In this category, researchers try to reveal that how the pedestrian flows and their accumulations and their, like the seeing, walking, and other behaviors affect the urban space, and what kind of relations they have with the, for example, building facade and some land uses and etc. Also, these categories are commonly used observation and video-based analysis. When we check the methodologies, we also the observation and statistical analysis come to the fore. In terms of spatial analysis, I divide the spatial analysis with GIS analysis to second category, because these spatial analysis, more basic analysis, they are not overlap with each other, and they are not actually quantifying the how walking space affect the people, but the GIS analyses are more advanced spatial analysis in terms of the review paper, let's say. And when we check the status of these studies that we reviewed, we have 24 funding status of studies, and only one of these studies has actually an international fund. So it's a kind of a general problem in Turkey. Most of the researchers have lack of access to these data and also funding opportunities. Also, when we check the data sources of our studies, we see most of them are collected by the researcher directly. Only we have one research that's collected with international project and open access, and we have used several open data usage. Even the reaching to municipal data is a pretty hard work. As you can see, only we have 6 papers that use these municipal data. And the commercial room and Turkish statistical agency we have, but also in this agency, transparency of the indexes are not well explained, and we have also some problems about their accuracy. For example, most of the time their indexes and data are not matched with the researchers' finding, and they can be create a contrastation in the researchers in that manner. In general, we see that the walkability interest in Turkey also is growing in terms of research area, but we see neighborhood level and statistical studies are mostly, and most of the studies focus on built environments and how they impact on walking. And also we are seeing that pedestrian movement studies are shifting to the more broader subjects like walking behavior and health and sustainable urban mobility issues and urban quality life issues. but we still have lack of comprehensive citywide walkability score, which I think it's an important keystone to support sustainable urban mobility plans trends in Turkey. And methodologically, we see that these researchers following the international literature far behind, because even the video-based data sets and video-based analysis are conducted in manually. We don't use that much detection system, or we are not using that much technological tools such as machine learning or street view imagery to detect or share this data openly in this research, which is, I think it's really lack of our academia in Turkey. In terms of future studies, maybe we should focus on creating citywide walkability score for Turkish cities and combine perceptual and built environment factors, because we have very limited integrated study in that manner. And if we try to create these sustainable urban mobility plans and we try to improve walkability in our cities, we have a unified framework to improve and understand real-time situations. Thank you for listening. Hope I fit the time somehow. And thanks for hearing this.
Fine. Thank you very much. That was very, very exhausting. Like lots of literature there. Yes. So I'm opening questions. Arnie.
Yeah, thanks very much for that comprehensive overview. Based on your literature review, what would you say, what are the main challenges for walkability in Turkish cities? Because walkability is such a wide field, and I think depending on the geographical or cultural context, the challenges differ a lot.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, during my PhD research, and I think it has to be evaluated in local manner. So maybe we try to put a unified framework, but we have to be flexible to understand local parameters, and this unified framework allow us to put these local parameters with different weights. For example, in the review of the research, I saw they're considering all the parameters in the same level, but they have only 2 research using this criteria analysis with analytical hierarchy process, etc. So I think its main challenge is just all the researchers pretty individual, and they're not matching with this aim of the municipal manner. They're not matching with the local problems. They're just academical research and mostly staying on the shelf. Actually, even the funding research, we have only one international funded research, and rest of them is funded by universities. Not there's no cooperation between the municipality and civil society. And for example, I have nothing to mention about the participatory mobility processes in this research. But when we check the international literature, it's everywhere is about this actually. So we still have this top-down approach, even the research base. But even the municipality in that hat, academia at least have to show a role in that manner, and we are still even not there, I think, in terms of walkability. Yeah, of course, we are talking about participation in some other issues, but for the mobility planning, we are not there yet, even for the academia. I think it's a pretty big challenge for us.
Presentation. You and then you.
Okay, so it's just so share because thank you for to me it's very impressive because I'm also doing a systematic literature review, and if you're doing something right, I'm probably not doing everything wrong. And I wanted to ask how you choose the categories of how you categorize according to what you sort things, because this is also something I don't know exactly what to do.
Actually, when first I try to go from the keywords of the researches, then I try to evaluate abstract, then I create a kind of a systematic and try to kind of give them broader name to cover all the phenomena inside of them. Still, as you can see, I have a category of other for the in the walking behavior and X category. But when I check the papers, I realized that some of them looking to really scoring and understanding walking experience and walkability. Doesn't matter it's built environment or perceived manner, but they try to score walkability for the city or the neighborhood as a more spatially defined way. And when I checked some other papers, a group is focusing on walkability and is try to understand its relation with the specific factors like the age or proximity. So they are not looking walkability in that much comprehensive way. They are not using that much parameters to understand what's the walkability dynamics of the area. And in the third category is actually the
Presentation.
Maybe most well-defined category because they're specifically looking for the pedestrians. They're interesting with the spatial dynamics, but they're always looking for the eyes of the pedestrians. They're following pedestrians. They're just recording their experience. So I categorize according to these dynamics. Maybe I am also thinking because I'm also trying to add some new databases to make a more distinct problem definition. I think maybe machine learning methods could be work to accumulate this one. So I will see the accumulation which I made manually not match with that one, or what kind of broader name could be given to these categories.
Presentation.
Maybe also you can give me some suggestion about how I can work.
We'll brainstorm about it.
We'll definitely have time to socialize on lunch break and then on the conference dinner. So you can have a chat later about it, definitely. So we'll move from Ilya to Egor. And you wanted to have a question, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's
It's just a very short one. The notion of top-down type of relationship researchers and someone else. I'm curious about the empirical examples of cases, maybe in Istanbul or somewhere else, when the outcomes of a specific research on walkability were used for the specific urban design project. Do you have any examples of it?
Yeah, actually, we have some. I think we have a research like Müge Akkar. It's creating micro-scale walkability assessments for Mersin, more smaller city. But actually, it's the main problem of us. They are not cooperating with the municipalities, as I said. So there is no direct research output to we can use as an input to implement something in spatially, because they're just individual projects and researches, and they're not matching with the municipal strategies, or they're not funding from municipalities, even the civil cooperation or NGOs, and so they're just swinging, let's say. But for this, I can say that some of the, I know, for example, Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality has some implementation about the walkability and create some walking campaigns. And once they work with the Mimar Sinan University to create this participatory project. But for example, for this campaign, has no research on international databases. It's an implementation. It's maybe count as a successful implementation in terms of Turkey and Istanbul in general, but there's no research outcome. So we can say that these institutions and academy are not crossing so often. Maybe we can discuss some specific project that implemented by municipality and have some success. but there is no reflection on the academy. Even the academic projects have some ideas and strategies about the walkability in some area, has no impact on these strategies.
Presentation.
So much.
I have to say that's very similar in Prague. We have a big project of legible Prague, walkable Prague, and yes, we can talk about it later. Never mind. Thank you very much. And now it's time to move for our online presenters, and it's Umania and Asifa. Is it correct? Hello?
Yes.
We don't hear you. Yes, we hear you. Great.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing great. At this year's PCD conference, we are gathered to explore how urban design, transport, and safety intersect to create cities that are accessible, resilient, and inclusive. So, under the umbrella of this theme, our research focuses on enhancing safety and accessibilities at Karachi's bus stop, addressing the critical need for safe, accessible public spaces within our transit system. So I am architect Humaira Nazir, working as an assistant professor in the Department of Architecture and Environmental Design at Sir Syed University, Karachi, Pakistan. And also I am a research fellow at Aga Khan University, Karachi. First, I would like to say thanks to all of you for giving us opportunity to present our work at the conference. And now I want to introduce my co-author, Dr. Asfa Iqbal. Asfa, over to you.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present. And I am Asifa Iqbal, and I am working in a Swedish university in Gävle. And I am also an architect and urban planner, and working in a Department of Urban Planning and teaching in spatial planning programs. This is a joint venture with the Humaira, and we work mostly with the urban safety questions since long. So here I am giving you a scenario. You are walking late from somewhere, some event, and come across such kind of a street. And you have to imagine that place and enter here alone. How does you feel, you know? Think about any other space, you know, like how do you feel here? Because you have to stop here and you have to take the bus, definitely. Another scenario, you know, it is crowded here. And if you think about, you know, like from your previous scenario, it seems a little bit different. But do you think more at risk when you are surrounded with the crowd, or do you feel more vulnerable when you are alone? That is the question. So the answer is not easy, definitely. We all understand, because you might be having a higher risk of different types of crimes, and that can be different in this situation, like when you are with a crowd, and it can be different when you are alone. So yeah, there are so many differences in that. Many big cities today are facing a number of challenges, and where there is an increased sense of safety issues, and it's becoming a big problem in cities. So there is a need to plan for places that are safe, and we can say like where you feel safe. And now the question comes like what safety is. And safety is about the risk, like something bad can happen to you or your loved ones. And for instance, being victimized by some certain type of crime, or getting into a accident or some kind of a crash, etc. Like this is kind of objective dimension. But there is another dimension of safety, which is like subjective and related to your emotions and your feeling that gives to a person or a place or any situation, you can say. So you can feel like that this place is a safe place, or you can get a vibe of it, like it seems safe for me, or everything available around that place basically you're like adds up to and gives you that feeling of safe or unsafe. So it has like the social factor, how many people are around you. It has the temporal factor, like which time of the day you are, and how that place is formed, you know, like the physical structural element of that urban environment, that all, you know, like top up in your feeling of safety. So there are several researchers who are working on these issues. For instance, all of these mentioned here. I don't go through all of them, but just wanted to say that like feeling of safety is subjective, and some groups feel more insecure or more unsafe than others. For instance, we have heard in the beginning, women feel, like less safe than men, and older women are maybe more vulnerable than young. So your socioeconomic background, your safety perceptions all matters here, like in order to use public areas, public spaces, public transport, and also, like it affect your, like usage. That is important to understand. And to understand the dynamics of these urban safety issues, researchers have been using various methods, like it includes crime mapping, it includes mental mapping, walkthrough in urban environments, like you would go and walk in the city or spaces. And there are so many new different technologies, for example, Google Street Maps and virtual reality, like 3D. But we are doing here using the site inspection through environmental crime prevention through environmental design. And that is an important way of observing the environment. And we will be explaining this in our next slides. So according to this crime prevention through environmental design theory, physical environment can be helpful in discouraging crime, and CEPTED, which is like this whole rubric, you know that, helps to block the opportunities for committing crime. And it is a researcher named Ray Jaffrey. He basically argued in his book, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, that the urban environment can limit the number of suitable targets through well-maintained and controlled physical design, and thus it can discourage crime. And it has several principles, and we have used these methods to investigate urban safety in several spaces. What are these principles? I can go one by one. So we all know the famous quote from Jane Jacob, like about eyes on the streets, and how you place your buildings and how you place your, like spaces has an impact on what happens on the street. And it also, like the design and placement of physical features is, like you can use that to maximize visibility and surveillance. The second principle is called like target hardening, and this is basically about like ownership, making place difficult for the offenders to commit crime, and so it gives you a sense of feeling safe to the others. Like there are so many different ways to do that. You install some kind of barriers to give this feeling, and the next is access control, and that is like the placement of doors, fences, etc. Like basically it's about to control like who is coming in the area and who is going out of the place. So the placement of doors, fences, and shrubs, for example, and other physical elements to keep unauthorized people out of the place. And this can be achieved by, like so many ways. And the next is called activity support, and that is basically about also ownership, I would say, because you are giving community engagement. So you are giving opportunity to people to gather and show how you are in charge of this area and you are taking care of it. And this is the last principle, which is called like maintenance or image of the area. And that is, like the area is, if the area is well maintained and it's giving the impression that people are caring about this and they are, like connected to this space, that is very important, because if it is not maintained, then like it is more likely that the unwanted activities will be happening here. Here another important theory, which is broken window theory. Maybe you have heard, many of you. That is very important to understand, like if there is something unmaintained, so that gives a warning or clue or sign to the people who are not really like committing crime, or they are committing crime. They will be like, okay, nobody is in charge here, so maybe we can do something here. So on the basis of this theoretical framework, our study aims to investigate the interplay between safety, urban design, and public infrastructure in Karachi, Pakistan. So this aim is achieved by, two objectives. First, by identifying key design elements of bus stops that contributes to the commuters' safety or insafety across, various socioeconomic areas in Karachi. And secondly, to analyze how applying crime prevention through environmental design principles can enhance safety and security. Over to you, Humaira. Your mic is off, Humaira.
Sorry. Okay. In this slide, I will present the case of Karachi, which is Pakistan's largest city and its economic powerhouse. As you can see in the map, it is located in the province of Sindh on the Arabian Sea coast. It is also world's sixth largest metropolitan city, but unfortunately, it experiences rapid urbanization. Due to this rapid urbanization, one of the main issues is that the number of vehicles on the road is also increasing. However, despite the increasing number of vehicles like minibuses, rickshaws, taxis, and other transport, unfortunately, the city's public transport sector is in disorder due to inadequate infrastructure, such as there is a lack of properly designed bus terminal, bus stops, and facilities for the commuters. And commuters are forced to actually wait for the buses on the main roads that create chaos as well. On the other hand, 40 to 50% Karachi's population is using public and shared transport. As we all know, bus stops are an essential element of transport system and remain vibrant throughout the time. You can see all sorts of people and activities at the bus stops. Despite the need for and importance of bus stops, they are often poorly integrated or neglected, more specifically in the cities of Karachi's urban development and planning. They are not given any kind of attention to make them an accessible and safe public gathering space in the planning of urban development. Next slide, please. So the methodology of this research consists of a case study approach and a qualitative analysis. And 3 areas of different socioeconomic zones have been selected for this purpose. In each area, we have selected 4 bus stops, and a total of 12 in numbers are selected. Further, the separate checklist, which already Asfa has discussed in detail, we use that to assess the safety and accessibility at the bus stops. This methodology involved in-field inspection to gather data on the current state of bus stops as well. Selected bus stops across 3 socioeconomic zones, high, middle, and low-income areas, offer a variety of Karachi's diverse urban landscape and transit needs. The first area is Kasas. As you can see on the map, we have mentioned it on the map with 4 selected bus stops. And the second is Gulshan Iqbal area, which comes under middle and commercial zone. And the third is Korangi, which is located in the Korangi district. It is one of the most populated area among the other 2. Next slide, please. So before discussing the bus stop and the issue in each area, let me explain you the basic design and common element of bus stops that we usually observe around the globe as well as in Karachi city. Most bus stops have either a shelter to protect the passenger from the weather. This is often a small kind of structure with a roof and partial walls made sometimes with glass, metals, and other material, and with benches and seating as well. Now coming back to the slide, the area which is mentioned on the screen is Kasas with 4 bus stops. These bus stops have proper roof and sitting space. However, because this is a high income area, so most of the people rely on their own buses and prefer to use their own vehicles rather than using public bus stops. There are a number of people who were actually waiting for the bus, but we didn't capture their pictures due to privacy issues. However, these bus stops are usually not being used by many public. So this is the reason these are being used for other purposes like setting up a nursery or placing construction material nearby, as you can see in the picture number 4 and picture number 1 as well. And now we are moving toward the next slide, that is Gulshan Iqbal area. And now, okay, in Gulshan Iqbal, number of people are using public transport but are not using bus stop to wait for the buses. This is clearly indicated by the pictures because the poor condition of bus stops give them a sense of insecurity and discomfort and distorted body language. The only users came to use these bus stops are either stray dogs or you can say different kind of people who usually are using these for sleeping purposes and other purposes, but these are not being used for the waiting purposes. And this situation forced the computer to wait on the main roads that further leading traffic chaos. This is the situation of the middle income area. You can see there are no seats in picture number 2, as well as at night it also looks very scary. Now moving towards the third and most populated area, that is Korangi. And now, okay, you can see in the Korangi, the pictures clearly depict that these bus stops are also in the poor conditions, lacking basic infrastructure like shelter, seating, and signages, and are also poorly maintained. There are lighting issues, there are actually garbage issues, there are many other issues as well. Despite high usage of the area's dense population, especially during peak hours, the stops are overcrowded. But unfortunately, these are disorganized with informal stopping point, adding to traffic and safety risks. Now moving toward the next slide, and Dr. Asfa will explain you how we studied the safety principles and other activities on these bus stops. Over to you, Asfa.
Yes. So after completing observations in several bus stops in Karachi, is 3 different socioeconomic areas, we have found that in terms of surveillance in high income areas, it has like adequate light is there, but if we see in the evening, they are not well lit. And if we see some of the presence of like physical obstruction, for instance, you see that there are overgrown bushes and advertisement, etc., and that basically blocks the view. And in terms of access control, so there is no defined pathways for pedestrians, and no barriers were observed. And in terms of target hardening, in some like bus stops, there are clear markings and ownership present. There are comfortable seating is available in high income areas as well. And in terms of maintenance, so they are well maintained and with no like visible damage. However, they offer very simple design, and there are not so much aesthetic elements, I would say. And in terms of activity support, so they are mostly isolated and have very few or low facilities. And most importantly, they have low usage outside peak hours, and the people who are not using here, and they are being used actually with other purposes, as Humaira mentioned before. So it's like a nursery here, like the garden behind, you can see that, and then it's used as like a storage space for the construction site. So that is something visible because ownership is not there. And now, when you look at the middle income area bus stops, so they have adequate daylighting, but not well lit in the night, as I said, the same as the earlier bus stops. So mostly we think like about access control. So there are defined pathways, but we observe no barriers here, and they are mostly not well maintained. And some of them have like litter and graffiti, you can see yourself. And there are other problems also you can notice, which gives you a sense of nobody's in charge here. And even though this area has a lot of pedestrians who wait for buses here, it is still, like some of the bus stops are not really well maintained, and they are close to, like commercial area and businesses, etc. And they have mostly very busy in both peak hours and non-peak hours. And now the third one, low income area bus stops. So if you look here, so important part is there are defined spaces, but they are not well lit and not well maintained as well. And they have high activity in terms of commuters waiting, and they are almost similar to the middle income areas. So, if you look at these all of 3 different socioeconomic areas bus stops, so they have, some of the features in terms of crime prevention through environmental design principles. So they are following some of them, but not all of them. And besides that, like whatever is present there or not present there, the problem is nobody is in charge here. Yeah, so in the end, Humaira, would you like to continue? Yeah. And now, microphone, please. And
And now, okay, after looking all these things and inspecting the bus stops according to the principle on SEPTED, it is clearly indicated that the bus stop conditions in all areas are very poor. In the high income areas, bus stops are well designed, but unfortunately, according to the accepted principles, they are not accessible due to some other kind of usage, as well as there are no any kind of lights, etc. at night. So the sense of security and accessibility is still missing in all these three areas. So it is very important in case of Karachi to enhance the physical feature of bus stops, including shelter, lighting, and seating, to reduce crime and enhance comfort of the users. Because there are a lot of people who wants to use the buses and all these things, but unfortunately, due to this poor infrastructure, people usually try to avoid use this kind of buses. Secondly, there is a need to implement regular maintenance schedule to ensure cleanliness and safety. Though there is staff assigned to do all these kind of activities, but the people in these areas are usually don't pay attention to do all these kind of things. Lighting should be improved. Well-lit bus stops improve visibility and reduce the fear of crime. There is no any single bus stop which is installed which has CCTV cameras, so there is a need to install CCTV cameras which enhance surveillance at the bus stops. There should be barriers which clearly indicate that this is the area of the bus stops to control pedestrian access to reduce any kind of hazards. Regular maintenance is an important part that I have already mentioned. So in terms of policy recommendation, we recommend that there should be policies which needs to be developed, focusing on safety perception and crime prevention through environmental design, utilizing separate principles. And there is a need to invest infrastructure, especially in the middle and low income areas. And strategic placement of bus stops is also another important factor. We should be near active commercial areas to improve the natural surveillance, as well as it will give you a sense of security and safety as well.
Yeah, so at the end, like I just wanted to say that, like in general, they are very isolated closures sometimes, like and nobody want to stand there, even if it's a daytime or it's a nighttime, and like the infrastructure that is available is not very comfortable, and there are barriers. For example, like advertisement boards, etc. They are like creating barrier and that giving a unsafe feeling to the people. So this is basically a project we started, and these results are from the first phase, and we are working on the second phase where we are involving the users to understand what they want. And according to our observations results, like we have to improve all of these situations, but mainly the ownership control is missing from here, from the government and from the institutions. They are in charge of this, and by focusing on these principles, most probably we can make them more like safe for the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Very interesting topic. Thank you. Not topping. Thank you. And now is a place for questions. I'm sure there are some. So yes, Egor. The microphone is there, so you can just hear. You can just speak as you want, because it's like you don't need to like move close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I find it really fascinating that you spoke for 20 minutes about stops and didn't even mention transport there. That's why I'm curious about transport service. Is there any difference between different stops in terms of its capacities and how many routes and what kind of transport is used, and etc., etc.? Could you maybe specify a bit more about it?
Yeah, basically in Karachi, it's a very big city. It's so many. The population is quite high, and unfortunately, the problem is the infrastructure is not really maintained due to several reasons, like the political system and also like the financial system. Both are there. So all of these buses and infrastructure is developed by like the private public partnerships, you can say. So it's no regular, control of this thing. That is the main problem. So different routes have different bus stops and buses going on there. We don't have any train systems inside, and there are so many new projects have been announced, but not really, executed. Humaira, do you want to add something here?
Yeah, as per your question, I want to add one thing. The buses that are actually using all these three areas are mini buses, and that are also not in good condition, which already Aspa has shown in slide number 2. These are the kind of buses which are used by all these three areas, in middle as well as in high and the poor and the low middle income areas. These kind of buses are regular for all areas, not specific for a specific area, but these are being used in every areas, and people are actually forced to use these buses because there is no any other kind of option they are available.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a question. I'm not sure. Is it Ashifa? Is right?
Yeah.
Great.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, as being Karachi from my home country, so I have been there in Karachi and have experience, because Karachi is a cosmopolitan city, and I have a question related to that you are doing for middle class, for lower income, and then higher. Till now, have you experienced that the crime rate at lower income bus stops, which you, I guess, selected randomly in lower transit space, what you called it in your bus stops, that the crime rate at lower spaces which you selected is because of the motorbikes, because the crime rate because of motorbikes are high. They came and snatched the things, and at the high income or the high class of our society, in those spaces they restricted the entry of motorbikes.
Thank you so much.
My question is, you experience this thing while doing research in these category, social inequality, is it the reason, like motorbikes are the main reasons that the crime rate at the lower income class bus stops are high?
Thank you so much. Should
Do
I?
you want to add something?
Yeah, I think I should say that, like, it's not the only reason, I would say. Yes, this is one of the reason. I can say that, like, there are so many bus stops and you said, like, if I understood correctly, you said this is only for the lower middle income spaces, but the motorbike snatching is quite common in all of the spaces in Karachi, yes. But we have not really, like, started doing survey with the people. We are working on the survey right now, like, as you said before, but we are not started doing that. So hopefully we will be getting these answers more in detail, like about what they are afraid of and which type of crimes, etc. In these bus stops. People are definitely, I'm not sure about the ban part. Maybe Humaira can answer that.
Okay, as by my observation and my experience, the crime rate is low in lower middle areas, in low income areas rather than the middle income areas. If we observe in all these three areas, then the crime rate is high in the second one area, that is Gulchan Iqbal. The reason is that in Korangi, the roads are small and it's very difficult for the snatcher to actually move through. And in Gulchan, due to wide roads and actually there is no people all around, so it's very easy and very quick for the snatcher to snatch something and then they quickly go off. In terms of crime, we can't say it's minimum in the high income area, and it's not. You can say it's more in the low income areas. Maybe once we will go through all these other kind of surveys, so we can get the clear picture what's going on in all these areas. Hopefully.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Great. So, last question. Yes, Fatima.
Yeah, thank you, Vera, and for the wonderful presentation. My name is Fatima. So my question is just for the clarification. I'm not quite sure what was the motivation behind choosing three different income areas, because you're focusing only on urban design elements and you're focusing only on bus shelters and seeing it through a lens of CPD theory or principle. What was the motivation of that? I'm sorry if I missed that in your presentation, because I see that in the research there is no much difference between the three areas. It's almost pretty same. The issues are pretty same. So, what are the implications of selecting these three different categories, or are there implications in further part of your research? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Whomever would you like to take that?
Okay, the reason for selecting all these three areas is that we want to actually observe if the people or if a person is standing in the high income area with the properly maintained bus stop, and if a person who is standing in low middle income area. So what's the difference between the perception of both people? Because we want to check we want to check the design of the bus stop, and then we want to further investigate how the people perceive in all these areas. So it was very necessary to take different kind of socioeconomic backgrounds so that we can understand, is there any difference among the three groups, or all the people or all the bus stops are actually treating in the same way. That's why we selected three areas. Once we will go further into the details of getting feedback from the people, then we will clearly indicate that what are the differences in selecting these three areas, and this will also strengthen our research in this term, that we can understand either the people in the high income area is facing the same thing, the people who are actually more frequently use the buses rather than the people who are actually daily commuters of the bus stop. So that's what the main reason for selecting these three areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I thought that there was a risen hand, but it disappeared. So I don't know. Yes, it's risen, but I'm afraid we're out of time. So maybe you can just have a chat in the chat, or you can just swap your contacts. But we need to move a bit because we're 8 minutes late. So Ikrama, if you don't mind, we now have to move. And so thank you very much again. And thank you. And now ask Dennis, who is my colleague, PhD, and he will present his initial research. So,
hello everyone. Before of the start of my contribution, I have one question for you, and the question just unfortunately for listeners present here. What means of transport did you use to get to this conference? Please raise your hand who came on foot. Please raise your from home. Yes. Oh, okay. Come on. Okay. Sorry. By bike. Oh, great.
From probably from
yeah. By public transport. Okay. By car.
It was a taxi because I.
Okay.
I didn't.
By other. Okay. So most of you came by public transport, and in this case, I think that my question is spot on. Hello, everybody. My name is Denis Harambidis. I'm PhD student of Czech University of Life Sciences, and the topic of my contribution is theoretical background around 15-minute city, which corresponding with my introductory of PhD student. I have divided my presentation to three parts. Firstly, I will talk about general context because 15-minute city doesn't represent a totally new idea. Then I will talk about general truths corresponding with a basic definition of 15-minute city according researches, papers, keywords, 15-minute city. And last, I will talk about supplementary items. That means what in this concept missing and what matter for a success for implementation. So firstly, general context. As I said, that the 15-minute city concept don't represent a totally new idea, and in the 20th century already models and authors dealings with local facilities in walkable distance. The most common example is, for instance, Perry with neighborhood unit from Czech Republic, Voženilek from Research Institute of Construction and Architecture, and also the Sir Rogers with local facilities models dealing with human densities. All these models thinking with shorter walkable distances than a 15-minute city, around 5 or 10 minutes, and very specify local facilities. Quite a common model to 15-minute city is city of short distances, which is quite similar to model of 15-minute city, and especially quite popular in German-speaking countries. The similar aspect with 15-minute city is definitely starting points to reacting to climate change and return people back to the city from suburbs, and also the main goal, reducing travel time between housing and other basic human needs. Different aspects is more specific maximum length, specific basic needs, and preferred modes of transport, that means the active one, but I will talk later. So, general truth about this concept. Here we can see the basic definition of 15-minute city, which is also very general, and for better understanding and to answer the question if is this model realistic, we must clarify this question, for instance, daily needs and real framework of this topic. After this, the maximum time range 15-minute city, and the transit means to achieve it. So 15-minute city model categorize daily needs into the 6 categories, as we can see, and also the models from 20th century have a more specific idea about local facilities, which we can directly join with these categories. For example, groceries to category food, day nursery and doctor to category health, kindergarten and elementary school to category education, and pubs, community center, public squares to category culture and leisure, and also all these papers spoke also for church. Housing present basically a reference value, and one function is missing, and the function is work. Because the work is the the worst placeable function closer to residential zone, and also is the worst measurable function. A few of example is, for instance, mine at the employment center, from which we can, with this this point measure the work, but for instance, Galoxia and Ventral, but without selecting works types. And also Wolanski mentioned that regardless structure of city Barcelona and well-known superblocks in this city, the people which live there travel to work outside of the neighborhood. As well, Lukáš Makowski was presented last year this topic around work and differences about high-skilled workers and low-speed workers and the differences. So the concrete example of implementation, the thing around impossibility of work in a neighborhood, thinking concrete strategy of city of Singapore, which thinking the longer distances to achieve it, the work from home. So now we can see the function of work is not common realistic in 15 minutes city model. Now we must clarify the value of 15-minute city because within a 15-minute city of walking or 15 minutes or cycling means two options. As we can see on graphical visualization, the 15 minutes by walk is represent circa less than 5 minutes by bike, and in this case we must respect the 15 minutes by walk as maximum time range, because for longer way people generally preferred other means of transport than active one. Also, the 15 minutes on foot is also abstract value, and many authors thinking differs value of average speed. The lowest one which I found is 3.6 value, and the highest 5.15, and is suitable to respect the lowest value, because the basic definition of 15 minutes city speaking for achieve it daily needs for every resident, especially for children's, elderly and disabled people. And now supplementary items about 15 minute city, hypothetical and practical. For hypothetical part, as said, the oldest models thinking about shorter distances of walkable distances of local facilities, and we have already standardized value for all amenities, as we can see here. This slide represents the average standardized value of accessibility of each local facilities. And if we, as we know from before slide this, that as example 900 meters represent the lowest value of viability of 15 minutes city. If we respect the lowest value, in this case it's not possible to achieve for all citizens the basic human needs in the value with which we want. So practical issues we have many, for example, weather, which meant Wilberg fitness score, means Stachio, and also institution environment, which mentioned Shalana, and we know many others. For example, slopes of the roads, etc., etc. For conclusion of this contribution, 15-minute city, we cannot be used as a flat rate because every part of the city have another conditions, and for future research and also for my PhD study will be a question verify the 15-minute city model according walkability access of different parts of the cities, and also different starting conditions of these localities. This is my references directly for the presentation, and that's it. Thank you for attention and thanks out for the question.
Thank you very much. So we have time for questions, and then it will be lunchtime. So 10 minutes. All right. Yes, I got clicks.
Thank you very much. In August, I was at a conference, a geographical conference, and a colleague from Netherlands presented almost on the same topic about 15-minute city.
Okay.
And he showed quite a lot of historical examples of similar concepts invented in 20th century from not New Urbani, but Garden City from the beginning of 20th century. And I asked him a question about the greenwashing of 15-minute city. And I want to ask you the same question. What do you think about it? So during the hundreds of years, planners invented more or less the same concepts about the proximity and amenities and walking distance and how to make it all compact. And there are 20, at least 10, maybe 15 different approaches to it, but it doesn't seem to work. What do you think about it? Maybe, is it like a new, shiny, famous, modern concept that attracts funds, but will not influence the urban milieu in a significant way? What do you think about it?
Can you repeat shortly the question, please?
Is it a greenwashing or not? It seems like it is all about the same. 20 Garden City in the beginning of 20th century till 15-minute city in the beginning of 21st century. It seems that there is no big difference. Why do we need 15-minute city concept?
Yeah.
How to put it on a applied level, let's say.
Okay.
It's still greenwashing.
Okay. 15-minute city is also, if I understand well the question, is important for us for reducing time according to the basic human needs, and for instance, according garden cities, as you mention, this model, I think is not merit to comparing with this, because Garden City speak about maybe the bigger scale of the unit, because Garden City spoke about more cities, but 15-minute city especially spoke about or speak about the part of the city.
So it's not a greenwashing, it's something different.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not, I don't really have a question, but I have an opinion. Because I've been occupied with the 15-minute city as well. And concerning your question, what is it good for, or do we really need the concept? From my point of view, indeed, it isn't really a consistent concept. You couldn't really call it a consistent concept because it is a space of a lot of concepts which were already in the world, and put them together and reassembled them and put a lot of other trends or things that are in the urban planning world, which are very common sense, like we need to promote active transport, need to make cities walkable, we need to promote public transport and so on. And it's just put all this together and mix them under new labels. So from this point of view, from a only scientific or professional perspective, we don't really need that concept because the solutions are already there. But what is the great value of that concept is that it made all those topics which planning, all those challenges which planning is confronted with today, accessible to a wide public. Because when I started studying planning in 2015, 16, something long ago, and would have liked to talk with my friends about, let's talk about the walkable city or the compact city or the city of short distances, nobody would listen. But that term is so catchy, and because it is on a superficial level, it seems so easy. It seems so easy because for most people, it seems like everything you need to know is in the name, 15-minute city, everything reachable in 15 minutes, which isn't actually a 15-minute city. And that's really a great value of that concept because it puts challenges of sustainable urban development on the plate for a very, very wide public and put it in the center of a public discussion, sometimes with horrible outcomes. There are conspiracy theories that the 15-minute city means that we would be locked up in 15-minute radiuses or something. But people who never thought about how we can benefit from density from mixing of users or something, now are discussing urban planning and urban design topics, which never wasted a thought on urban planning before. And I think that's a great benefit from the concept.
That's a very great discussion, and honestly, I also my opinion. I think we can talk about it later, about a beer on a dinner. Anyway, we have Asipa, who's having a question on MS Teams.
Yes, please. I was just thinking about as you know, my background from Pakistan, but I'm living in Sweden. So I have been, thinking about this 15-minute cities as well, and a little bit involved as well in my research. So you have presented everything from the European perspective or Western perspective, but there is another perspective of Global South. We are so many people there. We are so many, the population is too much. You cannot really confine a city in 15 minutes, even if you bike, even if you do. It's not possible there. So this is another, just a comment. I would not say it's a question, but a comment you have to think about other perspectives as well, because it's not, I think as well as the other says, it's a buzzword right now, and just to keep moving. But do we need really this concept for future? Yeah, that's what I would say.
Presentation.
Yes, Ilya.
Also, when a colleague of mine worked on this, showing that the former Soviet microraion is like a prototype of 15-minute city, and then of course minus work. The work is not including there, but that's maybe a naive question. Isn't the whole point of researching on 15-minute city is how to bring the work into this 15 minutes, and not because it's possible now, because how to make it possible in the future? It's a good question, but I think it's the goal maybe is to trying to achieve it at another function, and to the neighborhoods, and don't respect maybe works, because the preferences of moving people to the work is not something necessary in the neighborhood.
Presentation.
Why? Because the
presentation.
How I say?
Presentation.
maybe I'll say wrong because it's maybe not realistic that have many specialist workplaces in the unit of our neighborhoods, and in this case, maybe it's not necessary to measure it in 15 minutes model.
Presentation.
Okay, I will for you. Yes, last question, Sylvia, right?
Yeah. In the 15-minute city is about the city for residents and for locals, but what about the city of gentrification? Do you think 15-minute city is suitable for even touristic cities like, I mean, in Italy, Florence or Venice, which are gentrified, so they have less residents than tourists. So 15-minute cities could be suitable even for those cities, or this kind of planning are supposed to be only for normal city like with residents and not so many tourists.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I research this topic, but I don't strictly find the research which talking about is the gentrification, and it's a very interesting question, and I think that it's concentrate just for residential of the neighborhoods and
presentation.
I don't have in the moment idea is function with this topic.
Presentation.
Okay, so lunch break now. So, welcome back. Welcome, Jesper. Jesper is my, yes, sorry, does that come in? Just let that in.
Yes.
So, I would love to introduce you, Jesper, who is a associate professor at the DTU Copenhagen. And by the way, I was visiting him like 2 months ago. I visited him this autumn. So I asked him to tell a bit about his work because he's dealing with transport modeling and city stuff. So I think that's very relevant for our conference. And we're happy to have you here, Jesper. I hope that you are fine in South America because Jesper is at the moment enjoying some sunny weather. I see a sun on your face, so it must be sunny there.
It is very sunny, yes.
Okay, so the floor is yours, and if you start sharing your screen, we'll just put it there.
Yes, I will just see what I can do here. And it changes automatically, right? Yeah, it works.
Yes, it's working.
Yes. Okay, yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here to present some of the work that we've been doing. So my name is Jesper Bloffers Ingvartsen. I'm an associate professor, as Jan just told you, at the DTU Management Transportation Science Division at the Technical University of Denmark. So my background is that I've been working on public transport basically since my PhD 10 years ago. And this will also be the topic of what I will be presenting then today. So focusing a lot on the public transport system. So I chose to call this presentation Real Factor, Attractive Public Transport and Urban Development. So there will be something on what makes public transport attractive, what are the different modes of public transport that are attractive, and like how can these be planned, and what are the effects of these modes. And then I will try to link it to some urban development effects, which I also think is some of the topics of this conference. And it's something that we have been working on previously and are focusing more on actually at the DTU currently and also in the upcoming years, looking into the link between urban development effects and public transport. So it will be some results from all of the studies that I've been working on at DTU since my PhD later, and also some of the current work that we are working on now. Yeah, and let me know if there's any issues along the way, as I cannot really see you. But Yeah.
It's totally fine.
Perfect. Perfect. So the questions that I will focus on here is how to attract more riders to public transport, what makes public transport attractive, is there a rail factor, as we have seen in previous literature, that rail-based public transport is more attractive to passengers than bus-based public transport, for example. There's lots of evidence on this, but what is the reason for this, and what is the actual impacts of these different systems? And then finally, I'll look into the link between urban development and public transport, both how public transport affects urban development and how urban development actually affects the public transport ridership, because this is, of course, a vice versa link. Zooming a little bit out on the entire literature that are in this field of research on public transport and what are the drivers of public transport ridership. There's lots of studies on this, of course, and the link to urban development is very, very evident. We see that in many, many studies that looks into what are the drivers of using public transport for the users and the ridership of the public transport systems in general, we see a quite strong link between the land use and built environment characteristics in terms of the urban density. The density of population, the density of employment is super relevant when we look into public transport, whether the system should be efficient and attractive. They need to have high urban density around the corridors and especially around the stations where the public transport is running. Of course, there's links to other characteristics of the cities and the context that they are built in, but urban density is a very strong driver of public transport and a necessity for making public transport attractive and efficient. There's, of course, lots of studies then looking into what are the characteristics of the public transport systems specifically that are important to make them attractive for the users of the cities that they are being implemented in. And the most important factor is what we could call accessibility, that can be measured in different ways. Accessibility to the system is important both in terms of the service coverage, how the systems are being implemented in the city in terms of are they covering the entire geographical area. But accessibility, another measure is also like whether there's a high service frequency in the stops that are being served by the public transport system. So the accessibility is something that's super important in terms of both the geographical coverage and the number of departures that are being served for the passengers at the bus stops. Then there's lots of other stuff that are important, but I'll not dig into that, but just to say that these are some of the main characteristics that are super important. What we used this for was a study where we looked into ridership in public transport across 48 European cities. We wanted to specifically look into these different modes of public transport and what is the link between having very dense networks of public transport across various public transport modes and then the ridership in the cities. So we looked into we gathered detailed data on network characteristics and also the city characteristics and other background information that we could see is important for explaining public transport ridership. So Prague is also included in this study, as you can see in the dot in the map, and is actually one of the cities where we have quite a lot of passenger trips per 1,000 inhabitants. So we don't look into absolute ridership, we look into what is the number of trips per inhabitant in these cities as an indicator of whether it's actually attractive to use for all the citizens or not. And Prague is going quite high here, along with Paris and some of the other cities in the network. We looked specifically into the different modes of transport here. So this is what I show here, where some of the cities have metro, suburban railway networks, light rails, and bus networks. Some are relying on one or the other. And we wanted to see what are the impacts of having these different modes of public transport and different networks of these systems. And again, just to highlight Prague, that has different modes as well. And some cities only have buses and so on. So what we could see here is that we do see a positive correlation between ridership and network density. And again, ridership is the annual boardings per capita. This is not surprising, but we can see that, of course, there's a strong link between the extent of the network in terms of the length and number of stations in the public transport network and the annual boardings per capita. And we also looked into network characteristics such as terminals, so the number of transfer stations in the network, and also circuits, which is a network topology measure that measures whether you have different routes connecting different origin and destinations. It's a measure of robustness, but also makes it more easy for the passengers to travel from origin to destination. And we do see a strong correlation between annual boardings per capita and also these network topology measures. Looking into the urban density, we also find a very strong correlation between urban density and annual boardings per capita, especially in terms of jobs, workplace density. But moving on to the results, we did find lots of correlation in the study, so we ended up doing a factor analysis to measure the impact of the different network topologies and the different networks on annual boardings per capita. We have these 4 factors in the study because we only also had 48 cities. So for the regression analysis, we used these 4 factors. The first focusing on metro network, which is strongly correlated with also population and job density. Cities that have very, very high population density and job density tend to also have metro networks. And we have these masked cyclomatic number, which is the number of alternative routes in the network that combines the same origin destinations. Then we have a factor focusing on the extent of the suburban railway network, the light rail network, and then we have a factor focusing on economic inequality because it's strongly correlated with high unemployment rate, negatively correlated with GDP per capita, and positively correlated with Gini coefficient. So this would like to take into account in the context of each of the cities. Focusing on the results, I'll focus on the model C here, where we take into account and control for regional fixed effects, because we're comparing cities in Northern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe. We took, of course, this into account, and we can see that the most decisive drivers for the annual boardings per capita is the metro network coverage and the suburban railway network density. These are strongly correlated, which it's not surprising, but it's nice to see in the results compared to, for example, having only bus networks. We also see a strong positive effect of light rail network, which is then less significant, still significant, but also smaller than for the metro and suburban rail networks. And then it's interesting, we see not a significant effect, but there's a tendency for the economic inequality factor that if you have cities where you have more economic inequality, then you actually have less usage of the public transport system per capita. So this was to show that there are some very evident significant impacts of having high density rail-based systems in cities for generating public transport ridership. If you link this to Denmark, then we also looked into this in Danish context. And what we can see in Denmark is that we also see very strong effects of being close to public transport stations. So for rail-based systems, we do see a quite significant effect of being close to a public transport rail-based station. It can be metro, suburban railway train, or regional trains especially. And especially if you're very close to the station within 400 meters, we do see a quite strong impact on the likelihood of actually choosing public transport. This is based on travel survey data in Denmark, so it covers all trips across trip purposes and across modes. And we see that in general, across all these different trip purposes and modes, there's a higher increased likelihood of using public transport if you are close to a train station in Denmark. If you compare that to the buses, we didn't see an effect of buses, but for some specific buses called S-buses in the greater Copenhagen area, which are buses that have longer between the stops, they run at a faster speed with a high service frequency. We do see that there is a small effect. It's smaller than for rail-based systems, and it's also only for like very, very close to the bus stop. So there is an effect of these better buses, but it's smaller and it's only very, very close to the bus stop. So again, the train stations and rail-based networks are very attractive for passengers and generating way more usage of public transport systems. One of the things we have been looking into as well is whether we can actually achieve some of these effects of that as we see for the rail modes without having to implement rails. And we did a study, I did a study previously looking into implementing bus rapid transit system, which is this concept of implementing a bus-based systems, but considering how a metro is actually being planned. So it runs fully segregated, having pre-board fare collection before you enter the vehicles, boarding and loading at all doors similar to metro stations, and also having an intelligent transport system that makes sure that the buses are not bunching as we usually see in city contexts, but trying to align the the headway consistent across the corridor, so the buses are running at a fixed headway, and the passengers don't have to wait too long, even though there might be a 5-minute headway, but sometimes then the headway is 10 minutes because buses are bunched. So trying to plan this in real time in an efficient way, how can that generate results? And from simulation studies, this was not being implemented, but just to show that actually implementing a bus-based system can achieve similar impacts in terms of travel time and reliability as light rail if they are being planned consistently. And this is what we could see in this study, where on the right we have the travel times in the corridor, which was like around 25 minutes in the base scenario, but then implementing a full bus rapid transit system or a light rail transit system actually yielded the same impacts in terms of a much reduced travel time to around 20 minutes, like a 20% reduction, and also an reduced travel time reliability, which means an increased reliability of the system. Similar for the bus rapid transit system and for the light rail transit system. So in terms of the effects on travel time and level of service and so on, it seems that you can get quite some decent impacts in terms of bus rapid transit compared to a light rail transit system, and even at a reduced cost. However, this might not translate into ridership impacts, and this is a very good question that we also looked into. One of the reasons for this is even though the travel time might be the same, the reliability might be the same, the comfort might not be the same, for example. We looked into measurements of comfort in different public transport modes. This is quite an old study, so we didn't have electric buses, but we looked into rail-based modes for like regional trains, for light rail trains, and then for normal buses and also BRT buses. And we can see that the comfort is way higher in rail-based modes to the left, where we don't have many accelerations and decelerations in either the longitudinal direction or the lateral direction. Also because the curves of trains are more smooth, so it makes the ride way more comfortable. If you compare to the buses to the right, we can see that there's lots of accelerations and decelerations as it's moving in mixed traffic often, and also in the lateral directions. And comparing that to bus rapid transit and light rail, we see light rail being not as comfortable as a regional train, but still not having many vibrations and accelerations, whereas the bus rapid transit bus here, which is a diesel bus, it should be stressed, does have lots of vibrations and accelerations in both the longitudinal and lateral direction. With electric buses, I would assume we can achieve a better comfort comparable to light rail transit, but again, it really depends on the vehicles that are being implemented.
Presentation.
All right, so we can see that we can get some of the same travel time effects of bus rapid transit if it's being implemented in a good way, but will travelers use it? And we looked quite a lot into this, comparing ridership effects and mode choice effects of bus systems compared to rail systems. And just focusing on the buses here, we can see that many systems around the world are being implemented at a reduced cost compared to rail-based systems, but even generating quite high passenger increases after being implemented. Some places more than a double compared to previous. Again, this really depends on the context because it depends on what was the ridership before and what is the level of improvement. But if the systems are improved in a good way and like with a quite high travel time reduction, it is also possible to get quite significant passenger impacts from these bus rapid transit systems. I want to highlight the Seoul system on the far left here because we can see in the Seoul system, they actually did a very good job of implementing a BRT system that increased or like it decreased the travel time quite a lot, but they only received a 10% increase in passenger. And that was because in Seoul, they also have a very extensive metro system. So it really depends on the context that if you implement a BRT system in a place where you already have quite significant and very, very nice metro or rail-based systems, you might not get the same effects because the metro is already very popular. So it really depends on the context, but in theory, you can achieve quite significant effects of BRT systems. One of the things we always look into with public transport is whether we can actually generate users that are taken from the cars, because this is also a matter of attractivity. Car users are often sticking to their cars, and they are quite difficult to attract to use the public transport system. We compared here again bus rapid transit systems that have been implemented with light rail transit systems and some metro systems, and this graph shows the mode shifts measured as the percent of passengers who previously traveled by car. So how many of the users in the new system previously chose the car. And we can see that even for bus rapid transit systems, we do have a mode shift effect from car users that then shifts to this new bus-based system. And the percentage might be similar to also light rail transit systems and metro systems. Again, it really depends on the context. But an important thing to highlight here is that if we compare some of the systems, for example, in Los Angeles, where they implemented both a BRT line, the orange line to the left, and the blue line to the right, which was a light rail transit line, the mode shift in terms of percentage was the same, around 20%. But because of the higher capacity of the light rail, then the effect on the overall transport system was larger for the light rail system compared to the bus rapid transit system. And another example from Nantes, where they also implemented both a BRT line and LRT line, it was similar effect in terms of mode shift in these measurements. The effect of the light rail was significantly larger because the capacity of the system is much larger. And this is also what would be expected from metro systems. So this is just to highlight that even though you get really high effects for bus rapid transit systems, it really depends on also looking into the overall impact on the entire transport system.
Presentation.
All right.
Presentation.
So moving on to some of the strategic impacts and linking this to urban development and property values. Some of these systems and some of the largest impacts, you can argue, on the overall society, would be some of these strategic impacts. Because when we build new infrastructure, we create much better accessibility in certain areas, which makes these areas way more attractive for also living there in terms of property values for residential properties, but also for companies that can locate more easily and attract workers and so on. So this is sometimes some of the largest effects of transport infrastructure. And we can see across all these different modes, bus rapid transit, light rail transit, and metro, that we do see large increases when the improvements of the infrastructure are also large. Across the different modes, we do see increases in property values from 10-20% also for some of the bus rapid transit systems. So there seems to be quite large impacts to be achieved as well. I wanted to highlight just a few studies that did comparisons. In Beijing, Guangzhou, and Pittsburgh, they compared the effects of property values for different modes. And I want to specifically highlight here that Seoul, Boston, Philadelphia, and London, there are some results here, but they're taken from different studies, so they're not directly comparable. But for the Beijing case, for example, they found an increase in property values of around 5% around metro stations, but 0% around bus rapid transit stations. And this was based mostly because of a higher speed presentation metro network. So again, linked very much to the level of service that was offered by the new system.
Yeah.
In Guangzhou, there was a larger impact from metro. There was positive effect for both metro and BRT, but it was larger for metro because the station areas were way more attractive. And I'll get back to that on the next slide. And there was the largest impact for where you had the largest travel time reduction. So again, very much linked to the level of service that are being offered and the level of improvement.
Presentation.
And for Pittsburgh, there was a positive impact for BRT and for LRT. They don't have metro. The largest impact was for BRT, but I want to emphasize here that there was a positive effect of BRT and light rail transit, both of them. Which one is higher is a bit dependent on the methodology that have been applied. In terms of urban development effects, there's lots of good examples. Curitiba is probably the best known BRT system in the world in Brazil. This is where it all started. The concept was inaugurated, or so to speak, where they planned the urban, the urban planning was planned in consistent with the transport system. So they have these corridors of buses running in segregated corridors with high urban density around the stations and the corridors, and reduced urban density moving further away from these corridors. So making the system very attractive in terms of having high density and lots of passengers that can use the system with very short walking distances. And in this sense, this was a very attractive way, an efficient way, and also a quite successful way of implementing a public transport system in a very, very big city. And other good examples from BRT is that many cities have, after the implementation, attracted quite large investments of properties around the station areas because of the increased accessibility. Companies and also workers want to locate closer to these areas, which makes the areas both attract investments and make them nicer. Some of the bad examples, this is a picture from Guangzhou, but there are some bad examples also in Bogota and Ahmedabad in Asia where there's been less focus on accessibility. So one of the key and important beneficiaries for these systems are that you create lots of great accessibility, but it might come at the cost of creating barrier effects in the urban design or the urban environment. So for example, in this picture, we can see that the buses are running fully segregated. They can run very fast. You can have lots of buses with high service frequency, generating a high level of service for the passengers, but it might not create the best station environment. It might create barrier effects and lots of noise and other externalities. So this is something that definitely is needed to consider when you look into planning these systems, that even though you can create a high level of service, there might be some externalities that are difficult to reduce or eliminate, but it's important to try to reduce them as much as possible.
Presentation.
All right. Finally, I'll look into some of these effects in a Danish context. We did a study recently, and we're looking very much into this in these years, looking into transit-oriented development, perceived safety, and how that affects travel mode choice. So we have a PhD student that's been working on this for the past few years, and will continue working on this in several projects moving along in the future. We have quite a rich data set in Denmark on transit-oriented development, TOD, and how the different stations in the Copenhagen area performs on TOD. So how well are the stations planned in terms of having high density around the stations, having very pedestrian and active mobility, friendly areas around the stations, and the public transport, how well is it organized in the city design and urban design and so on. And what we can see from the picture here and all the stations in the greater Copenhagen area is that there's quite a big difference in how well the stations performs in terms of TOD. Many of the stations in the Copenhagen area, the metro, for example, they perform quite high, whereas many of the stations outside Copenhagen, especially to the west and to the southwest, they perform a bit lower. And so we want to look into how does that affect public transport ridership, and also how does that affect perceived safety. And we can see here that perceived safety is generally decent in Copenhagen, but again we see in the west and in the southwest a lower perceived safety at the stations. This is what we can see, especially on the Køge Bugt line going along the sea south of Copenhagen with all these green dots.
Presentation.
So we looked into some results here, focusing on the urban development and how that affects public transport ridership. Of course, we are controlling for public transport service quality in terms of the service coverage and the frequency. So we look into frequency of public transport. That, of course, increases the likelihood of using public transport quite a lot. Service frequency, very important, as we also saw in the very beginning across all the studies that we have compared to. And then vicinity to the nearest stop and station is also very, very important. This is also what I showed in one of the previous slides. But then if you look into the perceived safety of stations, we can also see that if there is, even take controlling for the public transport service quality, on top of that, there is an increased likelihood of choosing public transport if the perceived safety at the station that are being used is high. So that actually tells us that perceived safety at the station is also an important parameter. We know that from many public transport satisfaction studies that is an important parameter for passengers in terms of the satisfaction with the system, that they also feel safe when using the system. But we can also see that there is actually a mode choice effect.
Presentation.
If we then look into the TOD score, so we weighted all these different dimensions of travel-oriented development, transit-oriented development, And we can see that there is a slight but significant effect of having a station that fulfills many of these TOD requirements, that it's planned coherent and consistently with the TOD guidelines. Even when we control public transport service quality, there is a significant effect of TOD on top of the perceived safety and on top of the PT service quality. So that's also an important parameter to consider when you look into planning public transport.
Presentation.
Finally, one of the things also related to urban development and also TOD, and it's actually one of the TOD parameters as well, is the park and ride facilities at a station. And an interesting thing is that we looked into the likelihood of choosing public transport both at the home end of the trip and the activity end of the trip. And at the home end, we do see an increased likelihood of choosing public transport if there's good facilities for park and ride. So you can take your car and you can bring people within your car to the public transport station. You can park there and you can take the public transport and move along. And that actually has an increased likelihood of choosing public transport if there's good facilities for that at the home station. But at the activity station, it's the opposite. So at the activity station, of course, you don't have your car there, so it doesn't affect you positively that there are these facilities, but it also generally has a negative effect because it will create, you don't use the space in a nice way. You'll have lots of parking facilities close to the station, and that's very nice if you're going by car. But if you're going by walking as a pedestrian or bicycling or even accessing it with a bus, then it might create longer walk distances, a more unpleasant environment, and that actually decreases the likelihood of using public transport if that's the case in the activity end of the trip. And this is also consistent with what we have seen in other passenger satisfaction studies we're working on now, as passengers are they like the stations that are more green and are linked to the urban environment with high urban density, cafes and so on, but they don't like if there's lots of walking distances across deserted parking lots and so on. So this is an important finding, I think, as well, to consider when you look into the interaction between the public transport usage and urban development.
Presentation.
Yeah. So I think that was what I had to say about these different interrelationships. So the final remarks is that we saw very large effects of dense rail networks. So having rail networks and having very dense networks of rail systems does positively affect public transport ridership in terms of how many trips a user in the city will make during a year or during a day and so on. So we do see positive relationship between the network density, urban density, and ridership, and we do see that vicinity to stations is very important and that every 100 meter counts. We always talk about having vicinity to public transport station, and we do a threshold of like 500 meters, 1,000 meters, and so on, and that's very, very, very important. But it's also very important to consider that every 100 meter actually counts in the vicinity to the station. So if you can improve the accessibility to the stations by creating better access roads or access facilities, then that actually has a quite high contribution to public transport ridership because it's very close to be as close as possible to the public transport station. In terms of different modes, we do see that we have these very large effects of rail-based networks, but bus rapid transit can also achieve large impacts. And the impact in some contexts might depend more on the level of improvement rather than the system choice. And then finally, on the urban development effects, we can see quite large strategic effects for all the public transport systems that we've been looking into. Larger challenges for bus rapid transit system as compared to rail-based systems, as I mentioned, due to the difficulties in reducing externalities with a metro system that runs underground or above ground. It's easier because it doesn't create as many externalities as the bus-based systems, also taking into account that rail-based systems have higher capacity, so they can run with the same capacity with a lower service frequency, which makes a bit less barrier effect for the users in the urban environments close to the stations. And then finally, we found that livable or more attractive urban environments, it helped PT ridership through increased perceived safety, as we could see. It has a significant effect on mode choice, and that transit-oriented development also is positively correlated with increased public transport ridership, even when we control for other important parameters of the PT service quality. I think that was what I wanted to say. I want to highlight some of the references here, also from the PhD students that worked on this. And then I thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm open for that. And I also put my email here so you can contact me afterwards if there's anything you want to highlight afterwards. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Presentation.
Thank you very much for a very complex presentation. I can really agree with you that some BRTs are very hard to access. Like my personal experience is in Ahmedabad, I personally wanted to go by BRT when I arrived by trains, and it took me 35 minutes to find a way how to get there. And it was 40 degrees there, and I was with my mum, and she just collapsed. So basically, she almost died finding BRT stations. So yes, I agree that is very important to have it very accessible. I'm sure that there are so many questions. So who's first? Egor.
Presentation.
So Jesper, we have an audience and they've got speakers like in the room, so you will hear them, but you will not see them.
Okay, sure. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Igor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question about rural areas. So you focused mainly on urban areas, and recipes are, let's say, obvious, high density, very dense network, and all the rest of it. But for instance, in Germany, where I live right now, it's a huge issue how to deliver decent public transport in rural areas. And it's very popular right now to have dial-up, on-demand minibuses, and basically it's very car-dependent areas. Do you have any ideas how to improve sustainability in rural areas?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it's something that's, I think, it's generating more what's it called? People are more aware of this now. Also, politicians, I think, in Denmark. So there's been the past 10 years, there's been lots of focus on these dial-a-ride systems and like trying to, instead of having buses running at schedules, then having more flexible conditions for the users that are actually using them, because there's quite few users and in these rural areas. One of the focus, and I think that's a better way of utilizing the bus network, because it can be more flexibly suited for the user, and it will avoid generating all these buses running around without any passengers, which is not very efficient at all. But it's a very expensive way of delivering a service to the passengers. I know that from France, and I know that in Denmark they are looking very much into this now, is trying to adopt or make it more feasible for users in cars in rural areas to make their car available for other users. So we did some studies in Denmark looking into basically on travel survey data and transport model data, that there are actually quite many trips served by cars in some areas, that if just a very, very small percentage of those users would make their car available for other passengers in the same area and for the same origin destination, that could actually be a very feasible way of generating or creating a public transport or car sharing alternative for some of these users that previously used public transport. It will make the trip much faster for the previous public transport user. And if we do some incentives, as they have done in France, where people get money from being available for car sharing, and then they get a fixed amount for being available, and they get money for the passenger that are actually taking the car sharing. That's actually for society also a cheaper way of delivering public transport, because there's lots of subsidies in the rural areas, because it's not very efficient how the buses are running now. So I don't have a solution on this question. I think it's a very good question, but I think that this car sharing could be at least something that can help on this matter. But it requires lots of planning, of course, and it also requires some incentives for the car users.
And money. Thank you.
Yeah, and money. Yeah.
Maybe just one extension to Egor's question. At the moment in Czech Republic, it's very popular to implement transport on demand, like when you've got like small buses that you call or you text a message you want them, and there is like semi-flexible timetable. Do you have any experiences from that model in Denmark?
Presentation.
So we do have in Denmark like this it's called Plus Bus and Plus Trip, where people just ask for it's basically like a taxi service. I don't know, is that what you're referring to?
Basically, yes, in a rural or like sparsely populated areas where you got something which is not taxi, but you can text like where you want to go and which time you need to go.
Yeah. So there are different versions of this dial-a-ride system, and I know that in the eastern part of Denmark now they have been in one of the regions or some of the municipalities here. They have a system where the idea is that you go onto a website or with an app, and you say I want to go from here to there, and you can actually order that trip until 30 minutes before your trip. Something like that. And then they have some buses that they are optimizing the route in real time to pick up the passengers to go from where they want to go. The issue with this is that it's flexible for the users, but it's very expensive to operate. And of course, the base scenario is having all these buses running without any passengers, so that's also very expensive. But these dial-a-ride systems are also very expensive. So I don't think it's like a feasible economic alternative on the long run. It might be similarly as like costly and expensive as the current system, but the current system is also very costly to run. And in the recent years, and especially after the pandemic, many of the public transport agencies are trying to reduce costs. And then I don't think that the dial-a-ride in this way is the way to go, because it's super expensive per passenger. And if then you have more passengers because it's more attractive, then you would have to create even more subsidies. So yeah, it's definitely, there's pros and cons.
Okay, thank you. So yes, Jacob Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for a very dense presentation. I would like to ask you about the Copenhagen figure plan. You started to speak about a little bit about it, but I know that you have that concept of core station area and station-related area. Maybe I'm a little bit wrong with the terms, but something like that. I would like to ask what are the practical experiences with that, and is there some adjustment of that policy now, or are there some discussion how to continue this kind of policy?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the finger plan is something that have been the main principle in Copenhagen since 1947 when it was made. Yeah, well, it can be a very long answer, but I think in general it was a very nice concept that we planned all these S-train systems along the fingers. I think I could go back to, yeah, we have it here.
Yeah. Just maybe I'm interested in the latest development. If that policy is still actual accepted, or if there are some some moments change.
Yeah. Okay. So it was a principle that all the urban development should happen close to train stations, and that was even emphasized also in 1989 when they updated it. And you have these core areas where you have urban density close and new buildings and so on close to the stations. They have updated several times, and in some areas they have actually trying to make they try to argue not because they want to have more urban development, and if there's not a train station nearby, then the municipalities really try to avoid having to move to locate them close to train station because they just prefer to have the urban developments. So I think for the past 20 years and 30 years, there's been a tendency to give it lots of excuses and then have urban density and urban developments far away from stations, which has been quite critical. So I think the original idea was very good, but there's been lots of excuses for the past 30 years, which means that this idea has been more in theory than in practice. And that's a big problem. I know that there's some focus on now they really need to put urban developments close to these stations, which I think is really good. And another point maybe is to say that this was always for train stations. In the past 10 years, they actually said that also for light rail stations, they can be treated as stations, which means that you're going to have higher urban density around these stations. And they have highlighted that 3 bus terminals can also be treated or regarded as being station vicinity areas. I don't know if that's a good idea. I think because these bus terminals doesn't create the same attractiveness as train stations. So I think it's more like a compromise between the planning authorities and the municipalities, because the municipalities, they want to have more companies and more residential areas, because that it generates tax income for the municipality. So then they prefer that over taking into account how the people are transporting them around the city. So there are these issues, and it is a problem, I would say.
Presentation. Yep. Okay. So other questions? Presentation. Any questions to Jesper before he leaves? Okay. I see that there are no questions on MS Teams. So I think it's time to say thank you very much. And once again, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure.
I know that you're a very busy man, so you're totally welcome to stay as long as you can. But if you leave, we're totally fine with that. Like, I know that you're in the middle of meetings with other students, I suppose. So
exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. And now we're gonna continue with our third track, which we're gonna start with Xavier. Do I say it right?
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. We are going to present a study on the multi-scale analysis of accessibility to shop service on green spaces in the Rabat Salé conurbation in Morocco. This study is part of two doctoral research projects, one on accessibility-based planning to improve proximity to amenities, and the other on the experience of daily journeys by public transport users in the Rabat Salé conurbation. This presentation will therefore focus on the analysis of accessibility to point of interest in the study area based on a new database that we have built to complement the existing open data base. Due to lack of time, we will not go into accessibility measurement with here, but we'll concentrate on the data on results of applying the Fractalopolis methodology.
Presentation.
Why did you choose Rabat Salé conurbation? This is an area that has received little attention in the current debate on accessibility through proximity, particularly the concept of the 15-minute city. Literature reviews show that there is yet no city on the African continent that use the concept of the 15-minute city in its planning documents. In research too, there are still very few articles on this issue in the context of North African cities. For example, in this very recent study that attempts to measure local accessibility on a world scale, we see that most North African cities have low scores. If we take a closer look at Rabat Salé, we can see that there are major disparities in access between neighborhoods. Nevertheless, this study is based on OpenStreetMap data, and we will see that in this case, this database can be very incomplete.
Presentation.
As part of your research into an area that has received little attention to date, we want to carry out a comprehensive analysis covering issues such as urban form, land use, green and natural space, as well as the structure of the urban fabric and planning standards. And finally, to carry out an accessibility analysis based on the information we have obtained. To do this, we are using Fractalopolis software, which takes these three elements into account, based in particular of the principle of fractal geometry.
Presentation.
As it has developed, the software has already been used on several types of territory and for various research questions relating to the planning of build-up areas and the preservation of natural spaces. It has been used only in France, but also for international application, mainly in Europe. It was therefore important to be able to test the software's capabilities in another sociocultural and urban context with the North African city model, or in particular Moroccan city model.
Presentation.
The procedure for applying the Fractalopolis methodology is based on 4 main stages, including 3 stages prior to using the software to prepare the data and organize knowledge about the territorial context and mobility practices in the study area. After studying the planning documents to understand the various development issues in the area of application, we will look at how people use shops and services. Next comes the construction of the database, including land use and the geolocation of amenities. After these first 3 stages, we have all the elements we need to use and launch a Fractalopolis project to measure accessibility in an area.
Presentation.
I'm going to give a quick overview of the context and challenges facing Rabat Salé and the main documents used to construct the polycentric urban framework on the region. For each project, we start the study with a regional analysis to understand the territorial context of your study area, and then we move on the analysis on a local scale, maintain consistency between all the scale. The important element for the analysis are the organization of urban and commercial centers, the organization of public transport networks, and the network of green spaces. The Rabat Salé conurbation is a coastal conurbation. The main development plan available is the PMUD. We will plan region to 2030.
Presentation.
You can see some of the planning documents studied to understand the area on a local and global scale.
Presentation.
Once we have understood the territorial organization of your study area, we need to understand the mobility practices of residents for access to shop and service, and how these facilities are planned in accordance with planning standards. For Fractalopolis, we have retained a model that classifies shops and services into 4 categories according to their level of importance in the commercial fabric and commercial framework and frequency of use. This classification may change depending on the cultural and geographical context. Accessibility measurements will be based on this classification, since different are assigned to each class of point of interest. For local facilities, satisfaction distance are shorter than for higher level facilities. For this study, we identified around 30 shops and services. There are also 3 main categories of green space that we have defined.
Presentation.
Once we have the contextual element, we build up the database needed to carry out the Fractalopolis project.
Presentation.
There are the 6 main types of data. The project is based on the built environment, on the distribution of the population, localized points of shops, service, and access points to green spaces. Finally, to help us build the urban framework, we take into account green space and public transport line. For Rabat Salé, we are essentially basing your ourselves on a global databases, which mean that the method can be reproduced in a large number of areas around the world.
Presentation.
There are a few databases, for example, for building footprint. Microsoft Open Buildings is much more comprehensive than what can currently be found on OpenStreetMap.
Presentation.
Once we have understood the territorial organization of your study area, we need to understand the mobility practices of residents for access to shops and service and access facility applying according.
Presentation. Presentation.
And have complete all the steps. We have the database. Sorry, we can launch the construction of a project on the Factoropolis software. Here we see the first steps with the selection of the application area, the choice of the number of subcenters in the urban framework, and the location of the centers. The complete urban framework is constructed by repeating these steps in accordance with the principle of geometry, the fractal geometry. Our study involves a scenario with one main center and 6 subcenters, which are repeated and refined as the stage progress. We start with an application for the entire Great Rabat region, and we see that at the second steps, we can identify the central zone of the conurbation, which we will then use to reproduce a new application especially for this zone, in order to have a greater level of detail of the urban centers, where we'll maintain consistency at whole scale with the interlocking of the centers.
Presentation.
It is in this area that we are going to measure accessibility.
Presentation.
We obtained an initial result on a regional scale with a hierarchical ranking of the various urban centers, as well as on urban areas, non-urban areas. This could be useful for identifying the proximity of urban areas to natural areas and ecological corridors.
Presentation.
Let's move on to the local level in the Rabat-Salé area. There is always a typology between the different centers and centralities, which are nested in a hierarchical manner. Accessibility measures will be based on this urban hierarchy. Accessibility and development issues are differentiated according to the type of centers. This refers to the urban framework found in planning documents.
Presentation.
So, hello everybody. I am going to give you a quick update on the new POI that we've built to measure accessibility in this area. Using remote sensing from Google Maps and Strava Global Heat Map, and also using information from Rabat-Salé Urban Agency Geoportal and also observations in the field, we have been able to build a database 4 times larger than what is currently found in the main open databases such as OpenStreetMap or Overture Maps. And we can see that these shops and services are better distributed across our study area, with a few gaps that on OpenStreetMap, for example. And the use of these databases can therefore lead to accessibility results that are far from reality in some areas, with much more lower scores in some zones due to the lack of complete data.
Presentation.
Moving on to the accessibility results, I will briefly mention an interesting aspect of Factoropolis. The ability to understand the impact of local accessibility on overall accessibility by taking account the interlocking nature of the various centers and also sub-centers and suburban areas. We can therefore identify in each urban sector the impact of local center scores on the overall score for the sector as a whole.
Presentation.
With regard to the local results for our study area, we have a map showing accessibility to local and weekly shops and services. And we can see that overall accessibility is good over a large part of area in the main centers of the cities of Rabat and also the city of Saleh. However, we can identify 3 areas in lower scores. The first area is the Swedish sector, which is actually a residential area for rich people and not very suited for local accessibility, particularly for pedestrian accessibility. And most journeys are made by car in these districts. There are few local shops, and the sector is oriented towards high-level shops with malls and large shopping centers. And there is also the central area around the tramway terminus called Madinat al-Irfan, which is a university zone with very few everyday shops. And finally, there are the small central areas to the north of the new town of Saleh El Jadida in the city of Saleh, which are currently under construction. And the number of shops serving this area is still very, very low.
Presentation.
Next slide. As far as monthly and rare shops are concerned, there is more of polarization phenomenon, and these shops and services are less present in the area, but this is offset by the greater access distance, and accessibility is therefore more evenly distributed with fewer local disparities apart from at the extremities of the region. Shops and services are concentrated in town centers of Rabat and also of the city of Saleh. And the further you move away from the centers, the more accessibility decreases. However, this lack of accessibility may be offset by the use of the tramway. Next slide.
Presentation.
While access to shops and services was fairly uniform in the majority of centers, there were greater disparities in access to green spaces and green areas, and this can be explained by the categories that have been defined. The first category represents urban green spaces, and we can see that parks and green streets are mainly present in the city of Rabat as a historical legacy, and less so on in the city of Saleh, where the build-up areas is very dense. For natural spaces, the results are reversed, with the exception of the center of Rabat, which is still well endowed, and it can be seen that the build-up centers have little access because there are fewer green penetrators, and it is the urban edges that are close to the forest and also to the agricultural areas. And lastly, as far as rare green spaces are concerned, they are the concentration in the center of Rabat and the center of Saleh, with its beaches and at the extremities of the region with its zoos and golf courses. Next slide. To conclude this analysis, we wanted to know whether the cities of Rabat and Saleh could be studied and conceptualized according to the rule of accessibility, proximity, and the quarter our city. And it turns out that because of the extensive network of local shops, most of the region's central area can be considered to have good access to local shops. However, more research is needed into disparities in access to green spaces, and also the impact of existing public transport networks in order to extend the scale of workability. And this is also a major issue concerning the impact of social inequalities on levels of access, which needs to be developed further in other researches. So what we want to do next is to replicate this methodology across the whole of Greater Rabat region, so that we can ask ourselves whether this is a 20-minute region or not. So our future hypothesis, or our hypothesis, it will be in the future, but we think about it now, is that the disparities will be greater in the region, which with new towns and rural areas with few local shops and services, and also a high degree of polarization of higher level shops and services in the center of the conurbation. And we will be presenting our results to one of the key players in regional planning in the study area, which is Rabat Région Mobilité. And thank you for your attention.
Presentation.
We have some 9 minutes for questions. Thank you for a very clear but very dense presentation. Also, there are a lot of details. So, floor is open for questions. Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. What I didn't really understand is, maybe you can explain it to me, is did you do the accessibility analysis for the actual state of the region, or for the Fractalopolis model you created? So is it a proof of the Fractalopolis model, or is it part of assessing the status quo?
Presentation.
Yes. Yes, I will respond if you want. We want to do this work with Fractalopolis logiciel, and we didn't found that the databases online was actualized. So we do a big work to update this databases. And we worked with Fractalopolis, which is a software tool designed to help analyze and model urban accessibility using principle of fractal geometry. And fractal geometry is a branch of mathematics that deals with patterns that are self-similar at different scales, making it a powerful tool for understanding complex systems such as an urban environments like Greater Rabat. And Fractalopolis, it uses the concept of fractal urban framework, where the city is broken down into smaller repeating subunits or centers, and that interact with each other across various scales. And these subunits can be central places like commercial hubs, like residential areas, or even green spaces. And they are organized in hierarchical manner, similar to the way a fractal pattern repeats itself in different magnification. This is it. So we plan to make the data that we have worked on as open data after the publication of our article in 2025, and we will compare our result with the application of more traditional methods in the area, taking into account actual distances and multimodality, and we will focus on the Rabat tramway also. And I hope that I have responded to your question.
Presentation.
Thank you. Any question?
Presentation.
Definitely, maybe the feedback to you is to explain a little bit more the software that you're using. Maybe it was not too clear, the methodology. And also, I would like to ask you, what about the social characteristics? Because as I understood, or as I feel that your software, which you are now use, is focusing more on morphology and less on the social fabric of the city. And if so, my question is, if you plan to extend your studies to focus on actual accessibility of population to the services, and then maybe to conclude on which social groups have 15 minutes city and which social groups doesn't have it.
Presentation.
Yes, yes. I think that your question is very important. We have worked on the social element also, but since we have only 15 minutes to do the presentation, we decided to present only a part of our research and about the context of Morocco and of Rabat. I can say to you that that the larger retail chains like Carrefour and Marjan are becoming more widespread, often located in major urban areas, offering a wide range of products of competitive pricing and modern shopping environments. So in Morocco, it's different from the European context, and they cater to middle and upper income segments for the population, and their expansion reflects Morocco's growing middle class and also the shift towards modern retail models. And at the same time, there is neighborhood convenience stores which have relation about the social elements, and informal shops also remains a crucial part of the Moroccan retail landscape, especially in more residential areas or smaller towns. And these businesses often provide a more personalized shopping experience, like selling products that are tailored to the immediate needs to the local communities. And these smaller shops are typically run by local small entrepreneurs and can be found on almost very street corner in Moroccan neighborhoods. And informal commerce also plays a vital role in providing affordable products to low income population. So about the social part of your question, I can say that there is a dual retail system, combining a large scale of commercial industrial chains with smaller and social, often informal shops that reflects the diverse consumer base in Morocco, while modern supermarkets are gaining ground, especially in urban areas, and the resilience and flexibility of local and informal shops continue to make them important pillar of the Moroccan economy and daily life. And also we can say that the suburban areas of the Greater Rabat, we didn't present this in our presentation, but we can say that they are accessible in terms of commerce and amenities, even if there are not the great surfaces in these areas because of the existence of small commerce. I hope that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your lengthy response. We have to unfortunately continue. We are a little bit late. Definitely thank you for your presentation. We will follow your research better. And now we will continue with similar topic. Arne Markuske.
All right. So I think I've done most of the introduction already. But again, hello everybody, and thank you very much for having me. My name is Arne Markuske. I am a doctoral researcher and teaching assistant at the Chair of Sustainable Urbanism at Technical University in Munich. And in my research, I'm working on the sustainable transformation of mobility in urban peripheries. And this also implies measuring accessibility to urban function and services. So what the study, the previous study, also did. And today I will talk about the question how these different studies I came across when diving into the topics like accessibility, but also walkability and compactness of cities, because all these concepts and how they are measured they're actually quite familiar to each other. Yeah, how they measured it, how they operationalized it in programmatic, for the programmatic side, and how they measured it in technical terms. The starting point, of course, again, is the 15-minute city. We've heard a lot of that. I don't think that I have to explain the diagram we can see, but as we all know, it's all about having all daily essentials within 15 minutes walking or cycling. And what's quite interesting about the whole discussion about the 15-minute city, or what is most interesting for me, is that it's not so much the concept of the 15-minute city itself, and the question is, should we do the 15-minute city, or do we already live in the 15-minute city? But as it indicates kind of a general paradigm shift, how we conceive mobility and urban planning. We've already heard about the land use and transportation feedback cycle. So how these two topics interrelate, and how important proximity is for these matters. So from my perspective, the whole 15-minute city discussion is more about that paradigm shift from mobility-centered accessibility to proximity-centered accessibility, laying emphasis on proximity. And several cities such as Vancouver, Melbourne, Portland, Edinburgh have already aligned their long-term strategic plans based on that concept of the 15-minute city, or interpretations of the concept, which we can more widely call proximity-centered accessibility. But we have also other strategies which are more aiming at redistributing street spaces, like the Barcelona superblock concept. Also, how the concept for the 15-minute city in Paris is more about redistributing street space, or Milano Strade Aperte concept, and which are frequently mentioned in this context of the 15-minute city, which already shows that the concept actually has more dimension than just that proximity part, but we will look at that later. Here we can see an exemplary approach for implementing the 15-minute city concept, which has been made by one of my colleagues at TU München, Benjamin Büttner. And you can see that the first two steps are envisioning a 15-minute city. This step I will, in the course of this study, I will call creating an accessibility model, which is basically, as we've also seen in the previous presentation, just creating a list of services or amenities and the proximity threshold, how far it should be away in order to being considered accessible, and then applying that accessibility model to measure how the actual status quo in my area under consideration is. And for that reason, there are a lot of studies out there doing exactly that. And one very prominent example is Portland, which is frequently mentioned when it comes to the 15-minute city, and which is one prominent example for a city which realigned their urban development according to the 15-minute city, and they have created a complete neighborhood index to measure these, which is based on measuring proximity. And what is quite important or quite interesting about this index is that it has become some kind of policy goal, because if we look in this text, which is quite small, there's written that the long-term goal is that 80% of total households live within complete neighborhoods by 2035. So this index, this measuring of proximity, becomes very important, because now this index, or this measuring proximity, becomes an indicator of quality of life. So you all know those rankings for most livable cities in the world, and according to which ranking you ask, sometimes it's Melbourne and sometimes it's Vienna, and they switch places all 3 years or something. And now we replace these measurements with proximity. which is quite an interesting thing happening here. And Carlos Moreno and his team at Share LTE wrote their third white paper on the 15-minute city actually about that topic. So how they promote or how they suggest the measuring proximity as an innovative approach to measuring quality of life in urban settings or in urban environments. And I think because this measurement of proximity becomes so important when it becomes a measurement for quality of life, or a general measurement for quality of life in cities, it's worth looking into what and how they are actually measuring it. And that's why I asked myself first, what is considered the X-minute city, which concerns the so-called accessibility model. So which modes of mobility are actually considered active mobility, because that differs from study to study. Sometimes it's only walking, sometimes it's walking and cycling, sometimes it's walking, cycling, public transport. How are the time thresholds designed? Which functions are considered essential? That is very interesting, as we will see in a few minutes. And if there is one general time threshold for all functions, or if we have a hierarchical system. So maybe that's a kindergarten. For the kindergarten, the time threshold is, let's say, 5 minutes, and for the secondary school, it's 20 minutes or something. And the second question is how the methodology actually worked. So how did the studies define the locations origins for which they measured the proximity? How did they calculate the catchment area? And also quite interesting, which speeds have been assigned to different modes of transit. Because I think in one of the previous presentations, we already saw that this differs a lot too. So some studies consider 3.6 kilometers an hour, the average walking distance, and others consider 5 kilometers an hour, the average walking distance, which makes quite a difference. And my sample is quite small because it's just the studies I've stumbled across when diving into these topics. So
thank you so much.
This is not really representative, but we can have a small overview of a different programmatic concepts and concepts of measuring proximity. So the first basic difference between studies occupied with this question is how we measure accessibility is if we analyze actual mobility data and mobility services, or if we measure proximity to essential urban function services in a GIS model. And the majority of studies I analyzed did this GIS analysis, but other studies also, so actually only 3, analyzed actual mobility data, and the orange dots are studies which applied to both approaches. Now we will dive deeper into these studies which analyzed proximity to essential functions in a GIS model.
Thank you so much.
Concerning the 2 research questions, how do they define the accessibility model, and which methodology did they apply? And if we look into these functions considered essential to be within a 15 or X minute walking distance, is quite interesting that there are some functions where there's great agreement on the topic. Of course, there's supermarkets, primary schools, from the health facilities, parks, playgrounds, kindergartens, pharmacies. But there are some functions, and this is quite remarkable, which are not given so much importance, although in the original 15-minute city concept by Carlos Moreno, they are very important. So if we remember the previous presentations, working is one of the essential social functions in the 15-minute city, but in only 3 of 14 studies under investigation, this was actually measured. And to be honest, also in the long-term strategic plans of Vancouver, Melbourne, and Portland, working is not considered a essential function which should be within the neighborhood. So at this point, we can see that the interpretations of the 15-minute city, or that the concepts which claim to be based on the 15-minute city, deviate in some very important points. And another remarkable finding is that public transport is only considered by 4 of 14 studies an essential function which should be within the neighborhood or within reach of a 15-minute walk, which is quite astonishing if we are talking about a mobility term, because public transport makes the rest of the city, which is outside my neighborhood, accessible. More generally speaking, the vast majority of the studies, 11 of 14, only considered walking as active mobility. No biking, no public transport. Most studies, 9 of 14, chose a 15-minute time threshold. And actually, only 1 of 14 studies assigned different time thresholds to destinations based on their importance. So they had kindergartens like 5 minutes away and secondary school 20 minutes. The others just assigned 1 general time threshold for all functions.
Thank you so much.
And that's, here I just wanted to make the point that there are some remarkable deviations from the original concept. If we talk about the methodology, or how they technically measured proximity, we have 2 basic approaches, which is a supply-based approach. So we start at the destination, at the function we want to reach, or a demand-based approach that we start at the place where people live. And we can see that 5 out of 14 studies chose a supply-based approach, so starting from the destinations, and 11 out of 14 chose a demand-based approach. And again, the orange dots are studies which chose to combine both approaches. This is why those bubbles don't add up to 14, but to 16.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. What is interesting again is, and we will see that later, is that almost all studies calculated the catchment area based on the cycling or pedestrian network distance. Only 1 study calculated the distance based on the Euclidean distance, so as the crow flies. And we will see that this can make quite a difference. And what's interesting again about this using the network distance in contrast to the Euclidean distance is that you can modify this network and thus include more information about the network. So you can add travel cost by correction factors if, for example, a cycling path isn't very comfortable or that there is a steep slope. You can add a correction factor of 1.5 or 2, and thus the travel cost will become higher. And so you can make your model more complex or more realistic. That's one big advantage of using network distance in contrast to using Euclidean distance. So when it comes to how are the points of origin defined, we had 3 different methods. The first one is using the centroid of the cadastral parcel. The second one is using the centroid of a census block. And the third one is using the nodes of the road network. Concerning this method, I can't really tell you what is the most practical one. I will find out later during my research. Here we can explain visually how the supply-based approach works. So in the larger map, we see the catchment areas of the three functions which I implied in my accessibility model. So for this exemplary, my accessibility model is very simple. I say that a point or a parcel is considered having access to essential urban functions if a supermarket is 800 meters away, primary school 800 meters, and kindergarten is 500 meters. And we can see that for parcel A, it is within the catchment area or service area of all those three. So we can make a check and say, okay, this parcel has accessibility for parcels B and C. They only lie in the overlaying catchment areas of 2 or only 1 function, and thus are not considered having access. And if we can automize this process and later aggregate the data to come to a conclusion like X% of cadastral parcels or X% of the residents have access to essential functions within 15 minutes, and so on. So that's the outcome. What we can see on the right-hand side is how the Euclidean distance and the network distance actually deviate from each other in some parts quite remarkably, depending on the street network. So for example, if we look at the catchment areas of the supermarket, as the supermarket is located at the north end of a major street, the Euclidean catchment area and the network area in the south end almost are the same one. But if the network, if the street network isn't so efficient coming from A to B, there is a large deviation between the Euclidean and the network distance, which is actually also quite an interesting thing to measure because it tells us something about how well does the network for active modes of transit actually work if we compare the Euclidean distance to the network distance. The second approach, the demand-based approach, applies origin-destination matrices. So for every parcel, destinations to all
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
distances to all destinations are calculated. And again, if you remember the accessibility model, here we just check if the highest value of all 3 values is below the threshold. So again, for parcel A, the highest value of the 3 values is 724 meters. My threshold is 800 meters. So I can make a check and say, is accessible for the
Thank you so much.
parcel B2.
Thank you so
It
much.
wasn't accessible. Maybe that's a mistake on my side. And for parcel C, it's over the threshold, so it's not considered being accessible. You can see that we come to the same conclusion. If you run that in a GIS software, the demand-based approach is faster. That's why most studies which processed huge amounts of data chose that demand-based approach with origin-destination matrices. On the other hand, the supply-based approach produces a visually readable result. So those maps with overlaying catchment areas are far easier to interpret visually than those OD matrices. But as we aggregate the data in the end for larger units, this is far more practical. And that's actually what most of the studies did, that they aggregated those informations to a higher spatial unit, mostly statistical blocks, because on that level, they could check correlations with other socioeconomic data, which is accessible on that level of statistic blocks. Which brings us to the conclusions. So the 15-minute city is a model for sustainable urban planning, which is based on proximity-centered accessibility, but also comprises further topics which aren't really represented in that measurement of proximity, which can be a problem. Several cities have adopted the concept, and the concept and measuring proximity has become kind of a new indicator for quality of life in cities. Most examined cities agreed on an accessibility model where supermarkets, primary schools, primary health facilities, kindergartens, parks, playgrounds, and pharmacies should be within reach of a 15-minute walk. It's quite surprising that work locations and public transport stops were considered less important, whereas they play an important role in Moreno's original 15-minute city model. And this shows, and those huge differences in the accessibility models show that these studies which or those claims like is neighborhood XY or city XY already a 15-minute city heavily depend on how you define that accessibility model, and which urban functions should be included in the accessibility model actually isn't really a purely scientific one, but it's a normative one. So it's actually a task for the society and for politics to decide which functions we want or we can provide within a certain proximity. Yeah, and last finding, most studies chose a demand-based approach calculating OD matrices from centroids of census blocks to essential destinations, which makes it easy on an aggregated level to find correlations with other socioeconomic data. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We have 5-7 minutes for discussion. Yes.
So thank you for the elaborate overview of the insight study, the concept of the 15-minute city. There's a lot of new learning for all of us. So my questions are, I'm afraid, going to be very basics. So I'm just wondering, in any of those studies which you've encountered,
thank you so much.
Was perceived accessibility also a consideration, I would say?
No.
Because in a conference that I attended last week, there was a particular session for 15-minute city, and someone who was actually dealing with the case of Barcelona, who lives in 15-minute city lifestyle. So they actually looked at, even if a 15-minute proximity is provided, who is actually using it. And there are several reasons why they don't use it when they perceive some, for example, if you even though this facility is closer to you, might not want to use it because you find a better one at a different. So there are certain things like that. So you're saying there's enough as of now in all these interdisciplinary.
No, that there's not nothing, but there's nothing in the sample I chose because those studies are all quite similar to each other. But in reality, or the discussion about the 15-minute city or proximity-centered mobility or walkability or compactness is a little bit more complex. And in this complexity, perceived walkability or just that people don't always choose the destination which is closest, but have personal preferences. There's a lot of discussion about that. So there are also studies questioning if the availability of functions in proximity really increases active mobility. And it is actually quite disputed. So there are some investigations which tell, yeah, there is a positive correlation, and there are other investigations which say there is a correlation, but it's not that clear, or only until a certain threshold of destination density. But yes, perceived accessibility plays an important role, I think, because the interesting thing about the whole 15-minute city topic is it's actually theory which isn't proven. So Carlos Moreno tells us a lot of benefits connected to proximity, and some of these benefits can be proven if you look at the existing literature, and some are more like a general theory of the urban. So if you read in the original, it's droit de cité. In May, it has been translated to English and German for the first time. That is why at one of the previous discussions, I thought it's not a consistent theory, because we have this topic of proximity, but he also talks about placemaking, and he talks about a general theory of the urban, which is produced, socially produced, and can only be produced if there's proximity. So the field is very, very wide, and I just focused on those studies actually measuring proximity, physical proximity, and to be honest, we can say that this is my
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
mean hypothesis. If we think in the economics of the academic world, it's far easier to produce those papers because you can lock up yourself in some room for 2 or 3 months doing a GIS analysis from your desktop and have a publication than measuring perceived accessibility, because this is far more complex. And I think that's part of the popularity of those measuring proximity papers.
So can if I have time just for one more. Yeah, okay. So in the sample that you said, you said like how they read in the morning today. Okay, Dennis, sorry, so you said work and public transport are not considered, only considered into studies as functions in samples. So does it have anything to do with the scale, the spatial scale of the studies? Whether is it based on you are doing accessibility measuring of a neighborhood or a region or a city? Is it dependent on any? Yeah,
I can't really tell. It's an interesting question, but I can't really tell. It can possible. It's possible, and another possible explanation is that I have a built-in bias in my sample because I also read a lot about walkability, and that's why the sample is so much focused on walking.
I mean, that would be a good.
Yeah.
I have one more question, but I sorry.
We have one question on the internet.
Yes.
David found.
Dave?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, great. I liked the presentation very much, and I have 2 questions. One is related to the second paragraph of the end from the conclusions about the political question. Because you've said it's political question or like sociological question, which functions are incorporated in the concept of 15-minute cities in each study. But my question is whether you have found some like other resources, like do some studies work maybe with the same papers or with the same set of sociological research that create their focus on some functions, and maybe that cause that they omit workplaces? Like, is there something systematic, or is it really arbitrary political decision? That's maybe my first question, and the other one is totally different. So just the first one.
Let's start with this one. Of course, there are sources or papers which appear on and on, so which are cited quite frequently, and some papers chose an approach of looking into other papers which studied proximity and looked into which functions they choose, and based on a literature review, created their accessibility model. But I think Additionally, it's some kind of so this is one approach to creating this accessibility model. The second one is, I think, a mixture of already existing city politics and common sense. So even before the 15-minute city, every city in a Western country has a threshold for how far is a kindergarten away from a residential unit, and how many green space do we need per 1,000 residents. So this is nothing which is new or connected to the 15-minute city. So actually those models can rely on a very broad base of concepts which services and functions and also public, especially public services, shall be provided to a certain number of people. Actually, this decision to exclude work locations from the measure is, from my point of view, but that's just again my mean hypothesis. It's just excluded because it's too complicated to measure. Because how do you measure where people live? You can find all the other destinations you can find on OpenStreetMap. But how do you measure where people live? You can, of course, you can locate where there are companies and maybe where there are agglomerations of companies with, I don't know, more than 51 people. But you can't really foresee where a person lives. So that's data you would need to get from mobility surveys. And I think that this measuring how far is work locations of people actually away was just too complicated for those studies.
For that, it's I think I have a very hard job there because but time is running and all the presentations are so wonderful and discussion is so wonderful. So I have to cut it, unfortunately, and we will continue. I feel I guess I know what will be topic for this evening. Yeah, so we will continue. And now I would like to invite Jan Bittner to the floor and give us last presentation for this what?
Once again, I'm Jan Bittner. I'm a PhD student at the Faculty of Architecture. So Jakub is our head of the department, and my supervisor is Veronika, who was here this morning, and then she had to go for teaching. And also we've got here a new guest, Jana, who's also an expert on space syntax from our university. So I'm going to talk about a topic of my dissertation, which is in accessibility of local amenities. I'm the boring math guy who's doing some regressions and try to interpret it. So I'm very happy to hear your critics, and maybe also like later when we have 2 beers to hear like what you don't like about it, which I'm very interested in. Anyway, short introduction, 2 numbers. Those who are Czech must know both of numbers. Foreigners are allowed to don't know the second number, but the first one is compulsory for you. So what happened in 1989? Right? Yes, of course. Revolution. Well, we call it the Velvet Revolution, like the transformation. So we the Eastern Bloc fell apart and free market happened. So there were new values. Apart from opening McDonald's and having new Skoda, we also, like the Czech society, felt could realize their dreams to have their proper homes away from the city center. Of course, it must be like the most extravagant architecture, whatever. So, and the second number. So, Dennis, he's Czech. Diana, Martin. Right. No. Sorry? Municipalities. Yes. We have 6,525 municipalities. Each of those municipalities is responsible for doing zoning plan or for approving zoning plan. If we look at the histogram, you see that over 2,000 municipalities are sized 200 to 500 inhabitants. Guess how many urban planners or those who understand urban planning are in those villages? Yes. So what happens? We're in Prague. Suburbanization, and again, suburbanization. Of course, it is not just a residential. We've got also some commercial suburbanizations, but my focus is mostly on like suburbs around Prague, which are mostly residential. We've got like very good colleagues from geography, who are mapping like periodically of those places. So we know that suburbanization is happening in not only around Prague, but around most of medium and big-sized cities. And it is not surprising that suburbanization caused problems. We know that those problems are like land use, energetical, economical, etc., etc., etc. And we also know that most of those problems are somehow connected to transport. I will reduce transport problems as a car dependency, talking about suburbia. So apart from environmental, we've got also like health. So if you're commuting by car, you have like some cardio and other civilization diseases. We've got also social segregations. We've got like landscape changes. We've got like devastation of soil, fertile soil, etc., etc., etc. So we've got tons of problems.
Presentation.
As urban planners, we have always solution to any problem. So 15-minute city. Also, there is my favorite urban renaissance from 90s, Richard Rogers and others, who made like something very similar. So the idea is like, if you've got your destinations that you need to do through the day close, you don't need to commute that much. So my research question is the accessibility of local amenities related to residential transport behavior in the Prague metropolitan region?
Presentation.
But the thing is, if we talk about, or if we say amenities, that's very wide, because amenity could be a corner shop where you go just for beer by the evening or for bread, and you really don't mind where you go. You just want to grab a bottle of beer and go home. But then you've got amenities like a culture where you don't go definitely to the closest cinema because it's the closest. You usually go where they play the game or where they play the movie you want to see. And then you've got also like doctors. Some of us choose a doctor which is a closer, like a general practitioner. But then you've got lots of doctors that are you go to visit them. And you travel a lot because you prefer those doctors. I personally commute 350 kilometers for my dentist because I really like him and he charged me less. But if we think about urban planning in a Czech system, which is as complicated as other urban planning systems, we've got specifics of local plans and basically of local zoning plans. And those facilities which I listed, which are very similar to Arne's facilities he listed on his slide, we've got educational facilities, sport facilities, healthcare facilities, and corner shops, are those that I am very interesting to find out if they influence travel behavior, or AKA car dependency in the suburbs. The thing is that I started my concentration, or I started my focus on educational facilities. Because in educational facilities are in the Czech Republic something which is very clear that urban planners should take care of them, like how accessible are them. And also it's very popular. Recently, there have been lots of new schools around Prague because demographics in suburban areas and surprisingly demands for new schools. So I decided to start my work asking, is there a relationship between accessibility of public education amenities and residential travel behavior in Prague suburban areas? And that's the question I'm going to answer, hopefully, in a few minutes. So my data, that's quite tricky because in Czech we have no data at all. I mean, like, we have some, but it's very limited. I was very lucky that local transport authority, I think maybe Milan Kříž is here in the MS Teams. They allowed me to work with their data. So this is my area of interest, which is defined as a Bohemian region, and then some inner parts of Prague, which are considered not to be integrated into Prague like city tissues. And and I've got 1,000 respondents. The thing is that this is the whole population. This is a sample of the whole population. So I have to filter it down to narrow it to parents, which means I define it as age 18 to 65, having at least one children below 14, and a housing location in a Prague fringes, which I filtered it down to sample 248, which is not 47 even, which is not that much, but still something which I was able to work with, at least taking account into like the most general like built environment metrics. Also, I made an some sample, which is 152, which tells me not only where those respondents live, but also where do they work. So I knew I got a pairs of 152 respondents to know where they live, where they work. I could measure how accessible is their work by car, and then how accessible is their work by public transport, and I could make a ratio. So I could make ratios, how well is accessible respondents' workplace. I will talk about it in a minute. So just to describe my data, this is metrics of my respondents. So most respondents had 1 or 2 children in age 6 to 14, and most respondents had or 1 children or 2 children 0 to 5. Those 2 categories were implemented in the data. So I considered that 0 to 5 are those who could potentially go to kindergarten, and 6 to 14 those who could potentially go to primary school.
Presentation.
So my dependent variable in my research is car and public transport use frequency. What is very important to say, I'm working with categorical variables, which means that we've got like 3 and more times per week, 1 to 3 times per week, 1 to 3 times per month, less than 1 time per month, and never, which is a bit problem because apart from those in between, the first and the fourth one is very hard to define because how often is more than 3 times a week? Is it 3 times, 5 times, 10 times? So that was something I had to deal with, and also I will talk about it later when I get to my final models. Anyway, yes, this is just the metrics, how often my respondents use of those means of travel. So we see that we got very nice sample of car-dependent respondents because mostly they use public transport less than 1 month, and they use car more than 3 times a week. So that was not surprising at all. My independent values were what I was interested in, relevant educational facility accessibility. Why do I say relevant? Because those respondents, 252, they had some children. Some of them had youngest ones, 0 to 5. Some of them had 6 to 14. So I measured, or I geolocated for every respondent kindergarten, and then a primary school. So you can see here a histogram of accessibility, or let's say geometrical density function of accessibility, that we see that the peak for kindergarten and primary school is somewhere around, somewhere around 10 minutes. And we see that the kindergarten is a bit better accessible. Anyway, the real independent variable I worked with was walk time to relevant educational accessibility facility, which means basically the accessibility is relevant for the respondent. Then I've got controls, which were, first of all, regional centers in Prague, because in the Prague metropolitan area, because according to regional plan, we've got several tiers of centers. So I measured for each respondent, how can he get to each tire, like how can he get to the closest center for each 7 tires? And then I made a ratio, how is it accessible by car and how is it accessible by public transport? So basically, this is for me very important independent variable because it tells me how quicker is it, this number tells you how quicker is it to go by car than public transport. So you can see like to the lowest tier here, we see that the peak is around something below 3, but here, like to the highest one, which is Prague basically, it shows that the deviation is very wide, and also the peak is moved to the high, which is not surprising because lower regional tier, the closer you get. I'm running
time, so I need to speed up a bit. So then I put it into factorial analysis because I had to reduce some variables. And then I used some population density measures. So basically, built environment measures. So basically population density, which you can see here. I was very surprised how well it worked. Correlation between population density and number of inhabitants of the municipality. That's for me like something I was very surprised. I had to admit that it's both of those cases are logarithmic, so it's something also which is good like to deform the data. Anyway, I'd also use social economics variables. So like, was the income, was the size of house, was the education, and etc. So I've got basically those 4 factors, socioeconomic factors, which I use them, they are loading into final regressions. And now let's get to the results. So I've got 3 models. First 2 models are ordinal regression. So I'm checking like the regression between like moving from one category to other. How often you use public transport, how often you use car, and how often you use public transport. And I used 2 submodels, which were for all parents and then parents with no workplace. And then I've got a better regression, which is basically a regression model on a ratio, how often you use car versus how often you use public transport. I will talk about that in a second. So we will dig into ordinal regression now. So that's like result of the regression. I'm sure you see nothing because it's like too many numbers. So what is the point? What is my message is that what influence how often you use car as a parent in Prague suburbia? It is obviously your sex. If you're female, you less, significantly less. If you drive, you significantly less. If you've got a driving license, you drive obviously much more than if you don't have, which is not surprising at all. And also number of cars in a house. What is interesting, even having those factors as accessibility of regional and local centers, it shows that walk time to educational facility is significant. And the magnitude is not that small, not like something super small. The same works if we plug into our models, if we put ratio, how well is accessible your work. It changed a bit like the behavior of like regional accessibility estimate, but still educational facilities remain significant. So basically, in simple words, if you've got educational facility within 15 minutes from your house, your frequency of car usage is the same if you had one less car, because you could have more than one car, obviously. And also, if your workplace was 3 times faster reachable, and regarding the workplace location, it's same is like you have the effect of having like educational amenity accessible within 15 minutes is the same one like one less car, even 5.6 faster to get to your work, or the same like increase in inhabitants density of 53 inhabitants per hectare. Sorry. Basically the second regression, which deals with how often you use public transport, that's very straight. I'm just going to say some of those variables, like if you have a driving license and how many cars you have in your household, it's also significant. So it's not surprising that it shows you, or it's like it determines like how often you go by public transport, which I would say is unsurprisingly in inverse relation to your car behavior. What is surprising is that accessibility of educational facilities are almost insignificant at all, which means that if you've got educational facility within 15 minutes, basically it doesn't change your behavior how you go by public transport, but it changes your behavior how often you use car as a parent. This is like very messy table comparing significance of those variables. If we get some beers, we can talk about this later. But yeah, and the last thing I'm gonna finish very shortly. So the last thing is put those variables, those categories into matrix. So I made like a number from 0 to 1. 0 means that you use only public transport and never go by car, and just double zero, and number one is use always car and never use public transport. So basically it shows, again, same variables, that it depends if you're men or women, it depends on your driving license, it depends how many cars you have. And very interesting phenomenon occurred, and that is that if you've got your education facility 7 to 15 minutes from your home, it is significant. It influences your move towards using public transport. But if the facility is just 0 to 6 minutes, it is not significant at all. Which means that if you live here and the educational facility is around here, it doesn't change your behavior regarding the ratio 0.1 public transport to car. My explanation is, my imagination is, I would say, that could be maybe that the educational facility is so close that you can walk back after you walk with your children to school, that you can hop on the car and ride, or you just tell your children, like, go, it's just over the corner, I don't really mind. But if it's 6 to 15 minutes, there is significant move. 15 minutes and more, then the significance is also disappeared. Unsurprisingly, it's far away, so they always go by car and sustainable. Yes, we are out of time, so the conclusion. So the question to my answer is yes, but. The thing is that accessibility really relates to frequency of car use. It doesn't relate to frequency of public transport use, and there is a limited effect on the car-public transport ratio. There are limitations anyway. First of all, my sample is very small, so I'm now working with bigger samples. Also, accessibility of education facilities may be related to other amenities. That's something that we're planning to get a movement, like grocery staff, healthcare, and etc., etc. Also, categories of car public transport use frequency are wide and not equal distance. So that's something which unfortunately is not my fault, but I had to deal with that differently. There are no like Czech transport engineers. They always think like in like bipolar world. So they think car or public transport. They don't think about walking. They don't think about bikes, any other alternatives. So that's something I really missed in my data. And at the end of the day, we're still talking about correlation, not causality. That's something which I can say there's a correlation, but I really can't say in like in a significant way that only those educational facilities influences. So further research is needed. Thank you very much.
Presentation. Seems like we have for 6 minutes if you know.
Yes, basically.
God bless.
Suburbia.
Okay, so we have a few minutes for questions.
Or coffee.
I have a question. Which methodology did you use to getting inner city of Prague? Because I was very surprised that for instance, relatively is not.
Yes. That's a good question. I think it's called the rule of thumb. No, I mean, like I had a meeting at Charles University Geography, and Mr. Sikora told me to include some Prague because it helps with my data, because I will extend my sample. So basically, information I needed, like population, job density, and etc., are only available in Prague for basically municipality boroughs. So I had to choose which borough. I couldn't just draw a line, but I had to choose a borough. So I just looked up on the boroughs, and like, for example, Radotín for me was something which was quite far away, and for me was something which I considered was not part of the like city tissue, but definitely there wasn't like methodology I could like I could defend myself if there was like very strong geographer who would just tell me like what was the key. I just sorted it.
Can we look at somebody? Because I propose. No. Okay. So one more question, and then we will continue questions in.
Yes, in the back. Right.
How did you define the sociological area? What the situations of the suburban areas? The official metropolitan area
Basically, you have like 6 polygons defining Prague metropolitan area. I have a, it's not included in that presentation, but I have a slide where I put all through them, and basically it's up to you what you choose. But the thing is, like, there is a, as I mentioned before, we have like, I think, very good geographers who making like this defining what area is suburban, like what is really happening as suburbanization. The problem is, if my consideration, my focus is only in places which are considered suburban, the sample is going to be like 80 or 100. So although I'm saying that I'm interested in suburban areas, my sample is basically Prague metropolitan area, which is mostly suburbanized, but also there are places which are not considered, defined as suburbs. But the thing is, like, if you've asked me what is suburbia, each geographer tells you something different. So that's also a bit tricky, but you're also right.
I see there's no question, so I also finish this block. Thank you, all the presenters.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Davide Vettore. I'm from the University of Bergamo, the Department of Engineering and Applied Sciences. I'm a first-year student, and unfortunately, I will not speak about the 50-minute city, but a more, let's say, theoretical issue. In fact, I'm working. No.
Presentation.
It's happening all the time, no worries. So click then.
Presentation.
It will work. Okay, perfect. So as I was saying, I'm working with a more theoretical issue, in particular, the IA and SIA processes that are two processes that try to regulate the anthropic action of the human being with the environment. And in particular, I started studying these two processes because my PhD is co-founded by an environmental firm. And so as far as I learning from these two issues, I start understanding that there are some weaknesses and some, of course, some potentialities. And in particular, my goal, my final goal of my PhD would be to define some new strategies and some systematic approaches, because as far as I understood them from an initial literature review, these two processes are regulated from the US, the European Union. No? No? No.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Oh, no, okay. Sorry, I think you need to click here to be in the window, and then you can like it up and down.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So if I was saying these two instruments are regulated from by the European Union, and because in particular I'm focusing, of course, on my country, but I'm also studying how each European country are developing and applying this instrument, because from the general legislation, there are some guidelines, let's say, that define how each of these two instruments should be applied in different contexts. Because the first one, the environmental impact assessment, is related to projects, public or private, and the strategic environmental assessment on plans, so like urban plans, for example. In particular, in this step of the research, I'm trying to understand the last one of these phases, because each of these two procedures has these quite strict phases that have the purpose to define and assess the possible impacts of the project, evaluate them, and then when the project starts or the plans are put in action, with the monitoring phase, they start to track the actual impacts before the beginning of the project of the plan, during, and in the post-offering. In particular, the context of this research is related to a PNR project called SULINE, in which I'm working with my other colleagues.
that have this aim to identify an holistic and transdisciplinary methodology to design larger linear infrastructure in peri-urban and rural landscape. In particular, my topic is, as I said, environmental monitoring. So how the infrastructure, whenever it's built and put in place, is reacting with the environment. So which are the impact, the actual impact, because in the pre-operative phase, usually they evaluate the possible impact, but it's only during the in the post-operative phase where we can elaborate and register the actual and real impact of the infrastructure project. So the goal of this research is trying to understand the role of the environmental monitoring, assess the effectiveness in order to define some recommendation to how to improve the relationship between infrastructure planning and sustainability. In particular, starting from a literature review on how the environmental monitoring is assessed in the different in different countries, but also in the Italian context, I start understanding how, in reality, in Italy in particular, this issue is, even if it's mandatory to present the monitoring report, nobody controls it. So it's quite, let's say, an Italian thing, but we have to live with it. Anyway, there are some case studies that I start selecting with this atlas that is coming from the Line project that is in developing. So for now, I have collected some case studies, in particular 3, and also I start to collect some data because in order to assess the effectiveness of the monitoring practice. In particular, some cases are still in the design phase or in the construction phase. So no, okay. Oh, okay. It also work with the.
Oh, does it work?
Yeah, finally. Okay, sorry, didn't work. So I was always saying some of the cases are still in developing. So some my initial results are still in progress, let's say. Then I try to compare these different cases because are all cases coming from the infrastructure world. So I'm talking about railway and highways in particular. And then I try to define some initial recommendation. So the first case, it's in Bergamo. It's an highway that has the goal to improve the regional connectivity between these two cities, Brescia and Milano. This in white is the existing highway, which is crossing Bergamo. But in order to, let's say, to reduce the traffic with this highway, which is quite high traffic, there was the project to design this another new highway. And during the monitoring of this infrastructure, which is still in place, they decided to implement some real-time sensor, in particular to detect some impossible pollutant, and also some acoustic sensor, because the highway cross some of the most important rural area of this urban context. And in particular, the parameter that they are trying to assess that are more or less the same in each case because they are defined by the regulation are in particular the air quality, noise level, soil, water, fauna, and flora. Of course, not of all these parameters have been quite measured, let's say, because, for example, fauna and flora, they only assess some studies and design some anthropic action, let's say, but they're not involved more a natural aspect of the environment, because sometimes they just decide to create a tunnel to connect the two parts, the north and the south part of the rural context. While the second case, it's a bypass from a highway located in Mestre, near Venice, which is basically the the same function to like reduce the traffic on this highway. But in this case, the relationship with the landscape and the overall urban context has been quite well designed. In fact, in the design phases, they create some sort of linear parks along the highway in order to connect in a more natural way, let's say, because of course there is an highway crossing context. And during the monitoring, they decide to create some fixed and mobile monitoring units. And also they, in this case, for the first time in Italy, they decide to use some bioindicators in order to assess if the linear park that they designed is quite working. And yes, it's working. Even then they create this some sort of methodology in order to apply this idea of the linear park that is designed as like a mitigation measure in order to try to apply it in another context. While the last cases, it's like a railway. In this case, it's still in the construction phase, so we cannot assess the exact impact on the landscape and the environment. But in this case, they start applying some interesting instruments. For example, some remote sensor and of course the use of GIS in order to assess and define the possible impact that they register in the pre-operam phase and that they are trying to elaborate and record in the operam phase. Because since the railway is still in progress, they have not still concluded the monitoring. So in this case, some of the data and some of the information, it was not easy in the first place to collect, but the overall data available are quite interesting till now. We'll see when the project will be finished. So starting from these three cases that of course I try to implement in the future with the other case studies that came from the Atlas, I start creating these metrics in order to try to compare some possible strengths, weaknesses, and potential innovation around the monitoring phase. In particular, what emerges in some cases, they focus more on the collection of pollutants, for example, in the Rebeni cases, because it was it's located in the Pianura Padana, that in the Lombardy region, it's quite an issue because it's one of the most pollutant regions in Italy. So they decide to assess more on that indicator. While, for example, in the Passante, at the bypass in the Mestre, since they decide to use this extensive biodiversity analysis, considering that they used they create these linear parks around the highway, it was an indicator they decide to focus more. And so I try to came up with these strengths and weaknesses from, of course, my point of view and for what I was able to produce and to collect. And then I started trying to find out some recommendation and findings in order to try to collect this information in a way for my PhD to design these guidelines. So, of course, the first findings is trying to understand and invest more in these real-time sensor and predictive models, because not in all the 3 case studies they decide to use it, because sometimes they are quite expensive and they are not well known at the moment. But since it's something that is still in progress, but in some cases they have obtained some interesting results. That is why the continuous learning is one of the findings, or let's say more recommendation that should be applied in, but not only in this case, but in anything, I would say. And the other one interesting recommendation and findings, let's say, is trying to implement these adaptive management strategies, because, for example, in the express way of Mestre, they locate these fixed units along the highway in order to register in real time the pollutant or the presence of fauna and flora in a way to have some real data that they can correct the project during the construction phase. And of course, the another recommendation that came up is try to engage more with the local communities, because, for example, in the case of Brebemi, the first one, it was a very strong. There was a very strong community that tried to prevent the construction of the highway, because it creates fragmented rural spaces, and also different connection problem that they tried to implement with some new crossway, underpassway, and bridges. But of course, the environment is not the same anymore. The future step of this research will, of course, to expand the selection of case studies, considering that the atlas is still in progress, and we are all working together, trying to find new cases that till now they came from the living labs that we are conducting with the local communities, stakeholders, and the researchers, in order to understand how we can define the holistic approach to design the linear infrastructure. And other steps will be also to understand more these monitoring technologies that they are starting to apply in the monitoring phases. Of course, it would be interesting to implement the social and economic assessment, which is something really difficult to implement, because I'm still trying to understand, since I'm working with the projects and plans, that the social impact is quite more qualitative, unit qualitative data, and sometimes it's not easy to gain them. And of course, the last steps is, of course, to investigate more on the role of the policies in shaping the environmental monitoring. For example, I'm thinking about the recent net restoration law that the EU published. So it would be interesting, of course, to assess also this regulation. Thank you.
Presentation. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I have some. Okay.
Presentation. Again, thank you. Presentation. Is it really sustainable to speak about new highway construction? No. Why should someone measure the impact of it if it's obvious that it should be harmful to the environment?
Yeah, no, okay, it's obvious because whenever we build something, we consume land or we create damages. But of course, these two procedures have the purpose, let's say, to try to balance these the damages, because they're inevitable. But in some cases, we can balance them.
What plan the project? What kind of?
Yeah, but sometimes there are economic interests, social necessities, so it's quite. It could be quite difficult to ban simply the project. So it's something try to create. How can I say that? To balance all the interests in some way. That's why it's quite some lacks.
I really like that Egor is the backstop here. No, I'm just kidding. No, I really like the comment. My point of view is maybe how would you say that? Are there any similarities you may apply to to similar linear infrastructure like a high-speed rail or something more sustainable, which we need to build anyway. For example, in Czech now, like the high-speed rail is a huge topic because we're basically making it from the scratch. And many things that you described, with the problem, with the environment, with the landscape, and etc., we're facing the very same manner like the highways. Yeah. Although it's like, so would you find any links between those, like how would it be transferable?
Yeah, okay. Some possible link between these actions would be, of course, to understand the how can I say, the state of the art of the landscape in the first place. Because sometimes, for the first case, for example, they simply decide that, okay, we need to cut traffic, so let's create a line. I mean, it's not a line, okay, because there are some contexts that they have to came across, but they didn't consider for example, the north-south connection. So in some cases, maybe it would be better to understand very well the context, because sometimes you just need, I mean, for example, the original highway, I mean, it's still functioning, of course, but it was like the problem, okay, let's connect this city to this city, so let's create a line. In some cases, for example, also for the, in this case, it's not a line again, but usually the idea is just connect one point to another, short. But sometimes maybe just try to create this, it would be more expensive, of course, because you have to build more and maybe the damage would be more, but maybe in some case a more deeper understanding of the context could be interesting. Another thing that came to my mind is trying to go on the, I mean, to develop more the usually applied mitigation measures that sometimes they just design some linear trees or some generic barriers to reduce the noise pollution. So maybe in a way to implement more the infrastructure with the landscape could be some more reasoning, more designing on how to mitigate the impact, because it's an inevitable impact of the infrastructure on the landscape. And yeah, more or less till now this.
Can I have a question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand. How can you mitigate the negative aspects while you monitor them? In some of the case studies, you said that they can monitor and at the same time.
Yeah, for example, when I'm talking about, for example, the pollutants, okay, when they register this higher volume of pollutants, in some cases they decide to reduce the traffic on the highway, or in some others they have. They just added not just added, okay, it's been designed come si dice, a line among the other of the highway that is working on an electric pavement in order to say no in order to recharge, recharge, but they to non so dire, coinvolgere, invogliare,
transform the cars to this new.
No, they just added an electrical. Where you can charge your electric vehicle.
Recharge.
Yeah, to recharge, but they added in order to call the electric car to come and use this highway.
Attract.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. To attract, yeah. And while for example, in the Mestre highway bypass, during the registration of these data, for example, for the fauna and flora, in these cases, during the registration of maybe the past have some certain of fauna, they decide to redesign a little bit some part of the linear park that they design in order to maintain this connection. So it's a small, they are small, really small sometimes measures that.
So basically, it's calling for an online monitoring so that you can always adapt and control
whenever it's possible, of course, because sometimes you cannot do anything. And yeah.
I have again one more. Okay, we are almost done.
It's okay.
We can be started a little bit. Yes. Were there or are there large differences between the pre-operam and like during the construction and after in the assessment?
Well,
like how wrong do they assess in before they start?
Okay, in some, I mean, in the Breveni assessment, see, it's still ongoing the post-operam, so it's not it was not easy to gain this data. But for example, the confronting the pre-operam and the during operam, the pollutants registered were higher in this case, for example, because this highway became a logistic highway. So more trucks, really lots of trucks, and so in this case, sometimes they are not. They're not like electric motors or something more ecological. So in these cases, it was something that they registered, and that's why they add this.
I find this really important because normally you would not do this during operam and post-operam measurement. So we want to actually base our decisions just on these very first assumptions. So.
Yeah, in fact, it's something that I think it should be like more mandatory, because even the monitoring reports for the in-operam, post-operam, during in-operam and post-operam, they should be published. The first case they haven't published, and because the data gained were not so good. And but I tried, and in some part I have the access to this data, and so but it's something that it's not so optimistic, but I think it's one of the goal would be to make this since it's the last phase of this process, it should be like the cherry on the cake. So it should be really important, and sometimes it's just okay, let's do the report, and that's it.
Just to make sure, you started your PhD this year?
Yeah.
In September?
No, in November last year, like finishing the first year. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I've seen a very nice PhD thesis about animal crossing efficiency up in the Netherlands, in Belgium, because it's the most highway dense area of Europe. That's quite an interesting study. They looked how many animals cross, which type. So quite interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Presentation. There are no other questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. Presentation. I would like to invite the next guest at the moment.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me at this conference. Thank you for reading my long title.
I do apologize. I just see that it didn't work. Presentation. No, I'm just trying to make it in proper full screen, which still doesn't work. But I hope
I hope you don't mind that there is this strip. Like, no, it's not a problem. Sorry for that, but I didn't put it's not a problem. Okay. I'm Edmondo Pietrangeli from the University of Bergamo. And this research focuses on the development dynamics of logistic systems that arise along highway corridors. And this research is part of a broader research that is SULINE, which my colleague Davide has told you about. This research path tries to establish a holistic approach for the design of large-scale mobility infrastructure in rural and peri-urban landscapes. This research starts from several questions, several gaps in the creation and management of these settlements, because the logistic settlements continue to arise despite we are in absence of specific knowledge of logistics geographies, in the absence of specific regulatory framework, with the feeling that often these processes are entrusted by choice. So the goals of this work is to provide a focus of these geographies and to provide an adequate methodologies to support the Lombard provinces in identifying these areas. So let's see a bit of the regulatory background. In Italy, as I said, logistics systems continue to arise, also if there is not a specific regulatory levels, so national and regional, and so on. Recently, the Lombardy region enacted this law that tries to regulate the logistics elements of supramunicipal importance. And the important thing of this is that this law defined the so-called suitable territorial areas for the new settlements of the logistics, and the regional council establishes very few criteria, and so also in this case there is some gaps to fulfill. And the most important thing is that this law says that the definition of specific areas, it's up to provinces and also metropolitan city of Milan. So to support the Lombard provinces and the metropolitan city of Milan in their assessment, it's important to help them to have a knowledge framework, starting with the analysis of existing conditions. Nowadays, we are witnessing in these rural and peri-urban areas a lot of function and phenomena, including logistics and transport infrastructure, but also waste management and renewable energy transformation plants, for example. But if in the past the urban non-urban dichotomy was more marked, today we tend to refer to these areas as operational landscape that are useful for all the dynamics of the territorial and urban life. This is to say that also if we are not strictly in what we consider city, it's still to be considered urban. The methodology of this work originates from the Prince SULINE and with its holistic approach. And after a literature review and the study of regulatory sources and urban planning tools, a database was compiled with data from a report, Logistics and Territory from Center of Territorial Studies of University of Bergamo. And then I integrated it with an internship in the province of Bergamo. The most practical aspect of this work is the study of the territorial context made by GIS analysis and fieldworks. And these two elements allow to reach an holistic approach that led to the construction of three frameworks. An environmental one, in which I studied more the landscape, the land use, and its evolution over time. a landscape one in which I analyzed the difficult integration between logistic structures and the landscape, and a settlement one in which I analyzed the difficult integration between different functions in the territory. Before showing you the case studies, a brief overview. We are in the northern part of Italy, in the province of Bergamo, in the Lombardy region. And the most important thing is that this in green is the A4 highway. That is a key section of two important European connection, the E70 and E55 European routes. So it's a very central in the connection north-south and east-west. And as we can see here, we are in a highly infrastructurated and highly urbanized territory, the so-called Milan urban region. And especially the line from Bergamo to Milan is very, how can I say, it's the so-called operational landscape with strong presence of firm and logistics there. Okay, let's get to the art of the case studies. These in red are the 8 logistics settlements identified in the province of Bergamo. And to test this methodology, I choose to delve into number 3 and number 4, cluster Aeroporto and cluster Brebemi. They differ for several aspects. The development period, 80s, 90s for the first one, while the second as a development that follows the construction of the A35 highway, completed in 2014, and its development is ongoing. And also the geographical location is very different, because here we are in the peri-urban area of the city of Bergamo, while here we are in the Bergamo lowlands in the upper Po plain. So it's a more rural area. Okay. Also the size is very different, as you can see here. And coming back to what was the holistic approach I talked to you about before, this is just an example of what was the work with the GIS analysis. This is an evolution of land used between 1954 and 2021, and this is useful for understanding how the territory has changed over time. And in addition, also other aspects were analyzed. For example, here we have accessibility, landscape integration, mobility infrastructures, network, and soil seeding, and so on, to have a broader framework, a broader picture of the situation in the territory. Also, fieldworks were conducted both for investigate the critical aspects on the difficult integration of these big structures in the landscape, and also for the aspects that concern the quality of life. For example, here we have this residential neighborhood that is totally closed to the south by the highway with just one underpass, and on the other sides by industrial and logistics fabrics. So it's a very poor quality, also without green spaces, without sidewalks, with just trees, for example. So this is just an example, but a lot of fieldworks were conducted, also during some living labs that are part of our research path. As you can see here, the current land use analysis shows us the differences in proportion, because here we are in a previously mainly rural area that see its development in logistics and also in industrial ongoing, as I said before.
here we have a situation, a different situation, because we have a congested area with just little spaces remain, I don't know, in green or agricultural in general. This is a categorization of logistics by typology. And also here we see, for example, that in the cluster report, we have a majority of courier and postal operator since its proximity to the airport. And here we have a majority of distribution centers. So also there we see how cluster report, because of the A4, that is an important section of the European corridors, and since the presence of the airport as an intercontinental and continental traffic, but also maintain strong ties with the local corporate network. Why cluster Rebelmi is more specialized, is more, it tends to prioritize the goods storage, so its activity is for long-range routes. This is an important part of the work, because here I wanted to represent the quantitative representation of the spatial dimension of logistics. Here we can see the surface area occupied by logistics in relation to the production and the production fabric. That is just 8%. And here we have a dimensional hierarchy of the structures. And this is useful in order to decide the needs or not of new settlements to establish. So taking up the initial goals, I told you before, we have some future steps that are to complete the focus on cluster Rebelli and other clusters, extending this work, this methodology to other Lombard provinces. And the advantages of using a holistic approach allows the provinces in their assessment of identifying these territorial areas. So it strengthens the province authorities' work, and it promotes an informed decision-making process that addresses both current needs of logistics and future growth opportunity. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Presentation.
Again, what you expect to be the key attributes according to which you will decide where to put the future clusters? What do you expect, if you have already some hints, what would be the key aspects?
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, in Lombardy region, we have a very congested situation of these types of logistics, but also firms, and so it's difficult to say if it is a very an area that is totally suitable for this type of. But we know that there are economic interests, and so for that, I said before that it's important to start from the existing conditions, because it allows to have a general and a responsible way to choose the best area in which there could be the needs for new logistics settlements. And this is, I think, this is the only way. You have to study what is just consolidated in order to do the best choice possible.
Presentation.
I'd like to ask you about the regard to this with the trip generation. Where when locating those zones, was taking that into consideration. I mean, how much traffic those logistics centers produce, what kind of traffic, if long distance or maybe local, because sometimes those logistics centers are just dispatched centers for local services and retail. So whether this was kind of model, is there some kind of modeling of traffic generations?
Yes, thank you for your question. If you compare the two clusters, the two case studies, for example, you can see that cluster aeroporto is more, it has very strong ties with local snipper, with local companies, and the Aeroporto di Bergamo Serio is one of the most important in Italy for freight handling. So I think that there are more traffic, more truck traffic or presentation handling in the second case in the cluster Prebemi, because maybe the cluster Aeroporto is working more with the airport, so the intercontinental traffic by plane. But this work needs also an integration of the traffic study about the
presentation
flussi, non mi viene fluxes, about the traffic fluxes, I think, in order to. It's an integration in order to have a broader vision, a broader framework for the choices.
Yeah, I saw that you met the location or co-location of various types of logistics. But do you have also data on how they interact? How they are, maybe not in terms of rates, but in terms of compatibility, supply, demand, supply delivery chains, supply chains. Yeah. Do you have some kind of insight how they interact?
Presentation.
They interact more here, but more in cluster aeroporto than Prebemi, because Prebemi it's something new, and there are all of these structures, all of these platforms are something very recently. So here the supply chain, as you said, is more consolidated than cluster Prebemi. This is just next.
Presentation.
Questions? I have one more. If you base your future
presentation,
like advice or projections where to put new industrial clusters on the existing ones, and you said that it's really not driven by data right now, it's more or less where it happened to be. How do you plan to reflect the public/environmental interests? And I'm really also connecting your work to your colleagues, because you were talking about these barriers for people, environment, for animals.
Thank you. I can answer because there is another study, there is another research tied with this, but it's more on the policies and governance. Because, for example, I try to build an operation tool, because I said before that there is the feeling that these processes are entrusted by choice sometimes. So these operational tools that guide the actions of all the actors in the process. So the interest, for example, of the privates of logistics, the authorities, the stakeholders, the inhabitants. And so this is something that it's a tool that could be useful for indicate the actions and
the relationships between the different actors, and also for example, for the
presentation,
the process of the participation about inhabitants and all the stakeholders and
presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you again.
Thank you.
I'm Silvia Marchesini, and I'm another student from Sociological Research. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Padova, and I'm an architect. So, as said, the Sociological aims to develop this kind of holistic and transdisciplinary methodology to design some infrastructure in peri-urban and agricultural landscape. For my research, it is very important, this part of the research. How? With case studies analysis, with this atlas, living lab and site visit, which are very important to assess the real impact of this infrastructure. In this case, my case study is the one of Davide's presentation, the highway and high capacity train line, and currently under construction between Verona and Montebello Vicentino in Veneto region in north and east of Italy. So to respond to the asking questions you done before, it is actually under construction. So what we can do in this case, so this railway line traversed a very fragmented territory, which is marked by an average amount of transport infrastructures like A4 motorway, the historic Milan Venice railway line, and Porcellana Road, and obviously other streets and railway and something else. But this landscape, which is agricultural and rural landscape, can even maintain this vocation of agricultural and rural landscape, which is very important to the environment assessment of the territory. So, as literature say, as we well known, this grid infrastructure like high speed and high capacity train or motorway or grid road have a significant impact on the landscape. But what about their construction sites? So my research, my PhD research, is concerned about the impact and the future design of the restoration of construction site. First of all, I need to define what is landscape for my research. So landscape in my research and in literature is the synthesis of human activities on the territory. This is important to define what landscape is, to define the borders in between landscape study are situated, like landscape is about social aspects, economical aspects, environmental aspects, infrastructure aspects of some territories. So to pass on the issues given by the definition of landscape, the methodology we decided to adopt is research by design, because this research helped us to get over the very multidisciplinarity of the landscape study. So this methodology is based on the assumption that research and design share the same beginnings. So as the slide said, awareness, articulation, and acceptance of a problem. And to do this, we identified this kind of methodology as an effective method to landscape research for managing data and inputs from multiple disciplines, like, environmental disciplines, architectural disciplines, engineeristic disciplines, to respond design question, which is, can construction sites become element of cohesion and landscape connection, but using tools giving us from architecture and from landscape study itself. So data collection, spatial analysis, drawings, mapping, site inspection, scientific literature, and so on. And concluding this kind of path of research with this design methodology, which aims to give us a design method in spite of a really design project. So I'm about to present you the very first steps of my research, which is a qualitative and quantitative analysis of this construction site and the impact, qualitative and quantitative, they have on this kind of landscape, this kind of agricultural and rural landscape. So first of all, using data from Italian railway system of Veneto region and of Korean land cover, we discover that the declared construction site in environmental impact assessment were very
presentation
were minus than the total amount of the construction site mapped from orthophoto, analyzed and
presentation
analyzed on QGIS and GIS program. So this is a problem in particular related to the lack of mitigation measures of this non-declared construction site in like the gray one. I don't know if you are able to see, but the colored one are the construction site declared in the document project. The gray one, I know gray is not a very vivid color, but those are the construction site not declared in the document project. Then we analyze the type of agricultural land and land use affected by construction site. And as you can see in the slide, 94% of affected land is agricultural, and most of our agricultural land which is affected by this construction site is non-irrigated agricultural land and vineyards. So this is a problem in particular because the construction site produced a lack of provisioning of ecosystem services. In this case, we assume that ecosystem services, according to Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, ecosystem services are those benefits ecosystem and natural systems giving to human well-being. So it's quite an environmental problem. Then at the end of these first steps of my research, we had the opportunity to have two site visits to of this construction site to make a qualitative assessment of the construction site. And the construction site seems like a buffer zone totally disconnected from the landscape they traverse. Here you can see two photos of two different construction sites. So according to project document we have studied, the previous state will be restored after the end of construction. But however, it will take a significant amount of time to restore the previous quality of provisioning services by the natural system this construction site affected, in particular the agricultural land, in this case the vineyards, non-irrigated land, and so on. So we think and we believe that it's important not only to connect the cities with efficient and modern infrastructure, but also it is very important to consider what happens in between, in the territories affected by this infrastructure which connecting this city. So this means focusing on better design and careful restoration of the construction site of this infrastructure. And so at the end, my research is about this. It aims to find an holistic way to design and restore construction site using them so as line of connection in spite of disruption. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, please. First question.
Building ideas how to turn it from disruption to connection.
Now I don't know because I am at the first step of my PhD thesis. So in my opinion, it is very important to consider the way you restore this kind of construction site. So I have said that in this case, according to project documents, the previous state will be restored, but it is right to restore the previous state because this restoration will take a very long time to become the territory to provide some ecosystem services. So here, I think the architects or the landscape planner can design some strategies to have a better restoration of this of depth of construction sites. So in my opinion, there's something we can do in the previous design process, like during the environmental impact assessment. And it is very important to assess the real impact of construction site because nowadays there is no necessities, there is no mandatory document about the impact of construction site, but only the impact of infrastructure. So in my opinion, first of all, it is important to start to consider the real impact of construction site. For example, drawing the real amount of construction sites, the real amount of construction site, and not only those they think it must be important to draw. I don't know. In my opinion, this data is embarrassing. So 66% of land land impact came in from the mapped construction site from orthophoto and not from declarated construction site. So it is important to start consider the real impact of construction site. Then we can talk about a new kind of design, a new kind of strategies to make construction site less impactant on the landscape.
Yeah. Sorry, I missed the very beginning of the presentation, but I tried to catch it up. I have a question to paragraph number 6. No, I'm just kidding. I was putting a slide.
Okay.
Because you said a phrase that all of my colleagues are an architect.
Yeah.
So it's called research by design. So in your project, I understand what you're how you gonna do research by design here.
First of all, research by design is not something you do, but it's a methodology of research you adopt. So it's like like transfer method or mixed methods. There are even research by design. So you have in your research your data coming from questionnaires and I don't know. In my case, my data and the elaboration of those data are seen under the lens of a designer using like drawings in QGIS, and then to have actually a design process which ends at when Okay, as you can see, I
Presentation.
can then have a proof of the effective goodness of my design methodology. Again,
Yeah, how do you get it to like, because as far as I
developing a restoration plan project to have the proof that this kind of methodology is like good, a good methodology.
I'm going to avoid that you, because the problem is like, I know, I suppose I call this research by design, because as I mentioned, like on the faculty of architecture, I'm a master's research by design. And I know I'm a bit cruel now, but the point is, because I think what you're doing is totally relevant, but I think it's not a research by design, because unless you really like design something and you have a feedback loop that you're able to evaluate the design and then change it again and then evaluate it, it's like a loop. It's a learning loop.
The design is quite about this. It's about changing
Presentation.
changing scenarios.
Yes.
Continuing designing, because design itself, it's this kind of thing.
Sure, but my question was, how would you evaluate if you like, or like, how should be like, the plan for restoration plans, whatever? How do you financial design? How do you evaluate?
Because I think the point is that the design can lead to a bad solution, but so that there must be this phase when you really critically assess the design.
Assess, yes, how do you assess?
Presentation.
Maybe you don't have to answer it now. It's not common.
No,
I understand.
But in the research by design, there actually are some normal tools of research like data analysis or something else. So these are a way we can evaluate our research.
Presentation.
I think, yeah, so I think we can talk about it later because I mean, like, I think the point is, like, for me, the point is somewhere else, like research by design, but I don't want to like waste like last 15 minutes. So, and I don't want to be like, great, here. So, yeah.
So I have a question also, and it's concerning the time. How do you work with the time span, the temporality of these projects? How do you fit the time window when you want to assess or evaluate the construction sites?
Presentation.
I don't understand the question. So because
presentation.
You're talking about construction sites,
yeah,
apart from some linear infrastructure works. And my question is how you work with temporality of these sites. Are you focusing on, let's say, the first 3 years of?
No.
Presentation.
It's
presentation.
Or you focus on the sites from the very beginning of the construction of the linear?
No, because this infrastructure had started to be constructed in 2020. So I started my PhD at the beginning of this year. So I think the answer is that I'm bringing these construction sites on its fifth year of construction, and it's scheduled at 2026. So the restoration will start in 2 years. One. So
presentation.
I don't know how to.
I think maybe it also comes back to what Jan was saying. If you need the sites, you want to make a design for the sites.
No, I just want to develop a design methodology, which then will be proved by the design of a restoration plan. But this restoration plan is
presentation.
Is only the
Presentation.
It doesn't have to be realized. No, it will be realized, but it is like the proof that this design methodology, which is not concerned only about this restoration plan, but is a design methodology. And this restoration plan is like the proof that this design methodology will be, I hope, a good design methodology for the restoration of construction sites.
Presentation.
In my experience, many of those sites don't go back to their original use and structure. Also have a special tool here in Czech Republic, which solve the problems. For example, that the local roads are cut with the highway, so we have to redesign the local network of the streets, and also by this, the usage of some land for agriculture purposes is maybe too complicated. And then, of course, you need to restore the ecosystems in some way, which is maybe not original. Yeah. So, my question is how you define that restoration, and it's never getting back in time. It's always something new, and maybe there is some new quality or some transformation of the quality, which is so just natural because all the situation is changed by having highway there.
Presentation.
Yes, but in this case, I only said what the document project said. So they said that restoration as the previous state will be done. In this case, in case of my restoration plan, I don't know anything because I have already to start this restoration plan. I am at the first points. Yes, so quite at the first point. So I really don't know. I am at the end of my first year, so this is the last point. I will study some restoration cases and some good practice to have a better restoration plan or something. But at the moment, I don't know. I really don't know how to a restoration in this case.
This is definitely very actual work. There's a great value. And I'm also thinking about how to get some evidence, what is wrong, what is good. I would go, doing that thing, I would go into history and study what was done 10 years ago, look at the sites, how they are now, whether they are really restored according to plans or not.
Yeah.
And then I would judge the methodology and the planning based on those historical cases, because those new cases may be presentation. How long you like to do PhD study? We will need to have another 15-20 years to really evaluate whether the restoration was successful or not.
Presentation.
So why don't we go to some historical cases that are done?
I'm not today I'm presented only this first result, but in my methodology
presentation
there is like a case study analysis of what is already done about this. So it's in progress, even this study of case studies and literature analysis. So it is in progress right now.
And then that would be interesting, for example, how those new restoration plans, how they reflect the what's wrong in the story, for example. That would be
presentation.
Practical question.
Presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? If not, so thank you very much for my very long, short sharing. It was a pleasure.
So let's start. How do we see cities as economies? So we can just conceptualize cities as the large concentrations of economic activity.
So that's really what cities are about. It's about this concentration. And well, cities do have places that are successful, that have a relative competitive advantage in being employment center. So these are places that are well connected to transportation hubs where you can easily transport people or goods. And there are places that are more successful being residential locations, like places with nice natural amenities close to lakes or rivers or shopping. So, and these places do not have to actually coincide in space. Some of them might be elsewhere than the others. So what people invented over time is commuting technology. So actually, without commuting, we are unable to separate places of residences and places of employment from one another. But with commuting, we can actually specialize, and we can separate the two. So it's transportation technology and commuting that ultimately helps to make cities larger, more specialized, and more successful, because places that are successful in employment and jobs could be farther away, and that's what brings people, that's what makes people more productive and increases welfare of final households through their consumption. So how do we see transportation technology in urban economic models? So let's start easily with the monocentric city model. So let's look at it. If I would start with a diagram, let's see on the left that we do have a land rent, and the blue one is rent for urban use. So what really makes places at zero distance from CBD so desirable? Well, it's because there is no necessity to commute. In a monocentric city model, it's simplified, but we assume that all employment is concentrated into CBD in distance zero. And what people care about is their consumption, the amount of housing they can consume, and then cost of getting to the employment from their residence, that it's at a distance X to CBD. Now, we can formalize it a little bit with the first equation, households constraint. It's just in mathematics showing what households actually can do. They consume some goods, consumption goods C, that usually are normalized in price, so their price is equal to 1. So we just denote it with C. Then they consume some S floor area of either land or housing times its price Q, that's the price of housing. And this has to be equal to their income Y minus their cost of commuting. And the cost of commuting is T times X. X is distance. So essentially, the amount of people, what they consume, housing and consumption, has to be equal to their income minus commuting cost. And you can see already there is this T in magenta, because T, it actually represents all things related to commuting. It's the cost of getting from one place to another. So you can already see that one of these few parameters in urban economic models, that one is related to transportation technology. And one of the core results of urban economic models, most of them, is the second equation. That actually the price of housing changes with distance. So it is the derivative of Q with respect to X. It changes proportionally to transportation cost divided by size of floor space I consume. But again, the decline, how prices do decline away from city center, it's a function of my transportation cost. So I will show you later that there is a lot of things that can change if actually cost of transportation changes either over time or due to some policy change. So we have already established that there is a link between transportation cost and price of housing. Now we can go further. So sorry. So now let's continue with that equation and how actually developers respond to Q. That's the second equation now. Well, the amount of housing and its value, that is price Q times L, size of a plot the developers are using, times H, that is the height of construction, let's say in floors. It has to be equal to price of construction C, that is a baseline, times H to the power of delta, that's the number of floors I'm building, and delta is strictly larger than 1 because building taller is more expensive. Again, times L, because that will convert the whole term into cost per square meter, plus cost of land RL. Well, if I divide this equation by L, so I normalize it per 1 square meter of plot, and if I take derivative with respect to H, in respect to H, because I'm trying to find the maximum optimal density or building height I would like to construct, I get the third equation. Essentially, the third equation relates optimal building height with property prices Q, construction cost C, and delta. And delta is really just how more expensive it becomes if I build taller. So I see that it depends on Q, and Q depends on commuting costs. So I see that density of cities do depend on prices, and that implicitly depends on commuting costs. And I can go in further, and following Glazer's derivations, I can actually derive the land rent R that is at the bottom. And again, it's a very similar term. It depends on Q. So ultimately, the value of land and density of construction is dependent on transportation costs from a relatively simple monocentric model. Now, do cities look like monocentric model? Well, let's look at Chicago. It does have features of that model. It's very dense in the city center, and then densities do decline quite steeply, and you can see then the sprawling suburban areas that are reached quite far away from CBD. So these are US cities that were traditionally much less planned, much less constrained. But does it hold more generally? Well, we might follow the idea of Berto, who collected data already back in 90s about densities in cities worldwide. So I've repeated that. I use mostly satellite-based data coming from continental Europe, and I plotted densities and how do they decline in OECD-defined functional urban areas from city centers towards outskirts. And you can see that through most of these cities, you can easily fit this exponential decay function, and it explains rather well how actually densities do decline with distance from CBD. So even nowadays, when most cities are not strictly monocentric, there is something that still makes cities hold the monocentric city concept, and that's accessibility. And that's something what we will get next. But before that, let's look at what happens if actually the transportation or commuting cost changes. So again, let's look at this, how price decline from city center. The price Q decline, if I increase distance X from city center, how the Q changes? Well, it's proportional to commuting cost T over the amount of space consumed S. Now, if I decrease commuting cost relative to income, if I'm holding everything else constant, well, then what will happen to land rent and density? It will get flatter. And that's another central prediction of the monocentric city model. Once I decreased cost of commuting or cost of transportation, the cities will get flatter, because now people can actually more easily reach places that are farther away in space. So the city boundary will expand from X star to X prime star. So cities will get larger in terms of their footprint. And because now there is more of land, at the outskirts, people are bidding less for land centrally. And we can again use the earlier predictions from the monocentric city model. So densities in the center will be lower, land values in the center will be lower, and that they will increase towards the outskirts. So is there empirical evidence that actually supports that? Well, it is. So let's look what Alfeld and Wendland found for Berlin when they investigated relationship between land value and distance to CBD. Let's start with the center prediction of the monocentric city model. So let's think about distance either as commuting time or as commuting distance. Now, commuting distance is the upper panel. We can see that the decline in land values were much steeper in earlier period, in 1890. So initially, the value of land declined quite rapidly with distance from city center. But with the advances with transportation technology, that's mostly public transit, it made land farther away more available, then it means more valuable. So the curve shift from the purple one to the green one, or it didn't only shift it, it tilted, so it got flatter. So yes, we do see that actually with advances of transportation technology, cities get more valuable towards their outskirts, and that motivate suburbanization and dispersion of economic activity farther away from city centers. But is it really the thing that the distance matter? No, it seems that, well, what people do care about is really the time, because what made this higher desirable, what made these places farther away from CBD more desirable? It was really shortening of commutes, because commuting technology became faster, and that means in a way less expensive. If you look at the bottom panel, actually the relationship between land values and commuting time, it hasn't changed that much. So the decline of land value with respect to commuting time, it's surprisingly stable over this period from 1890 to 1936. So it supports the idea that people to some extent value their time similarly, but what happens when we improve transportation technology, that in the same time we can reach places that are much farther away, and we can make them more valuable due to the transportation technology.
Presentation.
Now let's move forward. It was the evidence, the first panel, that the places that are farther away from city center got more valuable. We can actually take that slope, the slope of that curve, and the steeper it is, the higher the number is in magnitude. And we can look at this over time for many cities. So I've shown you Berlin, that's the first column, and we can see how this curve, the density gradient has changed over time. So in this period from 1890 to 1936, it declined from the relatively steep slope minus 0.7 to milder minus 0.3. But it's not the only thing of Berlin. You can see from Chicago, Cleveland, New York, and Sydney that this flattening of density gradient is happening everywhere. And it's related to improvement in transportation technology. So at the end of 19th century, these were the advances of public transit. Then it was advances of road transportation, like cars, and their gradual they're increasing affordability. So that's one of the motivating facts. Why do we observe suburbanization over time? Because with improving transportation technology, land farther away from city centers is becoming more and more attractive. Now, there are reasons why not to completely trust monocentric city model in a way that it's overly simplified. It still has powerful predictions. You have seen the density gradient over time, but we cannot use it to actually answer more real-world data-driven problems when something very specific changes in cities. Some of these questions need more complex models, and I will try to briefly introduce you to these models, and I will then showcase on some research projects that have been done recently how these models are used to address some of these questions. So let's talk about quantitative spatial models. So in the monocentric city model, it was implicitly all about accessibility, because the only metric that defines space in monocentric city model is distance from CBD. But in the real world, we do have places in cities that are more or less accessible to other places that might be competitive in creating jobs. So let's look at two hypothetical residential locations in this in this city. So the residential locations are the teal dots. We have the upper one that it's relatively remote, and to two employment centers it's far away, and third employment centers that is the least densest, it's slightly closer. But then we have the lower residential place, and that's actually almost between the two employment peaks, and it has some distance to another hypothetical employment center, which is in more sparsely populated part of the city. Now, what do we look at in these models? These models are really about relative accessibility of each place, and then based on local amenities and how these places could be successful as employment centers or as residential spaces, we get probability that they are occupied by workers as workplaces, or by residents as places where people live. Now, just briefly, these models do not necessarily have to be complicated. We do have some indirect utility of households V, and it depends on some preference for local amenities that's captured by the B. Then people do care about wages, and wages are the place that are earned at the place of their workplace, so they are labeled J. Now, they do care about rents. They don't like high rents, but they have to pay rents Q, and the rents are where they live. That's location I. And what do they have to do is to commute. So there is this e to the power of t times x. X is the distance they commute, and t is again the same t as in the monocentric model. It's a cost of commuting from I to J, from my residence to my workplace. So again, I do have a not that complicated indirect utility function that is very explicit about commuting. And well, if I solve actually this quantitative spatial model, I will get the relationship pi ij. So it's probability of living in I and working in J. So you can intuitively see actually this probability is in a way related to observed data. If I observe some places that are densely populated, there is underlying high probability that people will live there. If there are some places that are very dense with employment, they do have a high probability of turning into employment centers. And these actually, what this pi ij depends on, it depends on bij. So it's some amenity or something that it's not captured by monetary payments, how people do prefer living in I and working in J. And then this ij, what is the probability that people live somewhere and work elsewhere? It's given by wage they earn in J divided by the land, divided by real estate prices, the rents Q, and distance they have to commute Tx between I and J. From between the pair ij, relative to all other locations. So that's the sum in the denominator. So the way how does it work is that probability that people live in one place and work elsewhere depends on how desirable this combination is relative to desirability of all other combinations in economy. That's indeed the denominator. So ultimately, all else equal, places will be denser both in residences or employment with higher wages, lower rents, and lower commutes between the two. Now, so this desirability ultimately depends on accessibility, because one of the key terms in these relationships is transportation costs. So the better these places are connected, the more desirable they are. And the more desirable they are, they will attract relatively higher rents, so they will develop denser. So if we do have more valuable places, it will attract firms and residents. They will be willing to pay higher rents. And as a result, they will be developed at higher densities. So this, not that difficult model can explain relatively well why do we see these different densities and different densities of employment and residence across space. So now let's look at several papers that are actually using this type of framework to analyze some real world issues. So let's start with a so-called Berlin Wall paper by Alfeld and Cotters from 2015. It was actually among the first papers that introduced in full this methodology. And what they did, they look at how productivity externality and residential externality dissipate across space. So it's already well established in urban econ literature that places that are denser are more productive, because when you concentrate people, they become more productive. The question was how far away this productivity spills across space. Does it really matter to concentrate in one urban block, or it's sufficient just to concentrate in large city? Well, they do show in column 1 that this productivity externality dissipates rather quickly across space. If you are 2 minutes away from one place that is a source of externality, the effect on you, if you are 2 minutes away, already going to be 1/2 of the original effect. Let's say if you are in the same building. And if you are 10 minutes away, it essentially drops to 0. Well, they were able to go farther beyond production. They also look at the residential externalities. They hypothesize that the same holds for residents. If you agglomerate in space, you might support better residential amenities, like you might support better shopping, better restaurants, and they show that these externalities also dissipate quite quickly across space. So that's how you can use this framework, and it's linked all to commuting. The better commuting you have, the closer you can bring people together in space, and then you can utilize these externalities that are quite valuable. People learn one from another, so they increase their productivity. Now, let's look at some fundamental change in urban structure. The zoning of cities, it's not something artificial. Actually, cities zoned themselves into residential and employment areas long before formal zoning. Let's look at London. London day and time population, so where people live and when they work, was relatively similar by advance of super important transportation technology, by advance of rail transit in London. If you look at the graph, the black line shows the night population. It's a population by place of residence. Now, something very important happened in the middle of the 19th century. It was introduction of a rail and possible commutes. From that point in time, the night population and number of workplaces started to diverge massively, because city center, the London center, was extremely successful as an employment center, but not as good as residential center. So number of residents started to decline massively, while number of jobs starting to increase similarly massively. And actually, once you start agglomerate workplaces, the agglomeration spillover, because workers become more productive when they agglomerate, it actually reinforced the whole process. And this paper by Hablich and Cotter, it shows that actually if you would remove all rail infrastructure from London, its value and population would decrease by 50%. So this is really extremely important infrastructure to keep cities in the shapes as we know them nowadays. Well, let's look at less dramatic change in accessibility. Let's look at construction of bus rapid transit in Bogota. Well, Tsivanides, I believe this was his job market paper several years ago, and now it's at the end of the publication process, so it's still work in progress, but I believe it should be published soon. He looks at how welfare changes if you increase accessibility of places within the city. So with the bus rapid transit, initially inaccessible, rather low-income neighborhoods at the outskirts of Bogota were connected with where firms are located. So firms got much better access to labor at the outskirts of city, and relatively poor labor at the outskirts of city got access to labor. And well, they show that the overall welfare of population increased by 0.6%. That doesn't seem too much, but the thing is that once welfare goes up in Bogota, it attracts further in migration. So if you would limit migration, it would increase by 2.3%. Now, the important takeaway from these models is that they take into account so-called general equilibrium adjustment. Once you change accessibility in city, you not only save people, workers' time when they are commuting, but also people relocate. They start to utilize the space more intensively, let's say at higher densities in places that become more desirable. And actually in that paper, he finds out that only 50% of the benefits of this bus rapid transit is due to the shorter commute times. Another 50% is due to this relocation to now more desirable places. And he also finds that actually the social benefits would be 40% higher if zoning responded to this shift in accessibility and allowed 30% higher densities within 500 meters from bus stops. So it motivates this zoning reforms that are joined with increased accessibility and transport investments. Now, can we look at also something different that is very related to commuting? So how we can handle with this issue that some places are very productive, but in these places it's very difficult to build more housing. That's exactly the case of San Francisco Bay Area. It's an extremely productive place, but highly restricted in terms of new construction. Well, that's exactly what the commuting technology might be used for, because now you can separate residences and workplaces. If you look at the panel on the left, the blue line shows how elastic is employment to productivity. So if you increase productivity, new jobs can enter relatively easily. Higher productivity, higher elasticity means it's easier actually to add these new jobs. But if you look on the red dashed lines, these show residential response. In many of these places, it's easy to increase number of jobs, but it's relatively difficult to build new housing and increase number of residents who actually fill these job vacancies. So what these authors, Monti and co-author, they argue, well, if in some cities it's very difficult for many reasons to build new housing, the way how we can overcome this problem is to substantially improve commuting technology. They actually show that between 1990 and 2010, when commuting costs declined by 12%, due to the decline, welfare increased by 3.3%, because you were able to connect better jobs with accessible or affordable housing that before was not affordable because it was too far and it didn't pay off actually to commute from employment to such a residential place. And they conclude that sometimes it's so difficult to reform, let's say, local policies to allow for more housing. So as a policymakers, we might focus instead on improving commuting technology, and we might get about the similar benefits. Now, finally, something very recent. What are the impacts of work from home? Because we've seen the COVID shock, and due to the COVID shock, a lot of people work from home. So Delventhal and co-authors, they look at this shock in case of Los Angeles, where before COVID, only 3.7 workers worked remotely, while during the peak, it was roughly 1/3. So they simulate this model with data they do have in hand, and they are looking at what are the effects of working from home. Well, if 1/3 of workers work from home, let's look at the left top panel. The commuting times decline quite a lot for all workers, because there is 1/3 of those who do not commute at all. But it also declines for commuters, because there is a less of congestion. Once you have a less of people traveling, congestion is lower. Now, because congestion is lower, it's cheaper for those who still commute. So the right top panel shows that actually commuting distance goes up, that those who still continue commuting, they are willing to commute longer distances because now it's not that expensive. And well, when they are willing to commute longer distances, they are willing to suburbanize a little bit. And on the other hand, residents on one hand suburbanize, and firms do concentrate in central city even more, because now they can benefit from lower rents and they can benefit from productivity spillovers there. Now, what are the overall implications? Well, they found out that this 1/3 of workers working from home would increase welfare by almost 20%, and roughly half of it would be just the savings due to the shorter commute. But there are also some potential efficiency losses, because it hasn't been yet well investigated how actually productive workers are if they work from home. What these authors take into account is that the workers who work from home do not contribute and do not benefit from this agglomeration, let's say this face-to-face interaction in central cities, in offices, and they actually estimate that this productivity loss is roughly equivalent to less than 3% of equivalent welfare. So they conclude, and actually work from home could, under what we know nowadays, increase welfare, but at some loss to productivity due to lower agglomeration spillovers in city centers. Okay, so that was these were my slides, and now I'm really happy to discuss it a little bit. I'm happy for your questions.
Presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Presentation.
Presentation comments on this very fruitful, very informative.
I have one question. So as you mentioned, the people perceived the travel time more than the actual distance, because that's like how we kind of measure our time. And so is it like, can you say that actually the travel time throughout the history doesn't really change, but only because of the changes in transportation, like we just can't travel farther? Is it true?
Yes, it really seems that's the case, that well, I haven't really seen descriptive statistics, but from what we do see is, for instance, from the Berlin paper, Alfeld and Vedland 2011, it really seems that we might be traveling for about a similar duration, but really the major thing that happened is that with a higher speed of commute, we can reach further locations. So it's really it's really about the speed of commuting. At speed of commuting increases this potential welfare, because we open more of the locations that are available to be enjoyed as residential locations.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Maybe I will just, Jakub Morel, hello. I will just continue that question, because I'm thinking more about the opportunity cost that the commuting allow us to work, yeah, during the commute. And with the new technology and more comfort of commuting, whether this really does not lower the cost of commuting, time cost. Yeah, I mean.
I think this is a very good question because honestly, I haven't seen a paper that would look at the difference utility cost of traveling depending on travel mode. And actually, some countries like Germany or Czech Republic or the UK, which do have relatively like a balance, car commutes and public transit commutes, especially rail commutes, might be good good places to investigate. And the question is, it's not that difficult, and we do have data for to do that. So you're right. If we can do some task, let's say responding to emails, if we can do it when on train, then cost of some especially long distance commute might be not as high.
Presentation.
Are there any questions from the audience? Who is? Oh, that's one hand. Okay.
Hello. I have a very short question. So you have very different references from different times, and all of them refer to the concept of welfare. I'm not really a statistician, but I'm very curious, how do they quantify it? And do you have any ideas on how you would count and define the welfare in statistical terms?
Yes, sure. I'm happy to address that. I will go back into the slides. Well, if you look at this first expression here, that's the indirect utility. That really comes from economic theory. And in a way, there is a possibility to express that indirect utility in monetary terms. In a plain language, let's say you would compare what budget you need to satisfy some level of utility or goods that you would like to consume depending on their prices. So welfare is something like a change in how much you would have to pay for your consumption if something changes. And well, the way how these quantitative papers do that, it might differ a little bit, but this is the approach, that you are actually trying to convert what people do like to consume, you express it in monetary terms, and then when you do the shocks to economy in the models, you see how much more or how much less people can consume after the shock.
Presentation.
Maybe some online participants would ask some questions.
Meanwhile, they will think, can I ask?
Okay.
I have like I would say very elementary or basic question, but I think that's something which I found out is maybe the most important in all those like empirical studies. How the hell those researchers get data about Berlin in 1880, 1890, and how they got the data on who sleeps 1850 in London, and really wanted like, how did they dig to that data? Because what you said, I don't like, it seems like feasible. It's really, I mean, like, it seems like I understand it, but I really can't imagine like going to archives. Or do you have an idea how would they do that? Like those very specific historical data?
Okay, I think I would start with London, with Berlin, because that's easier. From what I know from my supervisor, who is actually Gabriel Alfeld and who worked on Berlin quite a lot, they do have actually very good evidence of past land values in Berlin, because they were assessing land values back to, I don't know, this mid of 19th century. So they do have relatively good evidence. And yes, most of this work relies on going to archives and actually digitizing a lot of evidence from the past. So it involves a lot of teaching assistants work in the background. Well, if I would go to London, This is one of the reasons why the quantitative spatial models are so appealing, especially in economic history, because these quantitative spatial models, they provide a theoretical structure that helps you overcome some data issues that you typically, as long as you know where people live, where they work, and how do they roughly commute, then you can back out, for instance, their wages. So these models allow to substitute some types of data with others in a theory consistent way, and essentially infer from the model, let's say, what wages are. To speak about London, it's some time since I read the paper in detail, but what they always collected in censuses in the UK is a night population. And then, as you can see, the day population started to be measured in mid or second third of 19th century. Maybe one of the reasons was this response that let's say the Census Bureau at the time realized that there is this actually separation of workplaces and residences, and for that reason they started to measure this day population. So they actually do have data in archives. So this panel shows really the data, and elsewhere in the paper they show that their model they developed explains this data really well. There is one more curious thing about this London paper, because they wanted to compare what their model shows with real data in terms of commuting, and commuting data were not available at the time. So here you have a daytime population and nighttime population, but you don't know commute flows. They actually found out evidence of a tailor who was based in city for a long period of time, and that tailor, for their internal accounting purposes, recorded residence of each worker. So they got this archive data of where workers from one tailor company that was relatively large and was representative of a London population, they were able to reconstruct likely commuting patterns of workers who commuted to London city.
Presentation.
Thanks. Let me ask you something also. In your models, I failed to find a kind of upper limit of commuting time, which is
presentation.
Which is possible for from the point of view of commuters, and I believe that this may change first by the frequency of commuting, and second also by different mindset of people. Do you know some literature on that, or some research on that, how that upper limit of commuting time, which is accepted by people, how it is changing?
Yes. Well, if I would start with the framework of these models, the upper limit is always given by other option. Let's assume I live somewhere and I would be willing to travel really, really long. I would be willing to have really excessively long commute if I can access an extremely well-paid job. So it's always about the types of jobs that I can access in my own local jurisdiction, let's say in place where I do live, relative to employment and wages at the destination. So whenever there is a really massive difference between wages at the place of residence and wages at the place of destination, that can support really long commutes. And so it might be this like a awkward spatial settings like London and rest of the London metropolitan area. The jobs in city have on average so much higher wages that it can support really long commutes across the whole urban area. That's one thing. Another, what these models tells us is that it depends also on what are so-called shocks to preferences across commuters, because these models, they can predict why some people, or well, they are able to accommodate that some people don't mind traveling for 1.5 hour each direction, but there is some probability that there's going to be some share of these workers. So actually the models can rationalize these observed patterns that we always do have in data, that some tiny fraction of people commutes for very long distances. But really the first thing that supports excessively long commutes are differences in wages. And finally, it's true that whenever commuting costs decline, like I don't have to come to office every day, only let's say 2 days a week, in a way my commuting costs go down and I'm willing to live farther away. And that's exactly what we saw right after the COVID in London metro area, that people started to suburbanize from city center towards outskirts. They moved to places like here where I'm located, to Reading, that is roughly 50 miles away from central London. And these places became much more desirable. So it's about wages and it's about these commuting costs.
Thank you. Maybe we exceeded a little bit time, but it's time for the last question. If nobody wants to ask. Lukáš, I would like to ask you about that Berlin model, about where there is a drop in productivity, which is very steep. Yes, and I just need to confront it with your statement that telework, the working on the distance, which started during the COVID. You said that there is a decrease in productivity by 3%, and here we can see the drop of productivity being 2 minutes away from that center hub.
Yes, I see the point. I see the point. The thing is that in the Los Angeles paper, they are looking at aggregate productivity loss on a city level. If 1/3 of workers do not work in a city center anymore, and they are essentially back at home where they have no production externalities. Let's assume that these workers at home are in this table 1 hour away from where most of the other jobs are. So they actually don't benefit from the concentration in LA CBD, and they themselves do not contribute to increase the productivity in LA CBD. Let's say this table, the column 1, it would really hold for urban blocks in central Los Angeles. And let's say if you are located in the same skyscraper at a distance 0, your productivity spillover has an effect on your colleague, which is normalized to 1. If your colleague, or hypothetically somebody else, is in a skyscraper 2 minutes away, then your spillover on them is 1/2, because it always, the size of the spillover dissipates in space. But the thing is that in aggregate, if you remove 30% of workers from some places across Los Angeles, you in aggregate decrease this productivity only just by 2%. It's the difference between how spillovers, what is the magnitude of spillovers very locally, how one worker benefits from another, and how it actually gets aggregated on a whole city level if you remove some workers from the dense places.
And the spillovers of the workers who are working remotely, is it measured? Is there some research that measure the differences between when it is done face-to-face and when it is done remotely?
I would say not yet, because the whole large work-from-home shock is so recent that we don't have yet a good data. There is a paper that I did not mention, is by Atkin and co-authors. I think they are based at MIT, and they are using patenting data and individual workers' location based on GPS residual cell phone data, and they show an evidence that there is really return to face-to-face meetings in a number of citations, that if you are more likely to meet on a random occasion, people from a different company are more likely to cite their patents, that it's some indirect evidence of this mutual spillover. And so it seems that there really is a spillover from this unplanned face-to-face contact, and we don't have yet evidence if workers working online are more or less productive, or if they generate these production externalities. So we'll have to wait for that, and we also have to find a good research design how to actually causally estimate such an effect.
Presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Lukasz, for your presentation, for your answers, and thank the audience for very good questions. So we are a little bit out of time, but I think it's not a big problem. Now the floor is for David Weinreich.
So good to be here today. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Bergen in Norway. I did this research in a previous fellowship in Israel, looking at public-private partnerships and fragmentation of public transport, and looking at how they integrated their services using the tendering process. Here we go. So first of all, I just wanted to discuss transport fragmentation as a concept. So this is division along geographical lines by jurisdiction, by funding source, operator, or other organization. There can be different types of fragmentation depending on how the service is divided. And this is dispersing the services among different organizations that each manage their section of it separately. So an example would be different transport operators, different local governments, and also, as we look at in this study, different private operators that are separated due to a tendering scheme. Transport fragmentation has the potential to reduce efficiency of the service, but reducing fragmentation can also be mitigated and then increase ridership, as we've seen from the German examples of the Verkehrsverbund. There was a study from 2019 that looked at ridership before and after they implemented those programs, which, if you're not familiar with that, they're programs to integrate ticketing of the services, so you only have to pay for one ticket, even though you might be transferring among, say, 20 or so operators in the Frankfurt region, as an example. There's also a study from Sherby and Shipton in 2012, looking specifically at Israel, that found that after they implemented an integrated ticketing program and restructured fares, including free transfers, ridership went up by about 25%. And this makes sense given what we know about the cost of transfers to riders and ridership, which transfers can reduce ridership by about 25%, and they can transfer between modes can be up to 55%, and this makes sense given that sometimes transfers are difficult, arduous, might involve different scheduling, not coordinated. So all those things can make a transfer more. They can deter the rider from taking the service in the first place, or maybe making the transfer. They might just walk the last stage, for instance. But we can also reduce or manage those transfers. You see programs like fare cards, for instance. App-based fare payment programs can be used to implement
transfer mitigation. The shared transfer facilities, like large stations, for example, can be designed in a way that mitigates transfer difficulties. Coordinated scheduling, time transfers are especially important with low frequency services. And then shared data across agencies can be used to optimize coordination. For example, if, let's say, a train is running late, one agency can notify the other one, and then they can try to have a bus available when their train arrives. So that's, at least in theory. I haven't talked to many agencies that actually implement that, but that's a possibility. And also institutional solutions can be used to try to bring more more services under one agency, maybe have better coordination that's institutionalized into the program. There are, from the literature, we see different dimensions of coordination. So a study that looked across the United States found that it kind of outlined different dimensions. It's physical, informational, scheduling related, fares, and data. There could be other categories here too, but these are some broad categories, and I use these to direct the research in this study. Tendering and fragmentation as a concept, it also is, we talk about in this paper here. Tendering and privatization can actually increase fragmentation because you have different private operators running a service. Maybe before you had a state operator, now that service is divided among many private operators that bid for a contract to run a certain line, a certain section of the system, for instance. So you're basically fragmenting that service. Larger tenders covering more service types and modes can be used to facilitate further integration of services, and this is found in the literature by Wienman and Van de Velde. And also tenders can create standards for coordination if the tendering agency has sufficient leverage to require these. So this can actually be baked into the tendering process, into the agreements themselves. So what does tendering look like specifically? We see operators supported by the state under contract, assigned through competitive bidding. Contracts can specify the routes, the frequency, the fares, fare medium, that's the fare payment system, for example, a card or an app, just the way that you pay for the service. And also coordination with other operators can be specified in the tender. Some operators rely heavily on fares and some more on subsidies. So that's also an important point. And once you give those services out to private operators, their motivations to coordinate might be impacted by their the way that those services are financed. Privatization and fragmentation in Israel. So there were a number of, obviously there's risks to fragmentation, and in Israel they try to mitigate those risks by the tendering scheme that requires a lot of coordination. In Israel, they went from having 2 companies that provided most of the services in the year 2000 to 17 companies today. And we'll get into a little more detail about that in a second. So the research questions that we focus on here are, first, how did the tendering process address operational barriers to coordination created by this proliferation of new operators? And 2, what institutional factors facilitated or hindered their ability to integrate services. And three, how did regulators overcome or fail to overcome key barriers to cross-operator integration in the environment with managed competition?
Presentation.
So we chose Israel because it's a very centralized case. So it's very, you could say, extreme in its centralization of the tendering process. We interviewed 27 people, 21 separate interviews, including a few multi-person interviews. Conducted interviews from the year 2022 to 2023, focused on the period after tendering reforms in 2000. The interviews included agency directors in the national government, private operators, consultant companies, which are a big part of the transport ecosystem there. They have all these private consulting companies that do work for the government. So a lot of the government plans, the tenders themselves, in fact, are written by consulting companies. And even consulting companies write tenders for consulting companies. So they actually, in many cases, know more than the people in the government. And also there's
Sorry for jumping.
What's that?
Sorry for jumping in your speech. Could you speed up because your time is limited at the moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, and then we finish this off with the analysis of policy documents. So this is a list of all the interviews.
Presentation.
And this is a timeline of the privatization and integration process going from before 2000 to duopolists, Eged and Dan. Then the national government in 2000 assumes control of fares and routes. After that, there was a change in fares for each service, one service at a time. After that, there was implementation of a national fare card. And you can see the increasing steps of government involvement here, moving to integrated multi-operator fares within zones, and then they go to equalization of fares and free transfers within clusters within the country. And then by 2018, those duopolists now only have 53% of the service. Now there's 17 private operators. And then by 2022, they have equalization of fares and free transfers across the country within a certain kilometer radius of one's starting point. So they've basically integrated the whole system, including across cities, even if you're going from one city to another. So with this program, you could see ridership was going up at least until COVID, and then it goes down, but then goes up again. So digging into some of the specific elements of their integration. So for schedule coordination, there's a reliance on frequency over scheduling. They don't try to coordinate scheduling so much, but that's only because they have high frequency. The Public Transport Authority, they think of themselves as a, quote, super operator coordinating private bus services through tendering requirements. The institutional role with the coordination is there are too many operators to coordinate schedules formally. Each cluster has a main operator, but they, as one consultant says, they're not vacuum sealed. You could have services coming from other areas of the country. So they may have a main operator, but other operators exist. And then coordination is really confined to buses. Rail was left out of this coordination program, and that's because they're under a separate agency. So as one consultant said, the bus company doesn't have any incentive or authority to change it. There is one train an hour and one bus an hour, so why not make it together? But the rail company has no incentive for anyone to coordinate with buses. Rail company works only on rail.
presentation.
Fare equalization that has increased over time. There's bus fare equalization, an all-operator fare card, distance-based since 2022, and rail has been kept separate. The Public Transport Authority implemented reforms through these bus
Presentation.
They required them to use this universal fare card. Competition between the government and private operators was a big motivating factor. There's a lot of competition between different centers of power, shall we say. And then bus and rail are separate, so rail was it took more time to include.
Presentation.
And then we also have facility coordination. This has been more difficult because the private operators, they had their own facilities, they own them, they manage them. So the government has gotten involved in this only gradually, but they've needed to get more involved because the private operators often didn't want to share with each other. So the government would require them to share, but often they still didn't want to. The tenders require operators to share these terminals, but also the Public Transport Authority is now developing their own public terminals to supplement this program. And also bus rail terminals don't really exist that often. They're very rare. And that's because they have separate programs. The rail is not part of the tendering program itself. So the government didn't have a lever to require rail to always be included at the terminals. And the need for facility coordination is actually growing because of electric recharging, and that requires a place for these private operators to all use the same stations. So they have the tendering requirements. One of them said we make an agreement in advance before the tender is published with the owner of the terminal, and then the winner will use the terminal. But in reality, inside, they will have kindergarten problems, as one put it. The driver of one company can't go inside the building that belongs to the other, or they can't share the restroom.
Presentation.
And also cross-operator data sharing. There's a lot of sharing of data with the national government, which was actually a strong point of this program. So the government has a way to collect all the data, re-disseminate it to the riders. So at any different place in Israel, you can get information from all the different bus companies, and that's because they have a central point for collection. But there isn't a lot of sharing between rail, bus, and taxis, which are managed separately. So conclusions here, there's coordination across operators when required by the central government through tenders, not much else. Fragmentation exists where it is not managed and tendered by the same agency through the same process, such as between bus and rail. Scheduling is not coordinated, but frequency compensates for this. Competition between central government and private operators spurred coordination requirements to strengthen the government's leverage. Separate process of contracts for bus and rail connections, meaning there's less robust coordination between those two modes. And finally, the national scale of the program did give strong leverage to integrate operators, including intercity operators, to plan ahead and invest in integration programs like new terminals. So that's it, and I'd be interested in your questions.
Presentation.
Thank you very much, and now we have time for questions. Thank you. It was quite interesting to see, like, maybe it would be for me interesting to see the case in more details, like the Israel case. Anyway, my question is like the central point or central term of your contribution is transport fragmentation. I failed to find somewhere. What do you consider as a transport fragmentation?
Well, that's when you have different organizations that each has autonomy over their services. So that can result in poor coordination of scheduling, of ticketing, for instance, any element of the service. So
I got
that's
the point.
the general
Yes.
definition.
I got the point now. Thank you. Like I just wasn't sure. Like, but now I got it. Like it's organizational, like the way how we manage the stuff. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Questions, comments. Łukasz Makowski on MS Teams as a question. Bunch.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if it would be possible to, let's say, motivate the paper also by some, let's say, social laws that we have because of this fragmentation. Let's say, if it's possible to do some back of the envelope calculation that, let's say, because of this fragmentation, we might be losing some percent share of ridership on public transit because it's just less appealing. I think it would be super interesting for policymakers to see that actually because of this institutional setting, we might actually be, let's say, letting switch some people from public transit to cars.
Presentation.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting. That would actually be an interesting subject for a future paper. We do know that certainly in the cases where fragmentation was mitigated, like the literature that one of the studies I brought up. Let's see back.
Presentation.
Yeah, so we do know from the literature just that the ridership has gone up in cases where they've reduced fragmentation. So that does suggest a lot of social kind of knock-on factors that people just transport being less useful to people, less people riding it.
Presentation.
And also, I think with the pandemic, that also adds additional reasons to be concerned about this, because people are having to go longer distances, and some metro areas that might involve multiple operators to go far out into the suburbs. So in cases like that, where they're going long distances to commute, it's probably having an additional reduction on ridership and usefulness of transit.
Presentation.
The research time for one. Do you factor also tram operator in the bus together with the bus operators?
Presentation.
What kind of travel?
Tram.
Tram.
Light rail.
Light rail. I mean, you could include any kind of mode, really. I think it's not so much a question of the mode itself, but how it's managed is at least how I would look at this. So some agencies operate trams and buses, some are just trams, but at least from my perspective, from a governance perspective, the unit of analysis would be the operator and how many operators there are. So in Israel, there's 17. These are all different bus operators, and then there's also rail. And then after I did the study, they started implementing a metro system in Tel Aviv. So you could add that to the mix as well if you were to look at it now. So each of those, it would really depend on how many operators there are.
Presentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for questions. And now we have Igor Moyer. This on Leibniz Institute Origins of Geography in Germany. And the topic is technology instead of workmanship and analysis of jobs in the restoration of Prague trolley buses.
So I'm a PhD candidate in Leibniz Institute for Regional Geography. I'm almost done with my PhD research, but I do a cumulative one, so it's not a big 300 pages book. It's a small, free paper-based dissertation, 2 are already published, and the third one is submitted. And today I'm going to talk about my third presentation, my third paper. Yeah. On a field work that I did this pretty here in Prague, and honestly, it's a little bit awkward that I have to speak in the capital of Czech Republic in front of a Czech people about Czech syllabuses. Yeah, and I want to start with a little bit of a personal story. Once I asked one guy who was a transport engineer about the new road project, and he responded that I have to calculate it. So he didn't have an immediate answer to my question. He said that he has to rely on numbers and calculations and forecasts and analysis of the situation in order to give me a direct answer. And it was very curious for me, and I decided to put it in the in the core of my PhD project. And my PhD is mainly about the knowledge production in transportation, and I dig a little bit deeper into the history of it. And as far as I understood, so I found out that probably the first time when lots of data were put into the decision-making process happened in the United States when they discussed during 30 years on the highway network in the country. And I even found some examples on empirical studies when farmers' children stayed at the intersections and they didn't count simply the direction of cars passing by, they even counted the brand of tires on wheels of these cars. So they have very precise and very, not to say accurate, but quite a lot of different data in order to push the decision forward. And at the end of the day, they succeeded in it. And here you can see the
presentation,
grounding, the fundamental
presentation,
the grounding for mathematical theory of transport flow. And you can see here like the simplest description of the transportation flow happened in 30s, but main ideas were developed between 50s and 60s, exactly in the time when the Highway Act was signed by Eisenhower. And if you open the very first issue of Transportation Science Journal, you will see at the very short couple of paragraphs paper from the editor that thanks for the generous financial support from automobile makers, we have our first issue published. So, and in that sense, of course, we can speculate a bit on the influence of car manufacturers and the transportation policy of the United States and in methodology of transportation studies. But on the right-hand side, there is a book published in 1934 or 35. And this is the first travel survey that engineers in Leningrad did in Leningrad in the beginning of the 30s. And they asked 90,000 people in the city in order to build, proper rational approach to transportation planning in the city, due to the advantages of planned economy in comparison with anarchy of capitalist mode of production. So in that sense, the Soviet engineers and the engineers in the US, they moved in the same direction on finding the very flow-oriented, very quantitative type of knowledge that is very friendly for forecasts. And it might seem a very technocratic from the first glance, and in my research, I decided to dig a little deeper into the concept of technocracy. What does it mean? Because right now it seems like a very buzzword. It's like a sustainability, and it's really hard to. There is general understanding that this is the role of experts. So I decided to dig a little bit deeper. Oh, it works nice. And it's a lot. And it's mainly about the same. And it's mainly about the changing nature of bureaucracy that somehow started to respond to the necessity to calculate things and to make rational decisions. And I decided to focus on the very recent research in this field from 2019 and 2020. It's a very different, both are very different books, but I realized suddenly that both authors, they did not pay a lot of attention to the idea of technology and the idea of power. It makes the term technocracy, so it's a power of
presentation
skills, power of like how to manage the system. So I found out the origins of the term of technocracy in this paper, and basically it's about the industrial management. And the first time the term was coined in 1990, and this, yes, it's how to manage the industry, the national industry. I decided to, and it has also the theoretical underpinnings of the idea of technocracy, mainly thanks to the contribution from Thorsten Veblen. Perhaps some of you heard about him. It's about conspicuous consumption, but I focus on other writings of this author, and he was one of the founders of civil society organization that later were renamed in the Technocracy Incorporated. Yeah, I cannot go very much into details. I just outline two important and closely related to each other concepts from his writings. In his view, the engineers were trapped in between science and profit. So, and he outlined that there's a very different logic in let's say engineering knowledge and knowledge of financial. And in the before the Great Depression, he noticed that quite a lot of industrial enterprises in the country were governed by financiers. And he said that since the financiers are oriented to the making of profits, engineers have quite different objectives in order to, on how to manage the industrial system, not only in system, but also in enterprises, different enterprises. And in a way, it's a difference in understanding the efficiency. And I think it's kind of crucial. For the second part of the term technocracy about power, I decided that perhaps it might be a good idea to refer a bit to the to anarchism thought, what kind of theory criticize power. And I found a book, also a very recent one, written by Maria Rachmaninova. It was published in 2020. It is called The Power and the Body. And again, it inspired me to formulate arguments for my third paper. So she said that power is basically it's kind of metaphysics. And there is another book from American author Michael Huemer. He published a book in 2012, and he called it The Problem of Political Authority. And he outlined that existing concepts that approach the issue of authority and the issue of power, they do not explain it very well. And his argument in the book was that power is basically an illusion, and that's how they're kind of very close to each other. And my question was, what kind of why one type of knowledge, let's say very quantitative, flow oriented and forecast friendly, has the epistemic superiority in comparison with other type of knowledges. And with the help of all this literature, I argue in the third paper that it's all about the procedures. And I have a very simple example for it. For instance, right now we're here at the conference and we have a moderator. And the moderator has a power to give a word, to shut me down, to open the floor for discussion. But after we leave this room, his power will disappear because of procedures that we have right now in this place. And also, with a reference to my second paper, it closely relates to the idea of bureaucracy and how they design the market and how they organize knowledge production. And if push this argument even harder, I can also argue that scientists, they serve the bureaucracy, so they do not need introspection. They do not try to find out something special and to explain it in a way. They have to serve the bureaucracy in order to give better decisions and stuff like that. So there are three basic points in the theoretical part of my presentation. It's about historical context. It is really important to follow how the knowledge was produced and why. this different understanding of efficiency and the idea that power lies in the procedures. And with this in mind, I want to switch to empirical case. So you see already the map of Prague, and it's a previous version of the map of how the trolley bus service should be developed in the city. Now they have an updated one, but I like it more. I think it's nicer. So I came here in spring and I had like a question, what kind of knowledge lies behind this map? So why they decide to build this system? Because it seems really strange, because the whole world seems to be obsessed with battery electric buses technology and restoration of trolley buses. Why? Yeah, I decided also to build the argumentation of empirical part of my paper around two questions that I asked. I met different people. Even with Jan was the first one in the list, and I decided to build it around the poses that my respondents had after two specific questions. Both you see on the slide. About the second one, I was very curious why the decision was taken very quickly, because they local public transport company, they opened a small overhead wires section in October, and 5 months later, in March, the board of directors signed up all the documents that we should electrify the line. Usually it takes a couple of years, but in this case, they decided to electrify the line very quickly.
Presentation.
And when I asked people about it, they did not have immediate answer to it. It required them to think about. And my opening question in interviews was the first one about public transport and why it's so good here, and also no immediate answer to it. And I think they have. I kind of can try to provide the same answer to both questions, but I have to refer to additional data. So transportation industry in Czech Republic started in the middle of 19th century with this company. They started to produce wagons and rail-related vehicles. After the time of Velvet Revolution, the country had 10 systems with 534 vehicles, and now the number is even, I don't know, it's the analysis of a transporter data. I don't know exactly. Probably it's not true. I'll double check. And also what I find really interesting that the DPP is the company that runs buses and metro and buses in the city, trams, metro and buses. And while the city of Prague has 56 districts with 4 years long election cycles, and it's really hard, therefore, Jan referred to it yesterday, but it's really hard to have a citywide urban planning. And since DPP has an infrastructure in the whole city, they somehow celebrate citywide influence in that sense. And also, after the Velvet Revolution, DPP didn't suffer from outsourcing, regardless the neoliberal reforms that were highlighted during the 90s and shock therapy and stuff like that. It's still kind of a company, I mean, organizational structurally, as it was in the 80s, so in Soviet times. So it's still one big company that has some resources, and they can experiment, and they also have a little bit of funding for experiments, and that's why it's kind of easier for them to experiment with it. So in conclusion, I want to state that probably the answer to a question why DPP and the city of Prague decided to rebuild trolley buses in the city is the idea of tradition, the tradition of workmanship, and the presentation. Also, one blogger did a video about Prague, and he said that if you want to have a good public transport in the city, you should put in charge people who love public transport. And I think it's the notion of care is quite important here, and it fits to the idea of tradition very well. Also, talking about power of procedures, perhaps it's a lack of procedures here in specific Prague context due to this fragmentation of 56 districts and it's a kind of ability, the procedural ability of engineers from DPP that celebrate that lack of procedures in order to push the idea forward, and they have enough resources for that. And also, I thought perhaps it might be useful to talk about liberation of engineering knowledge from negative associations of technocratic type of thinking. I think there are different types of engineering knowledge right now, after I did the fieldwork here in Prague. And probably, yeah, it might worth a shot to talk about bottom-up sustainability agenda, how it like grows from the bottom level with a couple of engineers. And yeah, perhaps that's stuff here. I don't have it. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Presentation.
I think there will be a lot of questions, particularly from Czechs. Yes.
No, first of all, I do really appreciate that you played balls to really speak about this. Yeah, no, I mean, I really appreciate that nice, but I need to start on the data. So, to just go back to the slide with the trolley buses, because I just wasn't sure. I mean, like, sorry, with the numbers, like how many with trial systems. Yes. What does it mean, like 10 trolley bus systems, 1981? Do you mean in the Czech Republic or in Germany? Yeah,
in Czech Republic.
Okay. The first problem is that we are Czechoslovakia, 1989. So basically, there were more trolley bus systems, although not so many in Slovakia, but somewhere there. So it's not that thing, but because like you comparing two states, basically different states, but it's not the problem. But in general, for me, the question is, I have two questions. First of all, why do you think that Prague public transport is good? Like, because you can make like with you say like Czech public transport is good or Prague public transport. So I'm just wondering, like, how did you came with this? Because I think there could be like lots of numbers that will show like performance and whatever. Or if you like more into sociology, you could like have interviews and like consider that it's like passenger satisfied with the domestic travel. My first question is like, why do you consider public transport is a good? And the second thing is, and this is more like a comment, that I think you have very good point that you need to put like to public transport authority to the management. Those who like public transport, obviously. And I think in the case of Prague, sometimes I would say, in my experience, is sometimes like too extreme that they're super like enthusiasts. There's a word for it in Czech. We say shotoš, which means that you're super crazy about public transport. You're taking pictures and going around. Shotoš, yes. You learn that word. As
go ahead, third question.
Yes. And no, it was just a comment that I want to say. In some cases, they prefer to have like some wow solutions that just keeping it rational. I can like talk about it later with you. Anyway, my question was, why do you consider it good, or how did you get with the idea that it's good?
I've been thinking about it a lot. So really, how to measure, how to compare different public transport systems, it's a big question. Of course, you can approach it from the numerical perspective, and you can count intervals and the number of vehicles and riderships and so on, and densities. Firstly, when I did my fieldwork, the part of my fieldwork was not only talking with people, I also wrote buses here. I have this map, and I wrote these buses. It's all buses that have to be substituted with trolley buses. And after that, it's reliable, it's fast, there's no congestions, even on the critical places like Karlova Náměstí, the most congested, the most critical intersection in the tram line. And it feels like a good public transport. I have never experienced such high quality service in my life. And that's why it was kind of part of a strategy to open the interview with like a broad question about public transport in general. And yes, most of my respondents, it was a surprise for them. Why should I ask it? And as far as I understood, no one even questioned the quality of public transport in the city. And I find it really interesting. So it's not a problem for local people. They just think that it's normal to have a nice public transport service. It's somewhere, with the air, kind of tradition. So it's just, when you're born, you have a nice tram. So it's it.
Presentation questions.
So it's both.
Maybe from onliners.
Yes, David Fan. David.
Presentation.
Maybe I've missed it in the presentation, but did you stumble upon the topic of pressure maybe from the level of European Union? Because what I've heard also from some transportation planners in DPP is that there is now the I don't know the name of the law, but the European push towards less emissions from public transit, and they just run some numbers and found out that it is simply almost the only way to use trolley buses to meet the goals that come like from the top, from the central of European Union to the local level. So was this topic that they mentioned, or did you look into this wider context? Because for me, this seems that you focused really on the Prague's context, and I didn't see in that the wider context, like of European-wide tendencies.
The initial idea to electrify the fleet was definitely the external. I mean, it's like a push from Brussels. But the thing is that they did not rely on external funding. So they started experiments with battery electric buses in 2007 or 2008. And a couple of years ago, they bought 14 battery electric buses, but due to technical problems, they are now all in depot and they're out of service. And trolley buses on the line 140, and when we built the first line in 2017, like a short section of it, it was also the internal experiment, so did not rely on the money from Brussels. But now with all test runs and all the data that they have, they sign up all papers, and they also have partial substitution of all expenses from Brussels. So it's yes and no. There is definitely the pressure, but they're free in setting their own agenda. This is the answer.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Grant.
Any other questions? Presentation. Maybe I'll ask you a question. Well, you said that the decision for Prague buses was made in very fast procedure, which I've heard that you nicknamed that it's technocratic and bureaucratic. Is it right?
Presentation. Yes, that's right. But it's really, let's start with the definition of technocratic. So yes, we can call it technocratic. It's a small group of engineers. They share the same knowledge, and they have all the available procedures to push their agenda forward. In a way, yes, it's indeed a technocratic, but since no one questioned the technocratic approach in that sense to manage the system in the city, I can consider it as a nice thing, while general understanding of technocracy is rather a negative one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me follow the question. Well, presentation. Do you think that somebody was missing in this procedure?
Well, in my view, there's always a big miss of passengers. No one asked them, and this idea of flow that I mentioned in the beginning is very important, because flow is speechless and you don't need to ask flow about what do you want. You just do whatever you want with the floor if you're an engineer.
As a matter of fact, what changes with interaction of trolley buses for passengers? Is there any change for me as a passenger?
Well, at least you have clean air.
Yes. What else? Is it faster?
I don't have the specific data for it. Maybe, probably not.
No.
And at least in promo materials from trolley bus producers, they highlight that less vibration, for instance. I don't know. Probably yes, it's less vibrations, but it's mainly the points on the engineering side. So how much money do you spend on it, and all the headache with technical maintenance and stuff like that. For passengers, it's I would rather say that it's a matter of comfort when you have spacious vehicles, and maybe you have shorter intervals. So, I mean, they tested 24-meter trolley buses here, and it's bigger.
Could have tested the same size of buses as well.
24 meters buses.
Yes, it is.
In Mexico. No, I thought it's in Japan or
in the big articulated buses and
the really easy buses.
Yes.
24 meters. Yes, wow.
Any more questions?
Presentation.
No. Thank you very much. It was very interesting, particularly for us.
Presentation.
Yes.
Presentation.
And now,
Oliver
Peck.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, so my name is Oliver Peck. I'm at the TU Wien at the Institute of Spatial Planning, and as you can guess from also the title of the presentation, the focus of my work is on legal aspects of mobility. And so I'm also working in the legal research unit of our department. And to give a bit of a context of this quite specific topic and specific title, so the idea is, and what I'm looking into also in my PhD project and in different research projects we're working on at the university, is that shared mobility services, or I named it alternative mobility service, which is a bit not that good, I think, because they're not that alternative and they're also not new. There has been car sharing for like already a lot of years. It's not a new invention anymore. Or like, for example, on-demand microtransit services, already somebody mentioned it already yesterday, I think. So, and what I'm looking into is the implementation, or let's say the integration of such mobility service in different contexts. And one of them is the context of housing. Another one is the context of work. So for the in the working environment and public transport. And I will talk a bit about the context of housing today. And so
presentation.
It is well known, and you're all working in transport research, and you all know that the place of residence is very, the mobility options available at the place of residence are very important for the mobility behavior at all. There are about 80% of the journeys start or end at the place of residence every day. So it really determines your mobility behavior, what is available at the place there. And so especially new urban development projects in this way offer the opportunity to implement mobility services that could contribute to a change in mobility behavior. So, of course, primarily this means that we should look that there's a good access to public transport services. There's availability of infrastructure for active mobility, for walking, cycling, and so on. But also one part of this is the provision of, let's say, shared mobility services, for example, car sharing or bike sharing facilities at the place of residence. So to promote that people less want to use their own car. But in fact, right now, most of the time, the only thing we're doing when new housing projects are developed is we have to provide parking spaces for cars, and we have to provide facilities to park bicycles, but that's basically it. And so the question is, and what I'm looking to in detail is how the link can be made to also, or maybe not also, but instead of just providing parking spaces for cars, you in the process of housing development projects, how shared mobility can be implemented. So, and as I said, I'm focusing on the legal aspects, and the starting point are the spatial planning laws and the building regulations, which is, for the case of Austria, it's complex. There are 9 different systems, although we're a small country, but all the federal states have their own spatial planning law, have their own building law. So these regulations are all a bit different, but what they have in common is that regarding the question I said, is that they focus on transportation by car. They focus on all these building regulations state an obligation to provide parking spaces for residence cars. And these requirements, I will not go into detail. Don't be afraid of this table, but it shows it's already a simplified version of what these regulations state for all our 9 federal states. So basically, typically it's like 1 parking spot per apartment or per 100 square meters of living space that has to be provided if you build a new house, and also a certain number of bicycle parking facilities. So we have very detailed regulations in which cases, how many parking facilities you have to provide, and how they have to be set up, and very, very specific regulations. But nothing really more than that concerning other mobility measures. So the thing is, these regulations state this mandatory provision of parking spaces. It dates back to almost 100 years now, implemented. Not go too much into detail of the history. It was implemented actually by German law, and the main idea was to promote the by then relatively new automobile industry, so that there would be enough space to park your vehicle that you're supposed to buy, and so on and so far. And so now we're on a very different point. We want to go in another direction. We want to reduce car traffic, especially in an urban environment. So the challenges are very different, and this doesn't really go together. This old system with these new projects and new goals set up, also like under the word of, let's say, the mobility transition, or however you want to call it. And the point is, these regulations, this law, they provide a base for the administration to decide on, to some extent, deviate from these regulations. For example, in the development plan, or by individual decision in the process. So the integration of alternative mobility services into housing projects can be one reason the administration decides to lower the number of parking spaces you have to be built. Yeah? But, and this is also the point, it's in the system, this is the exception. Yeah? This is, it's a can, they don't have to, it's voluntary. There's a lot of uncertainty in that. Now we have a bit of that things are beginning a bit to change. I will give you the example of Vienna, where the standard requirement is 1 parking space per 100 square meters of living space, and now they introduced a new zoning plan. So depending on in which zone you're in which zone the property is located, the number is a bit lower. And then there's also another possibility to lower the number in the land use plan. And that's new, is that the number of parking spaces can be reduced by up to 10% by providing car sharing services. So one car sharing space can replace 5 parking spaces. So they implemented this into the law, but it's something you can do as a property developer if you want. And of course, it's not very attractive to do this because one thing is to build a parking space. You build a parking space and then it's done. You never have to do anything again. And this is about providing a service. It's about providing a service for the people living there over a long period of time. You have to organize that. You maybe have to make a contract with a provider who does that for you. And so it's really something hardly nobody until now. They introduced it, I think 1.5 years ago. And so I talked to the authority who is responsible for doing this. Nobody until now made use of this new provision. So there's something doing something different, which is getting quite common. These are so-called urban development contracts or mobility contracts. Basically, it's about property developers making an agreement with the public authorities, the municipalities or the city, and in the last years, they can be used for several things, but in the last years they have been increasingly used for implementing mobility measures into housing projects. So that means the developer overtakes the obligation to implement an alternative mobility concept, including different things, like, for example, car sharing or providing public transport passes for the tenants, charging facilities, and different things. And in return, the municipality agrees to reduce the parking space. So basically, it's the same model as I showed you before, which was laid down in this new garage law. But it's a bit of a different system because you have an agreement, you have a contractual obligation to do that. And this is how they link these things. Of course, this has some disadvantages. As I already said, it's voluntary. You cannot force a developer to conclude such a contract. I mean, you can maybe force them a bit because you can say, well, if you don't conclude this contract, we won't make the new development or zoning plan for this area, so you won't be able to build anything there. But another problem is that the content of this contract is decided on a case-by-case basis, so there's no binding guidelines for which mobility measures, for example, are to be laid down in this contract. It's not very transparent because nobody can look into these contracts apart from people involved in the specific project. The evaluation of the implementation of these measures agreed on doesn't work too well as we see now after a few years, because the municipality, the city, like should evaluate this, should look if these measures were implemented, if there is a car sharing service operating, but that doesn't work too well. And the biggest problem is that the long-term financing, not financing, and functioning of mobility services is not secured, is not guaranteed, because usually there's a limitation to, for example, 3 or 5 years, which they agree on providing mobility services for the residents, and that's it. So that is the status quo we have in the system, and with the different challenges and disadvantages. So this is why new concepts, new approaches are being discussed in this context. Partly, very briefly, just one model that is being discussed is to stay like in the system, but add something, namely add something called a mobility fund, to build up a mobility fund. Basically, the idea is property developers have not only to agree to implement some mobility measures, but they also have to pay a certain amount of money into a mobility fund, which is either operated privately or operated by the public sector, by the municipality. We have one example of this in Vienna already. I set up this kind of public mobility fund where developers have to pay a certain amounts of money, which are then used and distributed for different mobility projects in the area this project is in. If you that's like the idea how you could modify within this existing framework, or of course the other option is to abandon this whole system, to abandon this obligation to provide parking space at all. So there are examples from even big European cities, thinking about Germany, for example, like Berlin and Hamburg, which have abandoned this obligation to build parking spaces for the residents already a few years ago. And apparently it doesn't work too bad. But the disadvantage of this, again, is as for the city or for the public authorities, they somehow lose, of course, the control on which mobility measures are implemented where. So this is the disadvantage of the option of no regulation at all. So another option would be like simply to replace this obligation to build parking spaces by an obligation to implement, to provide for alternative mobility concepts, including different measures. But again, we have the same problem I mentioned before, that it's something different, building something different, providing services. So it's not that easy. And this is very similar to the model with the mobility fund, but so that you say everybody just has to pay some kind of mobility tax, which is then used for the provision not only of traditional public transport services, but also maybe for shared mobility services, which then are mainly organized and run by the public sector through a system which is for the whole city and which is planned like as one system.
Presentation.
So these are mainly the alternatives discussed here, and
presentation.
Of course, as always, there's a need to look into more detail in all of these models. They have their advantages and disadvantages. And I think I will conclude on that, so that we have to think about this legal framework for mobility services, for mobility at the place of residence in the housing context, going away from just providing parking spaces to include also other mobility services. Thank you.
Presentation.
In other words, I think it feels quite interesting for us. We see similar problems. So I'm wait for yes.
I'm interested in the parking requirements in Austria, since like there was the brief overview. I checked that like there was always like at least one space required, like for basically any place of residence. Is there in the like measurements, is there anyhow like what to say, is it affected by public transport availability? Like, is there any input into that?
Yes, it depends, because this is the standard regulation, and authorities can change it case by case, depending on different criteria. Usually, in nearly every federal state, it also relates on the availability of public transportation services, but there's no precise definition. There's no measurement. I mean, we have this model of the how do you call it in English, of the a classification on how good public transport is in certain spaces, and they have like a map for all of Austria for that. But yeah, so no, you're not required to rely on that. It's just a decision made by the authority.
Presentation.
There is a book written by Donald Shoup, and it is called The High Cost of Free Parking. And we even have a Facebook group called Shoupistas. But Donald Shoup is very critical about parking requirements, and half of his book is dedicated to the methods of calculation the requirements, and it's very different from state to state. He's an American author, and I'm curious about what you mentioned, that the normal requirement is one parking space for 100 square meters of living space, and the second requirement you mentioned that one car shared space substitutes 5 normal spaces. What's the knowledge behind it? How did they calculate it? Do you know any details on it?
Well, this rule that one car sharing space replaces 5 is basically just a political decision, I guess. But there are they had some studies like they published, I think last year, two years ago, where it was specifically for Austria, where they somehow calculated how many individual cars can be replaced, and they came to something between, I think it was 7 and 20 cars, which could be replaced by like one car sharing car, depending, of course, on different factors, on where the location is. So if it's urban area, if it's rural area, how the public transport system is. I don't know in detail how reliable these numbers are, but the provision stated here was just something politically agreed on. So there's no
presentation,
really scientific content.
Still there is no question, or we're just reminding, don't forget to ask questions if you're online. Can I have a comment? No, it's not a question because it was very clear what she said. I agree with that. And it's unsurprising that it's very similar in Vienna. My point is somewhere that I feel like it's maybe a bit like a wicked problem that you've got something which is heavily popular. So as a politician, like although being in Vienna, which is mostly one of the like most livable city, that very green, liberal, or whatever, social housing, etc. Still, you said that there must be a political will, and that's quite risky. So for me, it's like I'm just thinking like, how did it happen that in some cities they made it? Like I know that Professor Karama, he said in his lectures in a university that in London, I think you need to pay if you build a parking lot or if you build a parking space. So I just wondered how did it happen? And like if there is some way which like in a process which could happen also here, because as I mentioned, I think it's a very, very vicious circle because no one's there to do it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I agree with that's the main point of this development. Yes, I don't really have an answer why it is like that. We somehow I think we somehow missed the point in time to go a different way here already many years ago. But
yeah, we have several seconds. That we have kind of question. Is there a demand for sharing? Is it driven by demand of people who residents?
Presentation.
Yes and no, because there is a demand that is seen, and the sharing providers operating in Austria, that they tell us, and there are not that many. And for, let's say, certain use cases, we could name it like that. So certain types of journeys residents want to make by car, for example, if you have to transport some things or going somewhere outside the city. So just not for example, like for the daily commute to work or to school. So there is a demand for people wanting to make some journeys by car, by people not owning their own car. And
presentation.
But it's true that in many cases the demand is not high enough that these services can operate profitably, and for the companies, which is what the problem is, that they have to be subsidized somehow, and so this is partly like also going then into the discussion, like should it be maybe like seen of part of public transport services? They're all also something often not economically efficient, but still something the public sector provides for.
So people are not prepared to pay in terms of reducing for pay for open space.
Yes, you can see like that. Yes.
So was there somebody else?
No, there is no question about our teams.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yes, Sogolo, Diana, Osman, Blanco, or you have more? What else, Diana?
Morning. Yeah.
Yes, and together we're working on this systematic literature review, which I will explain the broader framework, how it came to be. So I am I'm writing a paper, a PhD on. We both work at the TU Berlin. Diana was my intern there, now studying MBA. I'm working in the Center of Technology and Society. This is an interdisciplinary research institute researching mobility and space.
But recently, I have a scholarship from the Elsa Neumann Scholarship from of the land of Berlin, and this allows me to focus mostly on my PhD.
Presentation.
Probably you need to click on the presentation.
Yes, we still start. We're just clicking inside the window.
Exactly.
And now it should be working.
Yeah, should be. Okay, good. Well, how I got into mobility, I looked for a job as a student, and there was this, around 7 years ago, there was this project with Central Asia, and they needed someone who speaks Russian. I was studying sociology back then for my master, and 7 years later, I am this kind of bicycle culture person. And what also surprised me over there back in Central Asia, that you go in the park and you see, there's nobody usually commutes on the bicycle, but if you go to the park, there's all those bicycles standing around waiting to entertain people, which is, I thought of it, it's like, how can it be? It's got to be some cultural component to this. And I went to, this is some AI generated nice stuff for you, but of course, the sustainable mobility, and it's important, which you don't need to hear about. So I wrote my master thesis about cultural differences between, of looking at cycling in two cities, Berlin and Moscow. Just before the war, I did this. And going from like a niche in a culture to a mainstream, that was basically the interest that I was looking at. Was published in the proceeding of the International Intelligent Transport System Conference, European one, and I took this topic forward into my PhD me and Yegor, by the way, have the same supervisor, and asking how will the cycling culture in Ukraine change as a result of the war, after the war, even if it's possible to ask such a question. How does the crisis will input the image and also the culture of using the bicycle. Now, as a smaller, unfortunately, there's no animations here, but unfortunately, and there's like a big literature review phase. As part of this literature review, I've been offered this idea of let's do a systematic literature review. But my topic is too narrow to have a systematic literature review on. So now it's been broadened to how does crisis input mobility, and what remains after crisis? What are the long-term changes? And this is where Diana comes in, writing this paper with me. Did a lot of work on the methodological part, and now, basically, again, the main question here, what remains after crisis, in looking at mostly the pandemic and the global economic crisis of 2008, and but also what factors contribute to the persistence of certain changes after crisis. Defining a crisis, it would be easier for us to define a crisis as something limited in time, because otherwise you would have to include stuff like climate change, but there's no start point and end point because it spans over hundreds of years. So these two are quite limited in time and easy to work with. From a preliminary look at the literature, you can look at different crises, like the economic one. Usually, most evidence point to there was no change after crisis because people just recovered from the economical shocks and went back to car use as usual. Natural disaster strikes and wars, the new case I'm looking at, but usually you see it's very short-lived crisis. So you can only see daily effect or something like this. The pandemic is the most interesting case, of course, because you had economic shock and you had the real need for physical distancing and real change of behavior. And a lot of things got either solidified after the pandemic or with the help of external interventions, there were significant changes to some behavior, some modes, and some in mobility. I think now it's yeah.
So how would you proceed with this systematic literature review? We use the PRISMA framework, which is short for Preferred Reported Items of Systematic Review and Meta-Analysis. We have 3 phases in this, and we are going to talk about it in detail. First of all, we did 2 searches, one in 2023 and the second one in 2024. We used the same equations of search, which are here on the side, the keywords that we used. And we looked in Scopus and Web of Science. For more details, we have some here. What are the results of each search equation that we have? Usually, we have one of the databases that usually gives us more information, which is here, as you can see, Scopus is usually providing more articles. Now, after identifying all these articles, we have a huge amount and we need to sort it out. So we start removing, first of all, the duplicates, because as we are searching in 2 databases, some of them have articles that are in common. And then we need to remove the titles, like you check one article that came out and is about chemistry, has nothing to do with transportation, then we eliminate it. Then we have to remove duplicates, again, because we merge both searches together from 2023 and 2024, and still we have some common articles that were repeating themselves. Oh, also, we identify A records from other searches. For instance, maybe one of the articles has a relevant article for us that it didn't pop up in one of the searches, so we add them to the final product.
Presentation.
And then we have a screening, which is the second phase, in which we read the abstract and we also read the full text. Some of the articles, maybe we use some AI tools to ask questions and like, do we have long-term effects? Do we have economic crisis? Is this related only to the pandemic? Or does this have something related, for instance, to cycling or walking or any other sustainable mobility methods? And finally, we have the inclusion, which we had 47 articles from our searches, and then the 8 articles that we had from other sources.
Presentation.
Okay, so we had plenty of keywords. We have grouped them now here in 9 groups. The one that had more terms in common was COVID and all these related pre-pandemic coronavirus words. And then we have sustainability. And then in these purple squares, we have here some related terms that some of the authors were using. And of course, cycling was a big part of it for model change, and also policy and transportation and sustainability in general, and also urban planning. We classified this type of crisis, mainly economic crisis and pandemic, but we have articles which combine both of them. And also we have some articles that talk about natural disasters, and some of them are about model shift, not all, because we also have some that are only focused, for instance, on policy, or that maybe talk about freight transportation or rail, not only urban model shift.
Presentation.
And the year that was well received the most of them was 2021. Probably this is biased because of the pandemic. There were a lot of studies related to the pandemic. And then these are the locations. So mainly we can see that Europe has a huge amount of articles that are posted related to these topics, the economic crisis and the pandemic. We also have some from the US and Australia.
Presentation.
And then the effects after the crisis, we have classified them. We have projected results, and we have aggregated some measure. For instance, what was the change from people before the pandemic and what are they doing now after the pandemic. However, obviously, it is a little bit early to identify long-term effects after the pandemic. And also we have some unclassified because either they don't talk about long-term effects or maybe they leave it open for future studies.
Presentation.
Some more AI generated stuff, but I'll show you the really meaning behind it. What I wanted to say that the research of crisis kind of hits a crisis at this point, and I realized that we put the keywords financial and economic crisis there, but actually what I really want to compare, maybe that's why some articles were added, is generally crisis and effects that remain. So the question is, should we search all over again and eliminate the whole economic keyword, or maybe we should keep it because it makes it allows us a comparability between the economic crisis of 2008 and COVID, which of course are economically maybe comparable, but not otherwise. So this one question to you.
Presentation.
And again, coming back to this kind of like conference in a very open-minded way and showing the insecurities and the issues we have. Again, here I could add that you see the crisis research and probably crisis in general are kind of on the rise. Of course, it's only 55 examples, so it's not what it's at least from the data here. It's what we can read from that. And yes, I don't know why there were no papers from China, for example. It's a good question, but one from India, one from Pakistan. It's not too many. Yes. A lot of the measured stuff, you can find it in gray literature, but not in publications. So you could look at the home office data, or you could look at the ridership data, not necessarily in academic publications. These are the methodologies. If you do it yourself properly, that looks like this. These are the methodologies of we found a lot of surveys and some analysis of different types: economic data, policy. 2 literature reviews of each type, 2 systematic, 2 regular.
Presentation.
And these are the top cited papers, top 10, just to give you nice numbers. Most of them are actually about the pandemic, even though that's not quantitative, that's not most of the papers that we found. And then looking at the results, we looked at the effect during the crisis and after the crisis. And I don't know if I have time for all of these 4 slides, but you have I will just like boil it down to during the economic crisis of 2008, you see shift to public transportation, shorter trips. You see less car usage just purely for economic reasons most of the time. You have generational effects in millennials taking less, also using the car less, or just not buying a car. So effects like that. And what remains after the crisis, that's also hard to tell when the crisis ends, because it ends different times in different countries. But for the most part, post 2010, 2012, at least for the most, there is some effects, but a lot of them are coupled with interventions. For example, Zaragoza during this time also built a bicycle network, and that's like more than doubled their bicycle usage. But if for the most part, if there is no intervention coupled with the crisis, there usually was no effect, or people went back to previous habits, pre-crisis habits. With the pandemic, it's of course a bit different. So, for example, home office numbers doubled during the pandemic, and and there was a lot of demand for individual modes, cars, but also bicycle, walking, and the different, of course, branches were completely shut down, like tourism, some of freight, but also freight is also where there were actually sometimes more delivery, but it really depends on the context here. And after the pandemic, interestingly enough, you see that this home office effect still well, there was a rise of 50% in comparison to pre-pandemic times. So this is kind of a permanent effect. Or you can look, it's not published here in one of our papers, but in Berlin, there was additional pop-up bike lanes, and that increased the cycling in the city by 2, 3, maybe 5 percentage points. But, you know, it's still a permanent post-crisis effect coupled with an intervention. Yeah, and what we still want to do is this kind of to show this in one table. I guess show mode change, maybe divide it to leisure, utility, and cultural perceptive change. If it was research by the paper we looked at, I don't know if we should include freight. Should we include policy? I guess some kind of systematic table like this, we will benefit from it. Yeah, and what I really want to ask you in terms of what we're still uncertain about is, yeah, how to compare these things with more precision. What categories should we use? Is 55 papers enough? Is it like, of course, it's whatever we found, but should we expand it somehow or narrow it down the other way around? Yeah, basically how to make the systematic review more systematic. Again, in conclusion, what really matters in that case is the nature of the crisis. Of course, there's a huge, makes a huge difference, but also the interventions that happened or did not happen during the crisis. And probably these are the lines that we have to sort our data according to.
Presentation.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward for your feedback.
Presentation.
Like there's time, so you're ready for some questions.
I should say
you return the direction of questioning. So you question audience, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's how I see this conference.
Comments, some advices, yeah.
Presentation.
Or questions.
So whoever raises the hand needs to answer your question first, and then he can ask you.
Okay, no, but you know, like if you have, you know, the input on that.
Yeah, bit more. Yes, yeah.
My greater motivation also for the PhD is, yeah, people think it's very cynical to look at the crisis, especially at the war in Ukraine. But my idea that I look at it as a crisis. It's not one crisis, it's a polycrisis in the world, and we're going to have more of those. And these are probably the only or the best option to change something culturally and in terms of behaviors that we have seen working well so far in terms of like the
students. I meant like, yeah. I mean, what's your motivation at the moment for that, like the whole reading literature? Because I think it's very time consuming, I suppose, and you read a lot, you know. So ultimately you are not really right.
No, I am a PhD. I am a PhD. That's my motivation. But
so you have your MBA, right? So,
yes.
The other was my intern.
Right.
For a while. And now it's my burden to finish this. But also, to be honest, I write a monography. I'm supposed to write a monography. So what's my motivation is also a little bit unclear. It's like a backup plan or a side project, or it's like that. But or in case I don't do a monography, that would be one of the complications.
Yeah, because now it makes sense for me just making literature review for what you're finding, maybe the research gap, or like for your like further research.
Well, yes, that's in the present. Maybe I didn't say.
Oh no, maybe just didn't get attention. So
no, I mean, no problem. This is the PhD again. Oops, that's the PhD.
Okay, now I understand it. Thank you.
Get another question. There is an MST question here. Let me ask you, well, do you plan for making some your own take research, say in Berlin, as how many people use public transit before, during, after?
There's no need for that. There's open data by the Berlin Transport Service. I just see it. It's recovering slowly. They still not in they like 95% of the pre-pandemic levels. And we also have bicycle counters in Berlin. You can easily extract that data and see that bicycle ridership is up. But the point was to make a systematic literature review, and the data we'll collect will be from media and social media in Ukraine that's already related to the study, the PhD, not to the systematic review.
Presentation. Therefore, question, comments. In my opinion, no crisis is like the other. Yeah, and so it's a first thing. Yeah, you compare two crises and you want to use the knowledge for the third one, which is just going on. And I think that first crisis, financial crisis, and maybe still Lukáš Makovský is here. Maybe he would say something to that from the point of economy. I think it was a crisis. It was a supply shock because the governments didn't have enough finance to provide public services or public transportation, whereas COVID was more enough because suddenly people were confined at their homes. So I feel that those are two differences which should be maybe reflected in your work. And then I think it's very hard to think about long-term impacts of both crises because you would have to isolate it from the technological development. I think the technological development, even though we don't call it crisis, it has really it's a revolution. It's a kind of revolution, which maybe caused also some kind of crisis, which we maybe mix with those two crises. Yeah. So the impact of technological development is maybe mixed with the crisis, and maybe we just perceive it via prisma of those crises as well. So, and it's, for me, I can't imagine how to separate. So I would maybe focus on short-term impacts only. That means there was a shock and immediate impact. Take it like Maria Attard spoke in her initial keynote speech as a kind of nudging. So people are forced to behave in different way and follow what are the short-term impacts, and to learn to digest some kind of knowledge, I would say phenomenological knowledge of how things work, that it shows somehow the new situation in which we appreciate how a system works or not. Yeah, it gives us some knowledge, phenomenological knowledge, I would say. So that's my idea that when I was listening to you, so that's for my part. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to consider, of course, I mean, you're totally right on both points, but some things in terms of technological development, at least maybe I could argue that, okay, if you look at home office, there was, everybody used Skype before, and now they use Zoom. So technology, I don't think it changed much, but of course there was a lot of development in many other areas, or maybe, we learn how to utilize mass electronic ticketing, places that, the technology was there before, but they did not utilize it on a city level. Like, I don't know, maybe Istanbul was less digitalized before, and this all of a sudden, like, there was a boom. But I don't know if the technology itself was,
Maybe also we have to think about the micromobility, transportation as a service, and maybe also the policies of the cities that the cities want to reduce the CO2 emissions and to go carbon neutral. So they really want to support public transit. And maybe without those policies, maybe public transit wouldn't see so making so high priority. So maybe that kind of shift, which is not directly related to those two crises.
Yeah. So,
Presentation. Some devices, comments. I think that's why we are here. The conference is really about that, and I appreciate that you put questions.
Yeah, but would you say like this
kind of focus on what you are interested in?
Yeah. Like this kind of looking at things and classifying them as if you would look on a board and just put things together, that's the valid methodology, or should it somehow be more systematic in that regard?
So,
there's no not. Okay, so time is over. Just in time.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll continue with NG Farak.
Henry or NG, are you here?
Hello, everyone. My name is Angie Farag, working at Asala University, KSL. Today, I'm going to talk about or to discuss a topic about the role of AI in the sustainable transportation system.
Presentation.
AI plays a significant role in the transportation industry, offering an innovation solution to enhance efficiency, safety, and sustainability in transportation.
Presentation.
The aim of the study is to examine the transformative influence of AI on the future of transportation with a specific focus on enhancing sustainable transportation system. Back into the history, we will find we transition from the time of horses to the smart cars and the current shift from human labor to Gen AI.
Presentation.
Through machine learning algorithm and data analytics, AI empowers the transportation system to analyze vast amounts of data in real time, optimize routes, and predict traffic patterns with accuracy. Such capabilities are instrumental in reducing overcrowding, improving traffic flow, and enhancing the overall efficiency of transportation network. One of the most notable applications of AI in transportation is the development of autonomous vehicles. This self-driving car leverage AI algorithm to perceive.
We're very sorry. I think the slides are not changing because we see still the title slide.
Okay. Should I stop sharing and make it?
I think you can just I don't know, like just move down, I don't know, with the keyboard or with the mouse or something, like to change slides.
Sorry, what should I do?
Presentation.
Change slides.
And change slides in the PowerPoint, like we still on the title slide.
Okay. Oh my God.
Yes. Here we go. Cool. Continue. Thanks.
Presentation.
This is okay now?
Yes. It's fourth slide. Yeah. Fine.
Presentation.
Okay. It's appear now.
Presentation.
Yes. Seventh slide.
We can see AI with this in transportation.
Presentation.
Okay. This one is appear now.
Presentation.
Say again, sorry.
This slide is appearing now.
It's number 7, AI utilities.
Presentation.
Okay.
Presentation.
I don't know what is the exact problem. So, okay.
Presentation.
Oh, it's moving. Yeah.
Yes. Now it's specified.
Number 8 is not.
Number 8.
Number 8, yes. Okay.
Presentation.
Just sharing.
That's okay.
Full screen. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. By reducing human errors and optimizing driving behavior, autonomous vehicles have the potential to significantly enhance road safety, reduce accident, and improve overall traffic management. Here we will find the most famous companies that using AI in transportation system nowadays. Waymo is known as Google self-driving car project, which is focusing on developing self-driving technology using AI. It is a sustainable way to move to fully electric cars, making roads safer for pedestrians and cyclists. Tesla also is applying the autopilot feature and enhancing driving assistance system. It is accelerating the world to sustainable energy with electric cars, solar, and integrated renewable energy solution. Uber also on this track.
Presentation. presentation.
AI also is reshaping the public transportation landscape by optimizing schedules, routing, and capacity management. It can dynamically adjust buses and train schedule based on real-time demand, optimize transit routes, and improve the overall efficiency of public transportation service by enhancing the ability and accessibility of public transit option, which is contribute to reducing private cars, lowering emissions, and promoting sustainable urban mobility.
Presentation.
AI-powered traffic management system can optimize traffic flow to minimize fuel consumption and emission, enhance the efficiency of vehicles and infrastructure.
Presentation.
Automated monitoring system can detect oddity, access potential risk, and alert authorities in case of emergency. AI technologies can detect a potential hazard and save the traveling people.
Presentation.
It can be also integrated into the development of smart infrastructure such as smart roads and highways. This system uses sensor and data analysis to manage traffic, monitor roads conditions, and enhance overall transportation efficiency. Optimize traffic flow and reduce crowded, lowering greenhouse gas emissions, and provide insight for informed decision maker on environmental impacts. So here are some recommendations for using AI in transportation system, like investing in autonomous vehicles, smart traffic management system, and greener efficient transportation are a way of environmental friendly system. And it will be fitted to the needs of all users now and in the future. AI, the integration of AI in transportation system opens up endless opportunities for a smarter future for all. Develop infrastructure that supports sustainable transportation system, support ongoing research into new technologies and approach that can enhance the efficient and sustainable transportation system.
Presentation.
To summary that, the future of transportation looks brighter than ever with AI progress and efficiency. And AI innovations will not only optimize routes and reduce congestion, but also enhance the overall travel experience for passengers and driver as well. Ultimately, AI is set to transform the way we move, making transportation safer, smarter, and more sustainable for next generation to come.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Presentation.
It's so fast, I know. It was so fast, I know.
It was very fast, and especially we maybe haven't seen all the slides, but we understood. We understood.
I will send it later. Okay, I will send it later. Maybe if you want to share it.
Presentation.
But it's fine. Okay. We listened. We were listening.
Yeah. So I open discussion. Please raise the hand who wants to ask. Yes.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Jan. I'm a co-organizer. I wanted to ask, what's your position? Are you a PhD or are you a postdoc or like, are you doing research or?
Presentation.
Actually, I am an architect and a researcher, and I had a PhD and working in at university, and it's a collection.
Okay, so because you talked about AI, like made some I would say introduction into AI, etc.
Yes.
Can you do make any research about it? Like I think you're based at the moment in Saudi Arabia, I think. So
yes, I'm still staying now in KSA in the MEM, but I'm from Egypt.
That's fine. I was just wondering if you do like research, some kind of like research, because like related to that issues in the countries, in Egypt, also in Arabia.
Yeah. Yes, my research is just an introduction about AI in transportation, but I'm still working on a research to complete this and looking for case study to complete this research in a good manner.
Presentation.
It's just a brief or overview about AI and transportation system.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right. And then we go to final presentation.
Presentation
of Martin Marek from the Faculty of Transportation Engineering and I don't know sciences. Sorry, transportation sciences, and Martin is a master student.
Presentation.
And also researcher, master student researcher.
Presentation.
So, hello everyone, my name is Martin Marek. As it was said, I study here at the Faculty of Transportation Sciences, which sounds really nice, but we are just transportation engineers mostly, at least that's my case. And I will be talking about visual pollution in Czechia, which is caused by traffic signs and all the parts of transportation infrastructure, which we as a transportation engineer use. And we often don't really think about the consequences it has. So if I ask you who actually designs the street, you may think it's like the urban planner or architects or whatever. In my point of view, it's the engineers, not necessarily transportation, but mainly transportation engineers, because streets nowadays are what? Parking, roads, sidewalks, maybe cycle lanes, and if it's possible, there are some trees, which, okay, they are not probably made by engineers, but everything else, as you can see here, it's like overview of like the ownership or like of the maintenance of a street, which is like crazy. So it's practically impossible to do anything comprehensive or complex, or if it is possible, it's very hard to do it. So background of the Czech Republic, because we are talking about the country we are now in. So the blue line is the population of Czech Republic in the last 45 years, and the orange one is only Prague metropolitan area. As you can see, the population is pretty much stable throughout the years. It doesn't change drastically. The only bigger change is like after the year 2000, which is mainly that the stronger years, which were born in 70s, started having children. So like the generation boom, let's say, appeared again. Then you see drop in year 2022, which is like COVID, because some people died, unfortunately. And then you see another rise, which was caused by the war against Ukraine. So we have some new people coming fleeing from the country. But apart from that, like, as you can see, last like 30 years, for example, there wasn't any major development. And that also means that our city, I don't want to say they are not developing, but like we don't see any like disruptive changes. So, but we saw disruptive changes after the Velvet Revolution 1989, when the communism fell. So the car ownership almost doubled. So now we have approximately 6.5 million cars, which basically means that everyone who's in the productive age, meaning 18 to 65, has a car in average. Of course, there are some like seniors who can have a car, but like in average, we can say that everyone has a car, which is kind of unfortunate because we have quite a good public transport and we don't really have much space. So this is how the streets may look like nowadays, and people just park their car whenever they want. And how transportation engineers or officials react to that is like they put on traffic signs, and it can look like this or like this, when this is just like a very small side street. And like for some reason, like someone needed to put like, you know, this like erected like pedestrian crossing signs, which are even like on yellow background. And I absolutely don't know what's the idea. Also, there's like a cycling crossing like or following the main road, which is like here advertised like beware of cyclists, which is like, I mean, I don't know, you are bewaring of everyone because you are going into the main road, but that's what's happening. The legal framework of our work is basically regulation, which basically says like what traffic signs exist and how they are named, how they look like. And that's basically based on the Vienna Convention on Roads and Traffic Signs, which is from 1968, and it's signed by almost all of the Europe and like part of Asia and most of the countries. That's why the traffic signs look similar. So we have the same. And then we have the Law 361, which is basically the highway code. That's the only thing that's mandatory because all the technical standards or the further methodologies are not mandatory unless stated by the law, which isn't the case in many of them. So even though they are followed by basically everyone, they are not really mandatory. But if you want to like do something and get it approved, they will say it needs to follow these rules, even though they are not mandatory. So like they aren't, but they are. So that's what we work with. And it leads to some problems. I identified 6 issues during my 6 years of work in the field and 8 years of studies, that there are 6 issues of traffic signs I will talk about. So the first is the size of traffic signs. On the right side, you can see the traffic sign, which is the standard size, and it tells you like which lane goes where. And here you can see the smaller size. The problem with this is that like the basic size of this sign is like 1 meter width and 1.5 meter height, which it's only for 2 lanes. So every lane extra means every 50 centimeters. So like you can see it's really big. Yes, this is a big road, it's arterial and whatever, but it's still too big for urban landscape, I would say. And the thing is also that we use this sign for 90 kilometers per hour, which means outside of the city, and we also use it for 50 kilometers per hour, and if it's possible, also for it in 30 kilometers per hour space. So the problem is that, again, even though it's not mandatory, it's a habit to use this sign everywhere, even like with really like normal like lane arrangements, like right lane goes straight and left lane goes left, which is like obvious, I would say, but you can see that we always place a traffic sign there. Why do we talk about this? Because as we are talking about sustainable transport, there's going to be, hopefully, I hope, bike lanes emerging, which needs erected traffic sign, which is really big. And again, we are on arterial road. It doesn't look that bad, but here we are on still like busy road, but it's already like in urban landscape. And here we are like in very like residential area, and the size of the traffic sign is still the same. Whereas, for example, in Norway or in France, they are just telling you cycle lane is on the right, and it's this small sign, and you don't really need any other information. Like, I mean, you don't really need to know that like left of the cycle lane is like a car lane, or that there are like 2 lanes for cars, because like just everybody, or like we don't design cycle lanes on the left side, so it's obvious they are on the right side, which is also given by this traffic sign as well. Or you can go to the Netherlands, where they don't have any traffic sign at all, because they just have the different color of the pavement. So like everybody knows, also because there's the cycle sign. So everybody like recognizes the cycle lane. They don't need any sign at all. The same with lane arrangements. Like this is the lane arrangement, and there is no sign at all because you have the arrows on the road. So you don't need anything, but so we just do it because that's the habit. The funny thing is that actually cycle traffic signs, which you can see here, are like requested to be the smaller size, not the regular one. But as you can see, compared to the road sign, it's the same size, even though the cycle one should be smaller. So like we follow the rules, but in case of like cycle lanes and using like the smaller signs, we actually don't. So even though there are some rules, we don't really follow them that much, which I don't understand, but that's just part of what we do or what we don't do. Unnecessary use of energy traffic signs in urban landscape is, for example, like I call it the danger warning signs, where you are like, who would expect a pedestrian crossing in a town? Like, no one, I guess. Especially like if you know it's clearly visible, it's a straight road, and you also have the extra background around it. So like that's definitely unnecessary. The same here, like you can see the roundabout, clearly it's straight road, and here someone like thought that it's a good thing to put their danger warning sign. Or here, you are like 20 meters in front of a traffic light, and someone is like, hey, beware, there's a traffic light. So, I mean, it's probably not that big of a problem, but just like someone needs to erect the sign, someone needs to maintain it, which doesn't really happen in Czech Republic, but someone should. And like, it's just like obstructing the view. It's not only danger warning signs. You can see, for example, here, like the parking spaces are clearly made from like different material. So I would say everybody would kind of guess it's parking. And since there's like no extra information, like it's paid or whatever, there doesn't need to be any sign, but there is. Or here, there's like, you can't overtake here. Oh, thank you. Because like, I should overtake here, or I can't overtake anywhere. And I should stop here, or I shouldn't, because like there isn't enough space if I stop here. So like the highway code prohibits stopping here anyway. So like both signs are just like unnecessary here, but they are there because someone thought it's a good idea to put them there. Also, for example, standard forms of junctions. Like junctions are usually like the angle 90 degrees. But sometimes, especially outside of the cities, you see like that they will just like put there the extra plate to like show you how the intersection looks like, even though it's not really mandatory. And this is the last example when you are ending the home zone. So you are always required to like give way to any traffic on the main road. So like the give way sign is necessary. You can see it's also from the other direction. So that's another like part of like where the traffic sign needs to be. And there are other examples, but there's just like a lot of traffic signs which don't have to be in place. And as I said, the methodology said that like the traffic signs should be used like only when necessary, which all of the cases I showed you, like there's definitely no need for the traffic signs because like, you know, you just know how it looks like. One thing which I think can be a reason for that is the lack of law enforcement, because like people often say that the traffic sign is a solution. Like we think that like if people are stopping somewhere when they shouldn't, we put there a traffic sign and they will obey. But if there is no law enforcement, they will not, as you can see here, for example. So this is a bus stop at the underground station. I was like frequently going through. And as you can see, like there are just parked cars everywhere. And they are not like parked. They're sometimes like, you know, delivering things or like waiting for someone. But just like they are there. So like the buses are just need to go around. Sometimes they need to stop and unload passengers like directly to the road. So we talk here about like how people perceive public transport, how they feel safe, how to attract them to public transport. And then you just have a bus stop, which like, or bus driver, which just unloads you into the road because he has no other option. So like, then, you know, you can have whatever you want in the bus or the bus system working perfectly. But if you don't have a bus stops, which allow buses to get directly to the platform, then you also lose the convenience. Or here, this is like 3 meters, which doesn't allow you to stop anywhere. But, you know, we need to remind you, you know, no stopping, just to remind you that you shouldn't stop here. Or this is my favorite example. You can maybe recognize this place. It's just like if you walk from the underground station here. So there are like 2 no stopping signs on both sides. Of course, there's a car because like no law enforcement. And when there is the cleaning of the streets, we need to remind you that you really shouldn't stop here because we will clean the streets. So, I mean, that's just how we do it. Or the same, which is like 500 meters away from here. Like there was a construction site, like hidden like around the corner. So they needed to like leave this line empty so big cars could go here. You can see this is like 2 weeks after the construction began and it was full of cars. The only thing how this changed was that when I called the municipal police, they actually came and they put like fine to anyone. And when I did it a week later, they did it again. And then probably started doing it on their own, or just drivers like started behaving. But just like the only thing you need is law enforcement, and you just need to enforce the law, and then you see it works. And here I wasn't even calling the police. I wasn't even calling the police here, and it works. So yeah.
Presentation.
This is also part of law enforcement. Like, you are not supposed to stay on sidewalk or greenery. Okay, we can discuss if this part is called like greenery or whatever, but it's just like this is bad design that they just like made a new sidewalk and the road is like old and there's like the space in between. I suppose that people were parking there before and they didn't want them to damage the new sidewalk, so they put there these blocks, which are like called city blocks. That's very nice euphemism to call this city block because it's just like very nice landscape. So yeah, this is how it looks like. Like, whole village is like paved with these city blocks, concrete blocks. Which brings me to low-cost changes, which is our favorite thing to do. And if you remember the street, that picture was 5 years old. This is how it looks now. So the change is that now we have the home zone, which means that you are not allowed to park anywhere if there is not a designated parking spot. So you see here on the sidewalk, the person just made a designated parking spot because that's what we do. And so nothing changed. Also in the home zones, usually there are like no height changes between like roads or pavements, but it's just the same street. They just changed the traffic sign. It's a low-cost change and probably it should solve something, even though it's still the same. Or here, this is a street which was two-way street. It was converted to one-way street, but the pedestrian crossing remained still long. And here we are like, oh, you shouldn't park here because just like we don't want that. But line is not a wall. That's what we said. So we can put there like these nice bollards, which are like very ugly, but they are everywhere. Or you can put more bollards if you have like big intersection and you just want to like make it smaller and like say where people should drive or go or whatever. And like there you can also use a lot of white paint. Or you can build a wall. We have the city blocks in this like nice design to remind you that you are just like dangerous zone. I don't know. Another part of low-cost changes, since there is a lot of demand for parking spaces, we park on sidewalks. Sometimes it's allowed. So because you need to say that it's allowed, you need to erect extra traffic signs. So again, if this was like designated area for parking, which would be made by construction changes, there's no need for parking sign or this one. So like we could have saved 2 parking signs. Of course, it would be more expensive, but it would be nicer and we wouldn't have visual pollution. The same here. This is pedestrian crossing on a main road, which was too wide and still is, but someone used these temporary things to make it shorter. We say that the unit of temporary is 1 forever, because that's usually how it happens in the Czech Republic. Or here, when it was actually made by construction changes, but as you can see, the line, the road was wide enough to put the island in the middle and actually make it safer for everyone to cross. So there would be like the middle part. So the road could stay the same, but there would be the middle island. And it would be also beneficial for the road users. But they just like tried to do it this way. One thing which causes not only visual pollution, but also real pollution, as we call air pollution or whatever, is the traffic light. Because people can cross the street quite easily, just when the cars are not coming, or if they're like far away enough, you can just cross in front of the incoming car. Here, again, you can see the former width of the road, which was wide enough to, again, build the island in the middle. So even on the frequent road, you can just cross the road easily. But they instead build a traffic light, which means this. I tried to make a chart. How does it work? So if there's a signalized pedestrian crossing, so the pedestrians have a red light and cars have a green light, which is what it's expected. So in the first second, when you push the button, it needs to react whenever. Then you have 3 seconds of yellow light, and then you have a red light where still there needs to be like safety time until the pedestrians can get green light. So it takes at least 7 seconds for a pedestrian to get a green light. And here you can see if the pedestrian crosses freely, that he crosses like this is the lane in one direction, this is the lane in the other direction. So like the red line is like where the lane is occupied by the pedestrian, and the yellow is kind of like the safety zone, so you're not like endangered. So you can see that you can be in 6 seconds, you are on the other side of the streets, but if there's a signalized pedestrian crossing, it's like it takes at least 7 seconds to even start crossing the street. So, and then also like you see that, that you have 5 seconds at least the green light, then you need to wait for everyone to cross the street. So the cars are stopped for almost like 15 to 20 seconds for just one pedestrian to cross, even though one pedestrian takes like 5 seconds to cross. So it's like worst case scenario for both like pedestrians and road users, but someone thought it's safer. But then you have people crossing on a red light, or like jaywalking as this nice term. So is it really safer if like people jaywalk? So also what traffic engineers really like to do is put railings around the traffic light, because you're like, hey, you really should use the pedestrian crossing, not cross here. But here, we don't care. So there are just unnecessary railings surrounding traffic lights. Also, the traffic lights are there to keep like big traffic flow. So if there is not enough traffic, they're actually slowing everyone, the pedestrians, the cars. So they are causing unnecessary delays for everyone. They're causing unnecessarily air pollution, but no one really cares because everyone thinks like there's a traffic light, it's taken for granted, and it's gonna be there forever. I'm the only one who thinks there shouldn't be. And if you are really crazy, you can like just, there's a school on the right side, and someone just thought like, we really need to protect the grass here. We really need to protect the grass here. We really need to put there like traffic sign here. There's also light which blinks, so like you really see everything. You need to lower your speed. And then there's also another like, beware of children and beware of pedestrians, beware of traffic signals, which I mean, like this is like 60 meters away. You see clearly a traffic signal, you see a pedestrian crossing, but still we need all these signs and all the railings just to make people safe. I don't understand it. That's why I'm talking about it. And one last thing is standalone poles, because the traffic signs are usually placed somewhere. So you can see that like, we have like usually lamps, and sometimes we have just a post right next to it, which is back to the first picture with the maintenance people, because it's easier to erect your own pole because you don't need to deal with any other company or party or whatever. Even though they are often both town-owned or state-owned, they just don't care because they don't want to. The same here, like both of these traffic signs could be placed on the lamp together. It's allowed, and it could be there, it's not. But there are some good examples also existing already. There are very few, but I managed to find some. So you can see that you can also place it on the wall of the sidewalk. Of course, then like, the sidewalk is still like sometimes blocked, but that's other discussion. Anyway, how to mitigate it, because it's very easy to like think about like what's wrong and how to deal with it. I'm kind of solution oriented, so I would like to make things better. So I mentioned the main causes of this, which is basically the separation of infrastructure or infrastructure managers. So everyone just cares about his own part of the road or street or whatever, and no one really sees the bigger picture, which is kind of connected to limited resources, which is both financial and human resources, because there is not enough people to do even like the needed work. So there's like no room for
some conceptual work or like to improve things, because like we were even talking to like the road maintenance company in Prague, and they were telling us like we are not even like coping with the agenda we need to like really do because something is falling apart. So we don't really have time to like improve or think about things because that's just not what we have. And then I think this can be universal. And in the Czech context, there's also deciding influence of some stakeholders, that since there's like too many people who can like talk into the project, they can just tell you like what they want. And sometimes their statement is mandatory for you to follow. So then like if they want something which like, you know, if you want to build a cycle lane and they will tell you like, but we want 2 lanes for cars. So you can't really like just, you know, do both. And my recommendation is education persons involved, which is actually a very broad area of people. It's not only like the people in the office or on the municipalities or town halls. It's also about students, and I'm also talking about me because like I think about these things, but unfortunately this school doesn't taught me that. It's just me being really like keen about this and really thinking about this, but normal transport engineer would never thought about like a traffic light if it needs to be there, like because traffic engineer is like a normal employee. Like you get a request, design a traffic light here because someone decided it. I'm not asking why, and I'm just doing it. So I will just do it, and I will not ask a question, is the traffic light really needed here? Or I will not ask if existing traffic light still needs to exist. The same is with architects or urban planners, because I know Jan, we met at the online course, and he doesn't really know much about the basics of like traffic engineering. I mean, I don't expect him to be a traffic engineer, but like since they are like designing the streets also, so they sometimes lack the, I would say, basic like knowledge about what we do. So they don't understand why we demand some things, and we sometimes, of course, don't understand why they have the visions they have. But that's the deal we have, but we don't understand each other, and that's a problem, I think. Also, you know, as I talked about the low-cost changes, I think the construction changes are really nicer, and they are also more like understandable for the users. And something which we really don't do in the Czech Republic, unfortunately, is complex and long-term planning. Like most of the visions, if there are any, are like for 4 years, which is a coincidental like the year of like any elected person, and nothing bigger is like usually implemented. One thing of the mitigation is to overcome some transportation rules. They were actually originally developed by the railway, but you can basically use some rules for the transportation engineering as well. So paragraph number 1 is it's always been done that way, or it has never been done that way, whatever suits you. So that's always the answer. Or for example, there's a guideline for that. So as I told you, we have guidelines for everything. So if it works for you, you say there's a guideline for that. And if it doesn't work for you, you say there isn't a guideline for that. It's too complicated to do, as everything is. Or people would not understand it, or people would misuse it. And my favorite, it will turn out bad anyway. So just we don't need to do anything because it's just like, yeah, it's decided to be bad. To have some positive notes or some recommendations which are not so funny, this is an example of a road which doesn't have any road markings. And this is the example of a road which has road markings. Can you tell me which road is wider? If this one or this one? Same.
This, yes, I'm going to say the first one is.
This is wider?
Not. Are you asking which? So I suppose.
Yeah. This one is 7 meters wide. This one is 7.7. So even though there's like 70 centimeters more, because of the cycle lanes around, it just like it appears to be like smaller. And like it's not like some manipulation with the pictures or whatever. It's just like the same focal length or just the same point of view, but just like this is how we perceive the roads. So the road design is very important, but also use of road markings is very important. That's my point. And the second thing, how to mitigate the traffic signs and also how to prepare pedestrians and cyclists. This is a picture from the Netherlands where you often have the main road, and whenever you're entering like the side street, you are always crossing the sidewalk, which first means there's like the bump, so you need to slow down the car. And also you need to give way to the cyclists, which in the Czech Republic, we often like end the cycle lane at the crossing of every street. So like as a cyclist, you are supposed to give way every like 50 meters when you are crossing a small street because car could come, you know, and we just like cars. So, and we still like don't appreciate cyclists enough. So my key findings are that traffic signs are not a solution, even though that's also funny that sometimes people are like, you know, that drivers don't obey traffic signs, and then you talk to them and 10 minutes later they will tell you like, put there more traffic signs. So like sometimes people also don't know what they want. There is also like, it's already like proven that the design of the road itself or the construction is much more important how you perceive the space than any like any other things. Like road markings can help, but erected traffic signs are just like none of them. Like if I ask you if you see traffic signs when you're driving, I asked like my peers and everyone, they're like, there are any traffic signs around? Like, so yeah, no one really pay attention to them, but we as engineers still put them there and think like they matter. The good point is that visual pollution can be mitigated by tools which we already have. We are not just using them because it requires extra effort. The traffic engineers are employees as everyone else, so they need to get the project approved. So they are usually copying the solutions which they did before and that were approved. So if they were given a task, design a traffic light or design a junction or design a pedestrian crossing, they will just do what they did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because it was approved and it's the most efficient way how to work. So I think that the main change is with the municipalities and agencies who are actually the project investors, because they usually just tell you design a junction, but they don't really care or have the manpower to like control you or demand everything. They usually don't have the knowledge sometimes. So that's why I call for the education, that we need to like educate these people and we need to tell them what they are supposed to, what they need to want from the transportation engineers, because they are capable of doing that. But it's just like, it requires more effort. Even though it's like 10% more effort, it's still extra effort, which just people don't do because that's not what their habit is. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope it wasn't too fast and I hope it wasn't too much pictures, but this is what I'm keen about.
Presentation.
Questions? Thank you for this very memorable presentation. And that's also very well connects to the point of Yegor before, like your discipline is your points are very valid, I think, especially from your perspective as an engineer, and it connects to Yegor's point, the different point of view to engineers and other members of society or other decision makers. What I wanted to add is so my head of units showed us pedestrian crossings in Berlin and bike streets and so on. And he said, well, without the sign, legally speaking, all the things on the road, all the markings are, say, legally standing as a graffiti. So without the sign, it's not legally valid. That's another, like bureaucratization of, but you need to go to the lawyer for that. And so that's one issue. Another aspect is the autonomous driving, where like this is probably will be the only drivers that actually obey the law and the signs, but maybe for them this would be more guided, all these signs, because they tend to need the more rigid rules. And of course, no doubling will be of course then unnecessary. And yeah, totally echo your point about working together between disciplines and stakeholders. That's probably the best key to solving this.
Yeah, thank you. Just the thing, like in the Czech Republic, when the pedestrian crossing is near a junction where it's like expected place to be, there doesn't need to be the erected traffic sign. If it's like in the middle of nowhere, there needs to be, but like if it's near the junction, there is. But as you see, that there's like sometimes more than this. So yeah.
Presentation.
How profitable reduction of traffic sign is?
I mean, the medal itself costs usually around like 40 euros, like the thing. Then you also need to, build the pole and everything. I think when I was doing some budgets, I think like one traffic sign was like 200 euros, but I don't think it's really profitable. I mean, it's just like normal part of like every construction. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
We have one question on MS Teams.
Oh.
So maybe if you stop sharing the screen, David, ask your question. Oh, sorry, I started sharing. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I have two questions. Yeah. You took a normative stance. I'd say like normative position. What's good and what's wrong. That's and you've produced a list of problems that are, I think, known. Partly they are more fringe things, but one thing is the I think the topic or the name of your presentation is why are transportation engineers part of the problem or something like this, and for me there was not this question really answered. It was like description of the really bad outcomes, but what would be really interesting would be a study of why really the transportation engineers are pushed towards some things. Quite often is discussed the role of police traffic engineers in Czech Republic, I think. So did you maybe look into other researchers? Is there someone studying the structural problems that maybe underlie those bad decisions? And the other question is, did you also look into literature about the traffic signs and the driver's behavior? Because you say they are visual pollution, but are there studies that say yes, more than 5 traffic signs are already too much for people, and it's counterproductive to have them, or yeah? So is there psychological literature that studies these things, and did you look into this?
So the first question, I agree that maybe I didn't answer my question kind of correctly. Why are transportation engineers part of that? The easy question is because we design the streets. If I will say more, it's just as I kind of mentioned, because we try to we often reproduce the things we did before. And also, as you mentioned, one of the key stakeholders is the traffic police, which like approves or gives statements to the projects. And they are still like in favor of cars, kind of. So it's really hard sometimes to get something more like sustainable into their streets because of their disapproval. So I haven't included that because I thought that's maybe a country specific. But I mean, since I travel across Europe often and I take a look about traffic signs everywhere, so I mean, it's not only in Czech Republic. I mean, I would say use of traffic signs can be excessive in many other countries. So I try to keep the specifics of the Czechia out, even though I called it why the visual pollution is in Czechia. So that's the first question, and the second one. Yes and no. There are some the studies, and there are definitely some studies about like how you perceive things, but I'm not sure if they are specifically about like traffic signs, because usually they are focused on like the advertisements ones, like billboards, or sometimes they are often focusing on like alcohol when you are like intoxicated. But I haven't found really something about traffic signs. That's the first thing. And second, also in the technical standards, there is said that like the traffic signs should be like at least 30 meters away of each other, which kind of like should ensure that like if you are driving, that you are like able to like read the sign, like understand what it means, and also still follow the traffic. Because, for example, one of the first pictures I showed, when there was like the forest of traffic signs, it was like 60 meters, and there was like 6 poles of traffic signs. Sometimes there were like even 2 at one pole. So first, it definitely doesn't obey the 30-meter rule. And second, it's just like too much information, and most of them are unnecessary because you just like are coming into the traffic light. So you know there's a traffic light. You see the road marking, so you know which lane goes where. So you don't need the directly traffic signs telling you the information you already have on the road. And many extra things which are just like unnecessary in my point of view. And as I said, like, I mean, it's not representative, but anyone I ask if he like cares about traffic sign when he's driving, he's like, I don't see them. And I don't even include like traffic signs, for example, that in Prague there were some traffic signs which, for example, prohibited vehicles longer than 10 meters going through one street, but there was a regular line going, which like the bus has 12 meters, so like every bus driver who drive through like just was breaking the law. And the traffic signs could be traced like 10 years ago. So like no one saw the traffic sign, or no one realized what it means, or no one just deal with it until some problematic guy called Martin Marek came and pointed out about it. And then there was like a huge shakedown. Wow, how can it happen? And it took 3 months to fix, but just no one really cares about it. So I'm afraid there are no studies about traffic signs.
Presentation.
Okay, thanks.
Presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't have any specific question, but I have a suggestion for maybe inclusive for your further studies. It's also related to those that David said. More we have a small also course project during my master. We tried to figure out how the advertisement would affect the visual population. You already saw lots of papers probably, but if that kind of paper is also using the eye tracking techniques, I think they can be applied to also your research phase, because basically all the signs and all the infographics in the streets related to visual perception and visual attention of the people. So to decide what is necessary and what is unnecessary, how they impact the visual pollution, we have to maybe create some spectrum to understand what we have to disappear from the urban space, that we have to add or classify like the color, and generally visual attention is kind of a keyword to understand from the pedestrian or the car driver's perspective. I think also it can
Presentation.
maybe apply to your work to make it more evidence-based, to understand what's necessary or unnecessary.
Yeah, that's definitely a good suggestion. Since this wasn't meant as a research, so I just like called it empiric analysis based on like my experience, which is kind of shared, of course, with other people. But yes, if there is some further research, I think that like doing it scientifically and like through eye tracking is probably the best idea, because then we can do this.
Presentation.
Choose next. You can also check with some eye tracking emulation software. You can just put the alternatives, manipulated picture, and there just emulate and stimulate how the area of the change from the perception of the pedestrian. And this kind of software generally have background from neurological papers, and maybe you can check. It's like the low-cost solution.
Yeah.
Instead of doing whole
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your suggestions. One thing I wanted to mention, I probably didn't, is that like even though it sounds like very like detailed or like very like specific niche, I think that the route is actually in like the level above in like the complex planning, as I said. So actually the thing we are kind of talking about. So the thing how we design the streets and how we like thing about the layout really determines how the drivers behave, or like any like pedestrians and also cyclists, and also like how many traffic signs we need to use whenever we are.
Presentation.
Any other questions? Oh,
I have last one. I know it's three. Last one is. No, I just wanted to address you something. And I will just say it also to like the rest of the audience, which is here. In my opinion, because since I'm the co-organizer of this event, I think now what you experienced by Martin is like check day-to-day practice, what is considered as a transport-related issues, or maybe I would say transport research-ish thing. So like basically your background is very diverse, like we globally dealing with issues which are somehow connected to transport. But in Czech, if you do transport, you are at the faculty of transport engineering. Basically, they are like, and Martin, I would say, is the one like is super active, but basically they're very, very technical oriented. And there's an enormous like gap which we try to fill with this conference, something in between, which is not pure architecture, but which is not like pure engineering, as you've seen, like dealing like the place should be there, the house size should be, etc. And I have just one thing I wanted to point out, and that's really shows, I think, how the gap is big. That you, as a transport engineer, said at the beginning that streets are designed by transport engineers. But what you basically showed on later slides were just roads. That street is a public space, and public space is not linear. Public space is a system of lots of like areas. You've got parks, you've got etc. So yes, if you think like in very easy words, like it's city center in Prague, you've got basically like street, which is like you've got two walls, like buildings, and then you've got like street where it's only road. You said like there's only road, nothing else, or like maybe a street. But if you think in a public space in general, there is a lot of things to do, what we as architects are doing, and definitely transport is important, but street is public space, street is not road. And what she showed was basically about roads. So that was just my point.
Yeah, I unfortunately agree with that.
Thank you.
Yes, that was our last presentation, and I see that's only enough lecture online. So I would just love to ask Jakub for some very short goodbye note, and then we're done. Just there are cakes downstairs, so if you want, you can just finish off there on have a last coffee, and that's it. Yeah.
This conference tackled many issues. I would sum it. It is only superficial, of course, because each of us brings home some experience and some new knowledge, hopefully. So this is just to go over the topics and think if there is some topic which would be interesting to maybe tackle, to point out when we will organize the third year of conference. We had accessibility versus mobility topics, and I think also I covered 15 minutes a day. There were a lot of criticism about that, and I think that's normal. I mean, we are scientists. We are not here to promote any concept. We are, first of all, critical, and the concepts that will survive our criticism are good, and concepts which are not, which don't survive are not probably good. So, and I feel that maybe we could. Maybe I'm thinking about asking again Łukasz Makowski, or maybe some of his colleagues, if he could give us also tell us something about the economic rationality between the 15 minutes, because that's probably what we were missing. Because planners are, I was discussing that with many other people, planners are perceiving special benefits and economists are perceiving primarily costs. And now we need to merge those disciplines together to find truth. Yeah. So that's one thing. That's my idea. Then we had a topic of land use interactions, logistics, also highway impact on land use. The conference is people, city transport, not landscape. We don't extend the name, but of course we cover also the landscape aspects. Then we had organization, institutional factors of transportation. Of course, the transportation systems are huge, complex organizations and legal systems. So we have to think also not only about spatial aspects, but also about those hidden organizational obstacles. And then we had something about robustness and resilience and fragmentation. How the transportation system withstands the shocks. And I understood that shocks are maybe a good opportunity to understand what transportation system is. So there's a good opportunity for scientists to study the system actually. And then we have something like informational layer of transportation systems, how we interact with the transportation, we understand it. We had some presentation on wayfinding and also presentation of traffic sound. So I just sum it, and it seems to me that we have a quite complex picture on mobility and transportation systems. If you find out that there's something should be point out, or if we should maybe focus on key speakers next year, covering some of the topics that you feel that it's needed, then please tell us. Yeah. Concerning the form, I think it was good. Half an hour for presentation. I felt that it's quite. We are not impressed. Yeah, it's perfectly okay that you presented the open, not finished research in progress, preliminary results, or maybe even concepts on them and hypothesis. It's fine. There's still. I feel that even with the preliminary stage, I feel helpful more than when it's at the end, when you have to take it as it is, right? Presentation. Maybe we could also make some kind of guidance for next time. Maybe check more short abstracts. That there is really methodology, which was not the case in all the abstracts. So we will improve that. And also, at the start, there was no time, and it was not recorded. Unfortunately, we don't have the first part of Maria about the vision and also vice or dean of faculty transportation. We didn't start recording, so now I would like to thanks especially to Jan Bittner, who is the main person organizing this event. Then I would like to thanks Veronika Schindler from my department, Maria Lišková, who is our secretary, and David Fan, who was unfortunately ill, so he was only in distance, but he helped us to distribute the posters. And I would like to thanks to chairmen, so Karel Mayer, Professor Karel Mayer, Jana Zdráhalová, she was here yesterday, and Veronika Schindler. Yep. And also, I would like to thanks Clara presentation, Havlíková, and Martin Marek, who helped us very much, and we really that was excellent here. Yeah, the space, technology, organization of the breaks, which is the most important times during the conferences, of course. So perfect, and we try to be here again in one next year. And at the end, I would say I would conclude with for me funny things. My family asked me about what this conference is about, so I was thinking this is an interesting question, and I answered that this is okay. You gather people. That's the first name. In the room, you are discussing all day about the transportation, and then you go to the city. So I think that city part was the most interesting, the evening city part. And I feel that we are a community of people who can stick together, who can continue. Please, the best way would be to register in our LinkedIn of our department, so that we can follow your research and for ResearchGate. Also, you can And keep in touch, and we will follow your research, and hopefully there will be some opportunity to meet again.
Okay. Thank you.